Greetings, gentlefolk. It's just me tonight. Nobody else has come in. I don't know why. It's one of those things. So, how's everybody doing? All looking good? Yes. Yeah, there is a bit of E&MM in that somewhere, I think. I ended up taking everything that I liked from everything that I'd seen and tried out in the past. I think was coming out in that design. The elbow is much better today, thank God. I was wondering whether it would ever actually get better. But it did. It had a bit of hydrotherapy after the sonic state last night. Which helped greatly, actually. So it only aches from time to time, and that I can live with, as opposed to the agonising, stabbing feeling that it was doing the rest of the time. It's like, it's all good. So I've been putting a template together. I've been meaning to put a template together in Cubase for longer than I can remember, and do you know what, trying to decide what to put into the template is, I think, more difficult than anything else, because I can, setting up compressors and EQs and stuff like that, it's nothing compared with trying to figure out what you're going to put in there in the first place. And I haven't made things easy for myself here. Actually, it seriously made a rod for my back when I had a look at some of the libraries. There's so many. Which reminds me, I still haven't bought Pubness yet, which I need to do at some point, just so that I can get rid of tilting off my back. Yeah, so all going quite nicely. As I say, nobody around. Just me tonight so far. I suppose you call it a... What would you call it? Slow evening, I suppose. So as you know, anybody's welcome to come in, chat about anything. Maybe give me some suggestions of what instruments to add to this bloody template. I must admit, I was going, do not add any Vangelis type instruments. Stay away from the Vangelis thing. Keep going down the Vangelis road. Stop it, stop it, stop it. And then found myself already adding a string synth. Well, it'd be alright if I use it differently, but I won't. I am fighting it. But what I was trying to do is trying to get the 80 to work in such a way that when I turn up volume, there's no hissing or background whining going on. It all seems very quiet. As it turned up absolutely full. Seems okay. Yeah. I'm not sure about that reverb though. The balance is definitely right, so it's nice and forward with the tail in the background. But this, I don't know, it's a bit... It sounds a bit cheap on the far end. I don't know what the hell. It's... Maybe I should select an actual 480XL type of reverb. I don't know. I have to see. We'll see. I'm still putting it together. it's the same with, like, you know, with Andy, old Synchrotron in the chat. I mean, he seems to pick his modules and set them going, and everything just seems to happen, and it's like, boom, and he's writing stuff. Me, I'm staring at names of things going, oh, should I add it or not? It just doesn't seem, I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm not used to it. Oh, that's it. You just bought an MPCX. Alright, let me give you one piece of advice. Don't give up. Keep banging your head against it. Watch all the videos of other people using it and stick with it. Otherwise, it'll end up just being a very, very expensive piece of equipment for collecting dust. Instead of it dust landing somewhere else in your room. There seems to be a lot of videos out there on how to use it anyway. But it's not too menu divey. It's too menu divey for me, but I'm trying to get used to doing menu diving. All it is lack of practice. You know, when you're working with vintage analog, not a lot of menu diving goes on there, let's face it. Oh, the OS is changing soon, is it? Oh, okay. Did I get the anaglyph into a working state? Yes, kind of, but not all together all at once. I got different systems working separately. I think is the best way of putting it. At different times, but never all fell into the box at the same time. And then, you know, mum's dementia and money sort of like hammered the last nail down into that coffin. So I think times have moved on now. Synths are they're too good now. And, you know, Tom Carpenter's Maximus and stuff like that, you know, there's nothing very standout about the anaglyph now, so it's probably not worth pursuing on any particular level, actually. I think so. It could, I mean, it could come back, but not like that. Maybe parts of it. This is why I wanted to try and do this Eurorack module building thing, and take snippets of the design. You know, like Yamaha do when they build a huge flagship thing that's ridiculously priced and it's out of everybody's league technically, and then they take lumps of that technology and release it in different machines, exactly like the GX1. Or even the CS80. You can take the CS80 and from that is 60, 50, 40, 30, 30L, 20, 15, 10, 5, CSO1, you know? But it's all basically the same tech, just different amounts of it. I think something's in, something's not in. Although I've always thought it was a shame that Yamaha didn't put the ribbon controller into the CS50, even though it didn't have it didn't have poly aftertouch, but then nor does the 60. But the 60 at least had the ribbon, you know. But I suppose it would change its pricing, and then there'd be too much of a gap between the 50 and the, was it the 40M? Was it the 40M? It might have been the 40M or something like that. Or the 40D. And there was a 15D, which looked nothing like a CS15. Because there was quite a few Yamaha models. But it's that kind of thing, basically. So, like, I designed the anaglyph. Yeah, it was 40M, thanks, Deadman. So maybe take lumps out of that and make Eurorack modules. Do it that way. At least it won't cost 85 grand, I know that. And that was 10 years ago. Cross, what's it cost now today? You still working on that Jam Tapper session? Good man. I'm still meaning to try and get one of them set up in some fashion. I've come to the conclusion that I do not play enough keyboards. I think Robbie will agree with me as well. Oh, you haven't gone under the mountain yet then, Rob? So, let me just check and see what I've got here so far. Not sounding at all. That is Hydra. Pull Hydra out a minute. Oh, ow, mother. If it's not my elbow, it's fucking fingers. Oh, there we go. Okay, that might be a little bit on the hot side. Let me drop that down a bit. Yes, okay. Not bad. Not bad. Can I go up? Yeah, okay. Better at that octave. Much better at that octave, in fact. So, bring this back down and set that. Where's the pitch transposer? Because I'm such a lazy bastard. Let's put a MIDI modifier on it and transpose it up a single octave. There you go, lovely. Right, in you go, lovely. Yeah, so like I say, I'm still obsessing over trying to get this Pubness. Although I don't know how much it's going to cost. I need to go into Arturia and have a look at my account and see if there's some sort of discount available for someone who's bought a shite load of stuff. I hope it remembers my password, because I fucking don't. Oh, it did. Cool. Here we go. Right. Let's have a look at my account. It should be a giggle. It's essentially going, who are ya? Who are ya? Oh, special offers. Oh, let's have a look what we got. Credit card info. Yeah, that's useful. Upgrade to V Collection 9 to V Collection 10. Depends what you got, mate. Upgrade to FX Collection 5. Crossgrade to the expansion, Volume 2 expansion pack. Yeah, blah blah blah. Now let's have a look at Pubness then. If it's even listed. Oh, none of them are. It's not a hardware synthesizer. But while I'm here, why don't I buy the PB12? Oh, wait a minute, I can think of several reasons. Well, one in particular. Oh, God. They do so much stuff. Where's Pubness? I'm looking, I'm not seeing. Interesting. I'm not seeing it here. Oh, there it is. Let's have a look. Well, according to this, it's going to cost me 200 quid. I wonder if I have 200 quid. I'll have to go and check, won't I? Because my bank account is not that healthy. Gone are the days when I go, yes, just buy it, will you? And be done with it. Just let me know when it's ready for download. Now I have to be a little bit more cautious. I think we can thank a puppy for that. I think she's costing me about 100 quid in a day and everything she's eating. Yes, I was looking for Ramsey's show as well, Babs, and it was like, and waited, oh, maybe it's late. I'll wait and see what happens. It didn't happen. I don't know why. Does anybody know why Rams didn't do his show today? Oh, that explains everything. Yeah, of course. I remember mentioning something about his dad's funeral. Yeah, I didn't know it was. I didn't know it was going to be Saturday. Ah, okay, I see. Oh, bless him. Poor fella. So I don't know what's happened this evening. I think this is the longest I've streamed on my own ever. I think. As you can probably tell by the fucking riveting conversation that I'm coming out with. Right, so I've done a string synth. What else am I going to put in here? I suppose we need some conventional instruments. Let's have a look and see what we have here. Let's call up the big... Oh, hang on, I'll tell you what. Let's set up Rolly. Quite apt, actually, if I'm getting pigments as well. Let's have a look at some particular kind of sound. How about all these... try that. What's that like? Oh, I love the way that doesn't work. Great. Selectable instrument, isn't it? Seaboard. Cool. There you go. Right. MIDI channel to any. That's not working correctly. Fucking typical. Let's see. Let's get something a little bit more defined going on here. An acoustic instrument is normally the best way to go. So we've got piano and pads. Nope. Try again, Kent. No, it's not running right. It's typical. Every time you go to use something, you go, oh no, I'm not going to completely work properly because I don't feel like it. So I've got to call up dashboard and find out why it isn't scaling correctly. I mean, it should do straight out of the box, but... Well, it doesn't. Put it this way. I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but yeah, on the PC, it scales correctly. On the Mac, it doesn't seem to scale correctly straight out the box. Anybody seen dashboard anywhere? I'm not seeing dashboard. Oh, there we are. Rolly dashboard. This should be a giggle. No, it's showing it doing 3 octaves then. But that's not what it did in terms of sound. I wonder what's causing that. Actually, you know what? I can't be asked at the moment, to be honest. Let's just put a sound on it for now. So let's see what we've got here. No matching presets under that. Oh, okay. It's under the factories or the sound packs. Oh, both. Okay. Turn that off. Let's see what we got here. We don't need that, do we? Alright, that'll do for now. That's something to work with, isn't it? Did I buy a Muse? No, I didn't. And to be honest with you, I won't buy a Muse until at least after I bought a PB12. And even then, because although the Muse is very nice, I'm not quite sure there's anything that it can do that I can't already do in software, if you know what I mean. Not exactly, but enough to not really want to bother spending 3k, if you see what I mean. So, for somebody who's got very little software libraries knocking about, and they're into the hardware big time anyway, the music's going to be gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I just don't know whether I'd get enough from it. It's cheaper at Plug-in Boutique. Seriously? That's ridiculous, man. But the reason I would go for the PB12, funny enough, it's got nothing to do with the sounds at all. Although, from what I've heard, from what Robbie played, I've liked. It's the keyboard. And the possibility of being able to use that keyboard to play other instruments, like, the software instruments as well. And I think that would cancel out and negate the whole, do I need a Moog Muse? I still have trouble. I have to stop and think before I say Moog Muse. Moog Mose? No, it doesn't work. It does my head in, it really does. So, there you go. Let's call up some of the big ones now. Right. Now I'm pretty much the same as Ty. The only two main sampling instruments that I use is Falcon and Contact. I don't know why there's a general, not hate for Contact, but people are going, "Well, don't like Contact because of something." All right, Fruitbat.
Hello.
Hello. Over the hills and far away.
Yeah. So I'm on my little headset at the moment.
Oh, okay. How's the trip?
Very, very puzzled look from my wife who's on the bed watching Casualty.
Oh, okay.
We're both sat here with our headsets on, looking at devices. Oh, love's long dream. No, I'm not on camera. I've got the tits out, so I'm not being. Actually, I just realised I'm not even logged in.
That's good, isn't it? Oh, bye. Ah, well. That's Robbie in the south of France, living it up. Don't know if it's very Vida Loca or anything, but... Oh, I'm going to shoot this hard drive. Stop being an arse. I did want an SSD drive, but they don't do 27 terabyte SSD drives. Well, not for the money I could afford. But there you go. And he's back. Oh, there you go.
I wasn't on my account.
Ah,
Oh, flipping heck.
elbow's
It's
good,
hot.
by the way, Chris. It's good.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, yeah. Managed to get some bits and pieces done this morning. Some hydrotherapy last night. Well, I say hydrotherapy was basically sitting with my elbow in a bowl of ice water.
It generally helps.
It helped a great deal, in fact. Probably caught a cold though. There's always a trade-off, come on.
Oh dear.
So, was it relatively smooth drive?
Yeah. Everything down to Folkestone was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the shuttle was busy as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
They're digging up the entrance to the car park at the terminal. They're digging it all up.
Yeah.
So there's lots of contraflow and barriers and just snarling up like a mother. We get there. My train's not due to depart until 9:20. They said when you check in, if they can, they offer you an earlier train. And they offered
Right.
me the 20 past date. And I looked at the watch, it was 7:30. Yeah, go on, I'll have some of that. No extra charge. Gets me across a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
And then we get stuck in this fucking traffic. So we did get in a bit earlier, but not as early as they said we would. No, the roads in France are perfect, just straight through.
Right.
We did 915 kilometres today, whatever that is in miles.
A few hundred, no.
Took us about, well, what time did we get into Calais? It's been about 9:30, and we got to our overnight stay at about 5:30.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, really good. And tomorrow
Hmm.
morning, breakfast and then across the Alps.
Nice.
That's the best bit.
Hmm. So you reckon you'll be arriving, what, tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, it takes about 4 hours non-stop,
Right.
depending on the traffic at the tunnel. But on a Sunday, then generally not too bad.
Okay.
So if we set off here about 10, we should get there we'll stop for lunch. We should get there
Yeah.
at 3.
And the wagon isn't making any weird noises?
Her and like a pretty,
Good.
yeah. Like, it's just that company. You get out of the car and you just don't even feel like you travelled approximately 572 miles according to Waze.
Hmm. There you go.
Yeah. Did it all on 3/4 of a tank. So it's not bad.
Very
Average about
good.
46 to the gallon
Yeah.
all the way down from home. So I mean, yeah, just went from home to Folkestone, which is good too. And then
Excuse me?
that dog.
No. It just sounded completely by itself. Oh dear. Doesn't bode well, does it? Hmm. I see. Yeah, so, yeah, let's just imagine what that'd be like doing it in the Muzzy. Imagine you have to stop at every petrol station, I suppose, anyway. So.
Yeah.
Right, let's see if that's assigned to expression. It is. Oh, that worked. Yeah, so like I say, I'm just teetering on the edge of purchasing pigments.
Oh yeah. How much can you get it for?
Well, it says 199.
Right.
I've just
Have you
been
logged in?
informed. Yeah, that's logged in,
Oh, that's logged in.
and I've just been informed that was it Plug-in Boutique are doing it for like 169 or something. It's like, what?
Yeah.
You'd think
It's
Arteria
logged
would chase it down better, wouldn't you? But yeah. So
55.
I suppose now in today's climate, 200 quid for a plug-in is like, oh, that's a bit expensive, isn't it? It's a bit pricey. So when it's got quite a bit in it, though, isn't it?
It has, and you could buy it with an expansion pack,
Hmm.
a plug-in boutique, for just an extra £8. So it's 177. Gets you pigments plus a standard expansion pack,
Yeah.
which isn't bad.
Okay.
Have you tried them? Let me have a quick look. There is another.
It is, isn't it? It is an odd price for an existing customer, seeing as it was kind of listed there like that.
Is your V? You're a V collection, then, right?
I got V9. Yeah.
Or maybe. I'm sure not much difference.
See, because it's got all my billing info there automatically. I'm clearly signed in, but they reckon 199.
That's odd.
Including taxes of 33.17. Oh, mind you, I really can't wait for these new glasses to turn up. Although it says 199, that's a euro sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not
168.
168. Yeah, so it's a euro sign. Not because from here with these stupid dog-chewed glasses, it looks like a pound sign. Ah, see. All right. Well, it's not too bad. I still need to check and see what's in the bank first. See if some of my customers have actually
I
done
was
it.
just trying to log into. There's an online retailer called JRR Shop,
Right.
and they generally have some really good deals on. And they also there's a bunch of codes out there that will get you a discount, but I can't reach them. The site says it's refusing to connect. I don't know whether that's just because
Maybe somebody else is onto them now.
Well,
Arturia sent round men in suits.
Did anybody else get jrrshop.com?
Matt said you can send us a link.
I'm just going to type it into the chat.
Funny enough, I did, one of the few evenings I didn't bring up my iPad.
Oh yeah, it says it's down.
It's down.
They sometimes do things a little cheaper than if you know the codes that they don't cancel.
Ah. Had it offered. Oh, Babs said it offered to for as little as 49. Yeah. So, do I hang around or? Never know. That puts a cloud of indecision over the whole thing now. It's like, Has Arturia got any special occasions coming up? Yeah, the
no, not unaware.
25th anniversary or something,
You've got the Explorations pack at the moment.
Yeah.
And something new coming out next week.
Get old Andy in.
Yeah, looks like we've got the remote crew in today.
Yeah. Welcome, caller.
Yes. Hi, my name's Andy. I'm a Synthaholic.
Yeah. It's getting very international. France, England, America. Good God.
Simon, they're doing it for 164.
It's still not 49, is it?
It's still not 40.
Yeah, it's been 7 days since my last
Anything broken
purchase.
today, Ken?
Sorry, Don?
Anything broken
What'd you say?
today? Broken? You have broken stuff?
Yeah, I finished off a couple of bits and pieces this morning while I waited for the rain to stop. Which was an OBXA and what was the other thing? Oh shit, what was the other thing? Oh god. No, I forgot. There was something else. Mm.
If I hear anything about pigments going on offer, I'll let you know. But
all right, then. Yeah. What I'll do is I will hang back because I've got to be careful with money at the moment. So
yeah,
you know, and she'll probably hit me with a puppy or something if I spend anything. Anyway, that's that's 3 figures. So just to be on the safe side.
Do they do pigments as a trial?
I don't know. I haven't seen any listed as trials. It's interesting. It's very interesting they can do it. Do a sale where it's only 49, and yet sell it at 200. The rest of the time seems a bit.
I can't remember when they did that, but it might have been just before they upgraded to 5.
Mm.
And that way they get. There's a free demo.
Okay.
So you go to the pigments page on Arturia. It's limited to 20 minutes every time, and you can't save and load or import and export stuff. But you can get play around with it. It might give you an idea whether it's for you or not.
So that's a bit like offered the hand of friendship and then kicked in the nuts every 20 minutes. Yeah. Well, do you know what? I'm going to adopt the philosophy that I had when you bought the PB12 round. If I don't use it and don't hear it and all the rest of it, I'm not going to go, oh, I must have it.
I have to say, I was quite surprised at your restraint.
I'll be honest with you, so was I. Because I was going, oh, yeah, but it's just out in the car. You can have a little go on it. It's not going to hurt. Yes, it is going to hurt. Because then you're going to put it back in, back in its flight case, back in the car, and go, I want one of them. and whinge like a little bitch for the rest of the day. While Fiona goes, no.
No, let's be honest, if Fiona heard it, she'd want to.
Well, there's only ever been 2 keyboards she's really loved the sound of. One was the Minimoog and the other was the CSAE. The rest of them she's like, yeah, it's alright.
Given that this is 21st century CSA.
Well, yes, agreed. And her argument would be, you got one upstairs.
Not much longer though.
Yeah, but it's been replaced by another one. So,
Okay.
So there's going to be an 80 there for the next 10 years. Because he's got 3, so when that one goes, then the third one comes over. By then, this one will probably need another service. It's just perpetual like that. But PB12 though. And I do like the sounds it does. I know Ty doesn't like the sound of the VCOs very much, and I think I know where he's kind of coming from with that. But I kind of welcome it because it's a different flavour to everything else that's in here.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Also, he did say that once he sat down and programmed a particular patch of it, that was it. It was a keeper. He spent time. I love the sound of the brute oscillators. The fact that they are different, that Steiner filter, it's different. It's not like everything else.
Yeah. But it's weird though, isn't it? It is kind of like it is like an addiction. Yeah. At the end of the day. I mean, I need a PB12 like I need another hole in the head, really. And yet, you know, I'm going, PB12, you know. Is she watching puppies or something?
No, I just showed her a picture of a cat on Instagram,
Oh.
and every time it gets a reaction.
Oh.
God, it's hot here.
Hot? It's been fecking miserable here all day.
I know.
Cold.
When we left, it was pissing it down.
Ugh. No, it's been absolutely awful and pissing with rain all day long.
Yeah, that's what my boy said. Sorry, not sorry. It was 33 and a half. Yeah.
Yes, I remember those temperatures.
Yeah.
Back in that brief 4 days that we called summer.
Oh, we did the standard thing we do on every holiday. We go on. No, yeah, okay. Yeah. So we thought, oh God, we'll have a glass of wine tonight before we go to bed.
Yeah.
So we buy a bottle of wine, and we realised, oh shit, we haven't got a corkscrew. And like every bottle's got, or got a cork in it, should I say. So we had to go and buy a fucking corkscrew every time. We got a corkscrew.
Yeah, you're in France now, mate. They don't put screw tops on them.
We found one screw top.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
It was imported.
It didn't look great.
Yeah.
She's not a fussy girl.
Mm.
Yeah, she chose it because it had a pig on the label.
Because it had a pig on the label?
Yeah, she chooses her wine by label. Is it,
Oh, okay.
Is it a pretty label? Does it have a cute animal? And also the thumbage at the bottom of the bottle. The deeper you can get your thumb in the bottom of the bottle, the better the wine.
Hey, whatever works.
And that's true. That is an actual fact.
Yeah, you got to gauge it somehow.
You can get the whole of your thumb in the bottom of the bottle. It's a bloody good one.
I was a bit like that with girlfriends. A bit.
That's how I chose Jackie. Yeah.
Is it sexist if they're in the room with you? I can't make up my mind. We'll have to think of it. Yeah. Tonight's discussion.
But then she also bought a couple of glasses. It's all we've got in the hotel. Because it's just like a budget. Just got like paper cups for brushing your teeth in. So she bought these little glasses, and they're those typical European wine glasses that you get like a mouthful in.
Yeah. Yeah, you're forever filling it.
Yeah, exactly.
Mind you, it makes you feel like you drunk more.
Well, yeah.
I'm on my 20th glass now.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear me. Oh, pfft.
It's a bit quiet here tonight, isn't it?
It's nice. I got a Siri keeping my feet warm. Oh, she's so lovely and soft. So sweetie. Oh, we've done a big mistake today. You know those, I think it's Elizabeth Shaw chocolate mint collection?
Oh, the ones that Fiona got out of the week.
In the green box.
Yeah.
Yeah. I opened one of them. Fiona likes the big soft-scented green ones. So she had one. I went, oh, I'll have one of them as well. And then I went to the toilet and she went to the door because the doorbell went. And when she came back, she sat down and continued watching a bit of rugby. I came down from the toilet. I was sitting there on the settee with her and everything. And after about 10 minutes, I looked at her and I went, what did you do with the box of mints? She goes, on the table. I said, no, they're not. She went, yeah, they are. No, they're not, are they? Where are they? Lily'd eaten a lot. Didn't even bother taking the silver foil off them. Yeah. So we're waiting for Lily, the cannon ass, tomorrow.
In the army.
Yeah, because if anything gives a dog awful runs, it's a combination of rich dark chocolate, mint, and aluminium wrappering. So she'll be squirting like nobody's business tomorrow. Jeez. And you see, next door having a fence fitted, and we can only let them out like one at a time, and then only now and again, because they keep trying to get into next door's garden. And the last thing I want is Lily going into next door's garden and doing a Jackson Pollock all over the bloody lawn. It's like, this is my creation. Hope you like it, and then come back. Great, man.
The multifaceted, multi-sensory experience.
Oh, mate. That poor guy, though, he was out there all day today. It's just
is this
pissing
next
down.
door on the right as you look at your shed?
Yeah, number 2. Over this side. Yeah, number 2.
I noticed last weekend when I was over, I noticed.
You noticed where Nelly had eaten the fence?
No. By the fence, I could actually see more of next door's garden. Had they cleared a whole bunch of like foliage or something?
Yeah, there was a bit of that going on. They've taken down that shed that was right by the workshop as well. But they put a nice, kind of solid fence up now because Nelly'd eaten the last one, and she'd actually made a big enough hole in that part of the fence there where she could jump through and go and say hello to Leanne and steal Sasha's toys and then bring them back. Because, I mean, Nelly come in one night and she's got this little stuffed doll, I suppose. I go, where'd you get that from? Whose is that? And all the rest of it. And of course, she's been pulling at it and everything. It was all very dirty and everything. So Fiona washed it. And I went, oh, I wonder if it's next door's. So I took it next door and I go, recognise this little fella? And she goes, oh, that's Sasha's. We got that for her when we first got her. And she lives by this little stuffed toy. I go, we might need a little bit more stuffing in it and stitching up the back, but here you go. So, yeah. So when they said, he goes, oh, we were thinking about getting the fence done anyway. I went, yeah, okay. We've got to keep that feral dog out. So, yeah, because, I mean, Leanne said to me, I think it was last week, she goes, oh, I come downstairs into the kitchen this morning, she says, make myself a cup of coffee and make a cup of tea for Dean, and I go to the back door and there's Nelly at the back door going, hi, you got any biscuits? So I was like, oh God, did she? Oh God. So whereas Siri wouldn't dream of doing it.
No.
Completely different dog. Don't you? You're a bit of a matriarch, aren't you? Says he. So I've got to see what else. I think the puppy only destroyed 2 things today, so things are slowly improving. But she'll suddenly turn her attention to something we thought was completely safe. She goes, oh, she shows no interest in that. And then suddenly, the next thing you know, it's down the garden and it's chewed in half. So she's eaten Charlie's, it's like a little bench thing that you put his dinner bowl on, so he doesn't have to lean down all the way to the floor, because it's bad for a big dog to have to lean right down to eat. So he's got this little wooden bench. She's destroyed it. Absolutely destroyed it. Bits of wood all over the garden. So I'm going to have to make him something else now, just to put his bowl on. But there's no real cost involved in that as such. It's just just inconvenience. But the USB cables she's getting through and stuff like that. And now she's discovered mains cables, so everything's got to be unplugged. You can't leave a mains cable lying on the ground that's actually plugged into the wall at any one time, and all that sort of thing. And which means we can't have the robot Hoover on charge. So you have to disconnect that at night. Well, you have to disconnect it during the day because you can't keep your eyes on her 24/7 because she's such a mad cow. She's everywhere and into everything. So, get a husky, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Yeah, okay. That's definitely the gift that keeps giving. So, but anyway, the good news is I'm not working tomorrow. Yay! I'm going to, I am working tomorrow, but I'm not working on synthesizers tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm working on the Mustang. Do a few more bits to it. Mind you, now I've said that, I wake up tomorrow morning, there'll be black clouds and pissing down with rain. In which case, I won't be working on the Mustang in the morning.
You've driven it down here?
I don't know. I have to get permission from OPEC first. And I have to rent a fuel tanker to follow me.
Yeah, it's one thing driving down, because we go on the auto routes, which are basically toll roads. Means that they're virtually empty and clean and well surfaced and well kept, and you have rest areas like every 10 kilometres, and these rest areas put anything we have in the UK to shame. Even the basic one. You pull in, there's loads of parking, there's picnic tables, there's toilets which are clean and stocked, and they're just brilliant. So it's got to stop every 10 miles, but every fourth or fifth one has got a proper petrol station and shops, and the price of the fuel, because they've got you by the balls.
Yeah.
Once you're on the auto route, that's it. You can't nip off and grab fuel, because then you'll have to come back on again and pay more toll.
Yeah.
So they've got you by the bollock. And I saw them charging €2.09 per litre of diesel.
Wow.
Which I don't know what that is. That's higher than what it is in the UK at a regular gas station.
God, yeah.
But I came off the auto route to come to the hotel and went to the local one. I got it for €1.60 a litre, which is about the same as it is in the UK. So,
yeah, it's still up a bit though.
Yeah, well, what did I pay? I filled her up yesterday.
I tell you what, during the Olympics, when they did the marathon, I think it was the last day, and there was at least 2 fuel stations in it was in Paris. It was in Paris, so it'd be a city station, and I think the cheapest one, it was this one on the corner, and he was doing it for €1.18 a litre.
What, unleaded or?
Pass, but it was €1.18 a litre. So
that's basically 98 pence.
Yeah.
A litre.
And during Olympic fortnight as well.
Yeah.
Mind you, there wasn't a lot of cars running around in Paris in the Olympic fortnight. They were closing the roads left, right, and centre. Yeah, I don't know. It's like they're going on about, all the energy prices are going to have to go up this winter and all the rest of it. Why?
Well, because the price is going up a bit.
Isn't £2 billion a year profit enough for you? And they go, oh, it's for investment. Yeah, in what? When was the last time we saw a new pylon go up?
Oh, there's some going up around our way. The massive
really?
protest to stop it. Yeah, they want to build. Where's that pylon run going from that they're protesting? They're going from Norwich to Tilbury. Yeah. They're going from Norwich down to Tilbury, I think, in Essex.
Yeah.
I think it's about in total. It's 180 miles of cabling. Of this run, because obviously it doesn't go in a straight line. The locals are up in arms. Oh, not in my backyard. Well, how do you want it? Because if you want to bury the cables underground, when something goes wrong, you gotta dig the fuckers up.
Yeah.
And that's more expensive.
Yeah.
So what do you want? And you want green energy? This is where the green energy is coming from. So.
See, Jake in the chat saying 81 cents a litre in New Jersey.
Yeah. But because you can grow your own, can't you, in America?
Well, the thing is, it's almost like, fuel costs in America are almost like a right, aren't they? That they should be low.
Yeah.
They've always been lower. Always lower there than most places on the planet. Well, so that way, everybody could have a V8 anyway.
But yeah, like Steve just said, all of these pylons are taking power from the big wind farms that they're building off of Great Yarmouth.
Okay.
Sending it down to London. And it's the most cost-effective way of doing it. It's putting a pylon up.
It is more cost-effective, but they already have hard evidence on the effects on people who live underneath power lines.
Yeah. Which is probably why it's 180 miles from Norwich to Tilbury, because Norwich to Tilbury can't be more than, from us to Tilbury, about 80, 90 maybe. And from us to Norwich, it's about 30, 40. So they're obviously going around the houses to make it as less impactful as most, the least environmental.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can't generally put electric cables underground, because when things go wrong, you've got to dig them up.
Yeah, and normally they want to lay them under roads, ideally.
Exactly. That's the easiest way to access them.
Yeah.
Seeing as nobody will adopt Tesla's method. When I say Tesla, I mean Nikola Tesla, not Tesla fucking Elon Musk Tesla. But his method of wireless electricity. Nobody will take that on, because he wanted to give the world free electricity and free Wi-Fi, and proved that he could do it as well.
Yeah. Oh well, nothing changes.
No, the more things change, the more things stay the same.
Yeah. Mind you, the amount of pylons there are around here is ridiculous. Most of them emanating. They're either going into London, or they're the old ones that were emanating from Battersea Power Station.
Yeah. I keep meaning to go to that. because they've revamped it, well, haven't they?
Yeah, well, it isn't a
It's all
power
been.
station anymore.
No, yeah, but I mean, it was a shell for decades, but
Mm.
they've now basically filled it with, retail and cinemas and clubs and bars,
Yeah.
and it's also you can get a lift up one of the chimneys, um, to the top. You can view London. It looks quite smart. They look like they've done it really well. They've kept the integrity of the building, but from the outside, it's still the classic
Yeah.
power station. But every time we go to London, I always forget. Oh yeah, we should go back to the University Station.
Yeah, it's quite a building. I reckon they should have permanently have an inflated pig floating from the top
Well,
of
they
it.
did
To
for
be
a while,
honest.
didn't they?
Yeah, they should keep it there for good.
Yeah.
It's our Manny and
Up its granddad.
Hey up.
in his little shop.
Hey up.
Hello.
Good evening.
How you doing?
I'm alright, mate. How are you? Robbie, are you in France?
In France. French
Bonjour,
France.
mon ami. Comment ça va?
Bienvenue en France. And that's
I've
about
ev-
as far as I go.
There's
I'm
a
gonna say,
little par taxi.
I can go a little bit further and go, avez-vous un stylo? But that's about it.
Ouvrez le pot.
Hey?
Le singe est dans l'arbre.
Well, ouvrez le pot. What's that? Open the door.
Well, avez-vous un stylo? Have you got a pen?
No.
So,
Ouvrez
best
le
thing.
fenêtre. Open the window.
Yeah.
That's about it.
No, luckily, as soon as people know that you're English, they go, "Oh,
Yeah,
you're stupid. We'll talk to you in
exactly.
your
I
language."
did do night school 20 odd years ago for
Yeah.
two terms, and I was crap. I can't remember French at all. Jane's pretty good. I mean, I would
We went
always
into this Mackie D today. Sorry,
go no.
and they have the same systems as we do, touchscreen order. So we thought, oh, brilliant, because you can hit the English button, then you can just do your order. And then it says, please take one of those little numbers from the side
Yeah.
and key it in, and we'll bring your order over to you. Except there were no little numbers by the thing. So Jackie's off running around looking for this thing. In the end, I managed to check out without putting the number in. So we thought, oh, I'll just go and wait at the counter. So this manager comes up to me, obviously, because I'm waiting in the wrong place, and he starts going on in French, and obviously I just did the typical confused tourist look, and he goes, "Oh, are you English?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay." Then his English was absolutely brilliant, and told us just to sit down at the table, and the bloke would come and bring it over. But yeah,
Oh,
I
Manny,
tried to do the whole language thing, but sometimes.
Manny's off to see Alien Romulus. Let's hope that's not the waste of a
Yeah.
ticket, shall we, Manny?
I'm going next week.
Yeah,
I've
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
nothing but good things about it.
really?
Yeah, they say it's the
'Cause
best
they-
one since the second one.
Because
Really?
it's technically in between the first one and the second one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we keep seeing the adverts on streaming. So I mean,
And they-
the thing about Froome is it's only £4 a ticket, so it's not exactly going to break the bank, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, funny enough,
they
the
filmed
guy
it-
doing the
filmed
fence next door is from round that way, round your way. Yeah. And he going, cool, inexpensive round here. I mean, yes.
It's expensive here compared to up north. So
Yeah, I heard the other day they've just finished filming an Alien TV series.
oh,
It's going to be on Amazon Prime or something,
Oh, okay.
but set 30 years before the first movie.
yeah, no, I think I'd heard something about that.
Well, I take it nobody survives then, otherwise Ripley would have known.
Yeah,
The thing is, that's the whole point, isn't it? The first film, the company knew.
yeah.
Gotcha.
So this is probably about how the company found out. So
Mm.
I don't know. No, I wouldn't mind seeing Romulus.
Yeah, I've got the quadrilogy pack, the DVDs,
Yeah, me too.
with the extras, which makes the third one, which was always a bit ropey when I saw it at the cinema, made so much more sense because there's a whole nother day.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it for a few years, but we should probably watch that again at some
In
point.
3, it's not as bad as a lot of people make.
No, I quite liked it.
Avatar
I like
3.
Oh no, I haven't seen Avatar 2.
I haven't seen Avatar 1.
Avatar 1 was
Just
all right, but
Just doesn't
No,
appeal.
no. Do you know what? He's got the rights to Ringworld. Make Ringworld. Fuck Avatar. Ringworld's much better. By a country mile. God,
I don't know anything
fucking
about
hell.
Ringworld.
What, the Larry Niven extravaganza that it is? It's a brilliant book.
No,
Actually, brilliant books. I think it's 4 books altogether, maybe 5.
My
Very,
sister
very good.
was a fan.
I've read the Three Body Problem. Have you seen that? Have you seen that?
I've seen clips of it.
I saw the TV series.
TV series is really good. There's a lot of
It's
philosophy in the actual book, and it's not quite the same. And there's obviously 3 books in the series. I enjoyed it actually, consider it's it's a Chinese writer, and then it's transcribed into English. But
No, I like we liked Three Body Problem, didn't we?
yeah, I thought it was really
Body
good.
Problem.
In fact, I think it covers more than the first book. But I enjoyed it. TV series, so you should watch that, Kent, if you get a chance.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did like it.
We did go. Sorry, Jackie's just caught up with the rest of the fucking world. We see that? Are you sure we saw that? Oh yeah, we did see that.
Yeah, it sounds like a conversation I had with Fiona.
Oh,
She
I,
said,
watched
we
this
watched
thing
that.
on-
I went,
Yeah.
did we?
No, I just said we were watching this thing on Apple TV, which is rather good, and I didn't think I'd like it, but I'm actually really into it. It's Sunny.
All right.
SUNN.
all right.
And it's
Looking
kind
at
of
that.
set in the not so distant future.
Hmm.
It's set in Japan with an American woman that moved out to Japan, married a Japanese guy, and he and their son got on the plane, and the plane apparently crashed, and everybody on board died.
Hmm.
But she doesn't believe that they did, and there's Yakuza involvement in that. But
Oh, okay.
he turns out he used to work for a robotics company, and in this so-called near future, everyone's got a home bot, and they're like little robots that stand about 3 foot tall, but are hugely intelligent and interactive. And she gets given one after her husband died, apparently because he wanted her to have it in the event of his death. So there's some kind of thing going on, but there's lots of it's very clever, it's really good.
I'll give that a look.
Bit of Sheila
when I-
Jones in it.
Yeah, when I finish, we're rewatching West Wing for the
Yeah, I'm tempted.
third time,
Yeah.
over the years. And I tell
Not
you,
the
although-
last series.
Sorry.
Not the last series.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what you mean. We're on series 3 at the moment, so we watch 2 episodes a night, most nights.
Yeah.
Although it's Saturday night, so it'll be a film.
Oh,
tonight.
no, sorry. Not The West Wing. I'm thinking of House of Cards. Don't watch the
Oh,
last
no,
season
no,
of House of
yeah,
Cards.
No, I gave up on that. But actually, the last series, The West Wing, is slightly odd. For those that haven't seen it, I won't say anything.
Well, I think everything had been done by then, hadn't it?
Yeah,
It pretty much
yeah.
touched on everything.
So, but what's really interesting is because some of the political things that were happening at the time, and they obviously brought into the series, like China, saying that Taiwan is part of China, and I'm thinking here we are 20 odd years later, and it's still the same.
Yeah.
There's Iran and Iraq and all of that, but and Kuwait and all this sort of stuff, but they've renamed some of the countries, and nothing's moved on really. Absolutely nothing's moved on. We're still where we were 20 odd years ago, if not slightly worse.
Like he was talking about a glassesless 3D TV coming out later this year.
I'm not interested.
Do you know what? The thing is, once you've gone through the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, every time a new format comes out now, you sort of go, yeah, well, let's see what it's like in 2 years' time.
Well,
Or
3D
is it
TV,
another
where's
format
that?
in the bin?
Yeah, where's that? Where's 3D TV now?
Mm.
I mean, and I've got a wonky eye, so I don't see, I sort of don't see depth very well. So
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen a 3D movie for probably 10 years because visibility in this eye it's all distorted basically when I close my eye.
I bought Gravity.
Oh,
on
Gravity's
3D.
great.
I brought it on 3D Blu-ray,
Mm.
and I watched it on my PlayStation headset, and I've just realised that what I'm about to say, I'm 2 feet away from my wife. But the
Mm.
main reason is because you get to see Sandra Bullock's backside in glorious, glorious 3 dimensions.
Well, surely Jackie just wants to hear Matthew McConaughey. Just hear his voice.
She's talking, I can't hear her. So got me. What? What do you say? No. I could see her. Apparently, what she said was I could see her 3D art any time of the week. Is that what you said?
It's like
Is
Jane
it?
was.
Yeah, but is it scratch and sniff?
Oh,
Oh,
Jane was
Oh.
reading the Guardian this morning. Apparently, Joanna Wally is 62, and she turned around and said, "Didn't you have a thing for Joanna Wally?" I said,
didn't we all?
"I still have." I said, "Jane, if you don't watch yourself, love, I'll trade you in, and I'll try and find her because she's just slightly younger than Jane."
Oh,
It's, yeah. Edge of Darkness. Joanna Wally. Remember Edge of Darkness?
rings a bell.
Oh, I mean, it must be on YouTube or something now. Great series. Joe Don Baker as Jed and Bob Peck.
Well,
as his
unfortunately, I mean, this is one of the reasons why there's going to be a lot more pubs. Fiona, in her infinite wisdom, has fallen in love with watching full movies, normally on YouTube, that were the cheapest possible ever.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right? I mean, sort of like laughingly cheap.
Yeah.
Right? And the stuff she's watching is, it's cardboard sets and all this. And she's loving it. Bonjour.
Hey up, Simon.
You've got any sound?
You're there, but you sound a
Couple
little
of D-
quiet.
couple of dB.
dB up, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of TV.
You're there.
And you'll be fine.
Oh, he's gone.
No, push the wrong button.
Something we said.
Push the eject button. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, so, and some of them, it's just god awful. So bad. And the acting is like, well, hunt the acting. I think is probably the best way of putting it.
The prisoner cell block H levels of acting.
Oh no, it's much, much worse than that. Because that's just acting. A lot of this is overacting, which is so much worse.
Darling.
Yeah.
I noticed on the BBC have got the first series of Doctor Who, and I was really hoping to see the first ever episode, which they haven't. They've got.
Didn't they get lost somewhere?
I think they might well have done, but it's all about the Daleks. They've coloured one of them in, which is quite interesting to see it enhanced and in colour.
Yeah.
But I mean, talk about cardboard sets and overacting. In fact, I didn't watch the whole episode. I watched probably about 10 minutes of it.
Was it Lost, or was it one of the ones where they still used to do that thing where they used to broadcast it, but they didn't record it or anything, they just broadcast it, and then that was it?
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of shows from the 40s as well that were just like.
But didn't they skip? They put a lot of them into landfill, didn't they?
Oh, it surprised me.
I know every now and again somebody says, I've just found a lost Doctor Who episode, and apparently the video generally tends to be unsalvageable, but they can get the audio, so they do like animated versions, or make it into an audio book or a radio play or something.
Well, me and Fiona end up flicking fag butts at each other because she likes the Invasion of the Daleks 2050. Is it the film?
Oh yeah.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
I remember that.
Right, with what's his
Not
mush?
working.
It's better.
We can hear you.
Good. Okay.
Whereas I
Got a bit
prefer the
quiet.
first one, which was what, Planet of the Daleks or something. Where they go to Skyride.
Yes, I remember going to the cinema to see that with my dad.
Yeah.
One of the few. I only went to the cinema twice with my father. Once was to see that. The other was to see Kes.
Cool, bloody hell, that's going back some, isn't it?
Yeah.
I went with my dad. Only the once I've ever been to the cinema because I was only 12 when he died anyway. But I went to see with him 2001.
I remember seeing that. I went on my own. I went with a mate to see that.
And I went, a space film. And it was like, this is the longest space film ever.
And I understand why he's in that bedroom.
Yeah, why is it? What's going on? You know.
What's that big black thing?
What's the stick?
Yeah, and then of course we got the end bit where he's transported wherever.
Actually,
they're going, what happening?
I sit in the front row for that because I tell you, that is really trippy, and he didn't need drugs when you're watching that.
Yeah. Oh God, no! It's not as long as Star Trek 1. Good God. If you cut the ambling out of Star Trek 1, it's a 40-minute film. It's just let's do lots of long shots.
I can't remember it. I remember seeing it at
Star
the
Trek,
time, but
the movie was Voyager, wasn't it? It was the Voyager space.
Well, that's the thing. The film was so long, you had time to work out exactly what was at the centre long before anybody on the Enterprise knew.
My old man we used to go to cinema, not that often because he was most working every night, but when we did go, always fall asleep. And he snored like a bastard.
Yeah, no, I did book it. I saw it at the cinema in Kingston Rembrandt. I think we saw that because the other one, which was the Studio 7, it was either side of the bus garage. You had the Rembrandt here, which showed Disney and films like 2001, stuff like that, and then Studio 7, the other side, had X-rated films and Bond, because apparently Bond was almost an X-rated film in the 70s.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
I'm trying to remember what the classifications were because there wasn't what we've got now. Because you had X and triple X. I know that.
Triple X, you had U. You had A.
Yeah,
that was it. A for adult.
A.
Yeah.
Was there an A something else for a little while? Because I think that's before they brought in 12s and the 15s. So there was like an A.
Yeah, I remember getting to see the Godfather, which was an 18, or would have been an equivalent 18, but I can't remember what that was. And I know I snuck in because I must have been 16.
Well, they did bring in some others, didn't they?
Double
they
A.
brought in R.
Double A.
Then they brought in R's.
Yeah, Matt's saying double A and triple A.
Yeah.
Did we have R? I don't think we had
Yeah,
R.
I think it was R.
R was a US thing.
I thought,
Like
so what was R then?
Surely
Well, exactly. R
No,
was,
there was something because they were going to change the classifications, and they were going to get broader and put in more, subcategories into it. And they started adding all sorts of fucking shit for a while, and to the point where people were going, I don't know, can we go and see that or not?
Yeah.
You know.
Restricted.
Yeah.
Marky says it's restricted.
But it's all gone a bit weird now.
I think it's all about money now, to be fair, and has been for quite a long time.
Well, there's films that you used to be able to watch back then that you couldn't watch today.
I remember
because times change, I suppose.
I remember taking the boys to see Terminator 2, which is the one with the female robot, which was a 12, and actually should have been a 15 because the signal it's sending about violence against women. I know she was a robot, but that's not the point.
Female robot.
Sorry,
female robot.
3.
Yeah, is that 3?
3.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
3.
I was going to say because the second one's Judgment Day.
Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah,
so
second one is
it's 3. It's 3.
Patrick, yeah.
Yeah.
Or was it? I think I'd probably phased out by about Terminator 3.
Terminator 3 it's okay, but it's not a 12. It's not a film to take your 12-year-old and your 11-year-old, which is what we did do.
Oh, okay.
And then that to sit down
Who's
and
in
have
charge of
a.
BBFD now?
It's a woman, isn't it?
Natasha Kaplinsky.
Is it?
Huh.
Yeah,
Bloody hell!
that's where she's gone. She's head of BBFC.
That's a good job then.
Hmm.
3 had the nice girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bonsoir.
Hey, Justin.
Oh, you have hitty things.
I do.
He's got his Tupperware out.
He's
Yeah.
traded in hitty things.
I
for-
did.
All his cents for hitty things. There you go, Rob.
Things I hit, you know.
Wish I had the space to put mine.
I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, hang on, yeah, that's whether we like it or not.
There you go.
Yep.
All I want to do in the middle of... Sorry.
No. Sounds like a skeleton having a wank in a biscuit tin.
Yes, it does.
Oh!
Tune in
Would
next
perfectly
week.
yeah. Perfectly describe my drumming.
Also describes the sound of my Mustang at the moment. It needs looking at.
Oh.
Oh God, you're so warm, doggy. Oh, Siri, you got such a... Oh, it's like the most luxurious pair of slippers you could ever possibly hope to have. Oh, you're a lovely thing, ain't you?
Trombone, half god. I bet you can't play the trombone. Justin,
I can't
can you
either.
play the trombone?
I
No,
cannot.
you can't, no.
There you go.
Not without money.
It's just an adjustable drain pipe. Too many variables.
Skynet isn't fiction.
Matt wants in the air tonight. Matt, you owe me $10,000. And copyright
Now
strike.
do it properly with the kick drum.
Whoa, with the kick drum.
With the kick drum.
Okay.
It's like Challenge Annika.
I want the bit after
Yeah.
it as well. There you go.
Good friend. There you go. Oh, I
And
hate
people
this one.
sing hymns to this. How?
I hate
Tune in
They're all
next week.
getting very groovy with it, yeah?
All right, slate to the
most-
rhythm.
Well, most modern, praise and worship stuff does have drums to it.
Yeah, sure.
Otherwise, how would God hear it and get down?
Yeah. And the boogie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give up the boogie.
Oh, excuse me. In the fart tonight.
He was
When
all
did,
right with Phil Collins,
Simon
wasn't he?
go?
Yeah. It's very sad watching him walking around with that stick.
know, yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, God, that makes me feel old as well. How
Apparently
dare
new
you, sir?
music is coming.
I heard something very similar. Because he's got a home studio, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Mind you, who hasn't? So,
Yeah,
yeah.
apparently there's some new
Yeah,
stuff.
as he
but
goes, it does sound good in here. If I crank the room lights up.
There's a clip on YouTube
Yeah.
of Phil
Did I see that?
trying to play the drums, and he's gaffer taped the stick into his hand
Wow.
because he cannot grip the stick properly anymore.
Well-
And this was some years ago as well.
Yeah, but hey,
And it-
dedication, mate.
Because there's some great video footage online. People have taken old Genesis performances, Pete Gabriel era stuff, and rescan them and put them up in 4K. There's like a gig at the Bataclan. There's one in London,
Yeah.
and he sits behind that kit, and you can see half the reason why he's got the problems he has because he's hunched. He's slacked behind the kit. He never sat upright. He was
Yeah.
always, his shoulders were always forward. But fuck me, how good!
Oh, yeah.
And he was just the best drummer. One of my all-time favourites.
What was the
So
what
now
was the
you
jazz
know
rock
that-
band he was in? Because he was in. Was
Oh,
it-
Brand X.
I saw Brand
Brand
X
X.
at York, and he playing drums. They were fantastic.
Just
They were really, really
the
good.
best drummer in the
Yeah,
world.
no, he was a great
So-
drummer.
So good. And for anybody not to be able to do the thing they're very best at,
Yeah.
it's tragic.
Yeah.
To see him.
Yeah.
And even when he did those last Domino gigs with Genesis a couple of years ago, his voice isn't there anymore. Struggles. So
Yeah.
maybe one last hurrah.
Yeah. or
Anyway,
you know,
guys, I'm going to love you and leave you because my wife is sat here glaring at me.
was the wine run out?
Oh. No, no. All right. Apparently, I can do what I fucking want because she's looking at paintbrushes.
Brushes anywhere on that website. And I really want it.
She
You know what
so
she
she's
wants
in
there, don't you?
she's in the south of France, and she's decided she wants to look at paintbrushes.
Yeah.
Online.
Online.
Could have done that at home, honestly. Come on.
She could have done.
Go out. Nightlife, mate.
No, not where we are.
Oh, okay.
No, we're in some little hick town in southeast France.
Details.
So it's like that thing in Faulty Towers, isn't it? With the guy who's just booked a room. He said, anywhere around here where I can get some decent French cooking? I believe France is quite popular. You should go there. Actually, the tide leaves in 10 minutes if you're really quick.
I'm in this same hotel that I was in 18 months ago when I came out here.
Oh, it's Inception. There you go.
Right next door
Yeah.
is a pizzeria and grill.
Yeah.
And so when I booked the hotel, I thought, fantastic, because it's just an IBIS budget, so it doesn't have anything in the time, apart from breakfast. So I thought, brilliant, because I could just literally walk across the car park and get some dinner.
Is it still
Got
there?
here 18 months ago, and it was closed.
Yeah.
Oh, they're on holiday. This was April. They were on holiday and everything. I'm
Oh.
thinking, end of August, they have to be there. No, they're on fucking holiday again.
Or the same holiday.
Probably.
They went to Rwanda.
Mackie D's it was.
Yeah, not coming back. Wow. Oh well. So you're destined never to try it.
No. That's right, we'll be in Italy tomorrow.
We're near a KFC across the road.
This hotel is on the edge of the state, which is brilliant because it's like 2 minutes from the auto route.
Oh, okay.
But it means that it's not really near anything.
Okay.
So we went to the shop, we bought some wine, we went to McDonald's, had some dinner.
Well, that's what we've all done.
We
That,
live in a high.
Drove 550 miles to have McDonald's.
On my honeymoon, we went to Paris, and we wanted to eat on the Champs Elysees, and we were so poor that the only place we could afford on the Champs Elysees was Mackie D's. So we had dinner at Mackie D's and the Champs Elysees.
Did you order a Royale with cheese?
No, I had a plain hamburger. Yeah. Because we were poor back in those days, because it's nearly, I don't know, 30 odd years ago. And we were talking to another couple on the coach back to get the plane, and they'd spent the money we'd had for the whole week. They'd spent exactly the same amount of money each day. You know, it's just one of those things, really. You know, but we had a great time. It was brilliant. You know, lots of culture. You know,
There's a restaurant just up from where we're staying in Italy that we went to last year, the family, and see if I can take Jackie there, but it's proper local food, so it's a little bit weird.
Yeah.
But when I say weird, it's different.
Oh, okay.
But it's local. It's everything is literally sourced within a few miles of the restaurant. It's very local. Don't have the banya powder. The banya. Oh, it's the. You know what banya powder is?
No.
Essentially, ground anchovies, right? And then you put the ground anchovies in a clay pot, and then you put on about half a ton of olive oil, and then you light a candle under it. So it's a little bit like a fondue, right? So the candle warms up the olive oil and it warms up the ground anchovies, and then all around the banya powder is the bowls. It's like tapas. There's like loads of little bowls of all sorts of peppers and meats and whatever, and you dip it into the olive oil and the ground anchovies.
Right.
That was it. It all comes back up.
Oh dear.
I hate anchovies.
I don't think the anchovies were particularly sort of like chuffed at being ground up either, to be honest. Poor little things.
I remember because somebody sold it to me as being a fondue when I was about 8 years old. I was around my Aunt Teresina's and they said, Robbie, try the bagna carda. And I said, no, I don't want to. And they said, it's just like a Swiss fondue thing. And I remember we tried the Swiss fondue and it was gorgeous. So I dipped it in there and, of course, covered whatever it was that I got with ground anchovies. And,
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't sound something that I
local
gravitate to be honest. I must admit. But I certainly
What
got
have you
rid
just
of that.
bought? Have you just bought those brushes?
So I've got a pretty good idea for my tall ship, my storm side, that I've got to do for the team. I want to get ahead of the game.
Fucking little Pablo Picasso here.
She bought a 3D plotter yet?
Shit.
Don't give her ideas.
Oh, okay.
By the way, you got your picture of the big silver cock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on,
Stop it.
Why do you want it?
No, well, no, I can't. I don't. Can I put it up here? I suppose I could. Send it. There's a giant silver cock just up the road,
Oh, okay.
and we always see it. We go, "Cock."
I'm going to start selling soon. I'm going to
She's going to become rich. No artist is rich while they're alive. You do realise that. So if I kill you, then I can start selling your work and we'll make some money off it.
There was just one flaw in this plan.
Send me my card. Where did you send it to? Ah, there you go. Thank you. Let's see if I can do this one. Talk much yourself.
Indeed. What happened to Simon? He's gone again.
I don't know, he just disappeared again. So.
Oh.
Must be having issues.
He's got Ty's internet, probably.
I got rid of my whiny 80.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's on full blast now.
Nice.
Yeah, cool, isn't it? Makes a nice change. It's completely, it's wound right up. Controlled, but wound right up.
I can't grab my big silver card. I don't know where it downloaded to.
Yeah, cool.
Messenger. Text message.
Yeah, I know.
So why can't you get it? It's there.
Hope those paintbrushes aren't next day delivery.
What do you want to send it to?
Why am I opening this up in GIMP?
What was that?
What?
I love how they did it around. It's kind of like
Opening my cock in a GIMP.
it's kind of spelled out over the whole small hotel room.
Yeah.
Like, wherever you're looking at.
This is my.
Yeah.
Why is it opening up in GIMP? I don't want. Fuck off.
GIMP, for those that don't know, is a
Not related to the mask in any way.
a free version of like a Photoshop.
Photoshop, yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not as good.
It's
But the
not
thing
as
is, I've
good.
got
No,
Photoshop, but for some reason it's opening up in GIMP. I don't
I
want to do that.
I haven't put GIMP on. I tell you what I've been using. There's something online that what's it called now?
Okay, that works. It needs to be backed up.
Here we go.
Come.
There.
Actually, no.
You wait,
I've now
this is going to be so worth the wait. When you see my big silver.
I've now got 4 things in my template, and it's only taken 2 hours. Christ. See what else we got in my template.
Photo P.
What?
Oh yeah. Oh yes,
Photo
I've heard
P.
of that.
Yeah,
I think I've
actually,
used
it's
that. It's all-
really. I mean, it's free.
Yeah.
It's online, and then you just download the actual finished image that you want.
Yeah,
or whatever
it's
you
all
want.
browser based, isn't it?
Yeah, works really well.
Yeah.
You have to set. It's better if you set up an account, I think. So I set up an account,
Yeah.
which is very straightforward, and then made those covers for the Emom album that way.
Yeah, I used to use that for like rapid stuff, but then
It's really
Work.
quick.
work let me buy Adobe Creative Cloud license.
Oh.
I used to have Photoshop years ago, but I mean, I knew very little about it. I knew enough to get what I needed to do done.
Yeah.
But really, it's wasted. It is wasted on me, really.
I'm using it more and more, especially as I'm kind of getting back with it.
And I don't think I've got GIMP on here, but I think I've got it on my laptop. But
I need to take it off. Right, are you ready for a big silver top?
Yeah. So ready.
Ready?
yeah, go for
One.
it. Yeah, can't wait. Lovely.
Is that the Kellogg's factory or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't, it's Gone
Yeah.
Bress, which is where we're at the moment. And apparently
Yeah.
it's the song de Bourgogne Bress. Has its own rest stop and everything.
Huh.
It's a piece of art.
And every time we go past it, we go, that's a huge car. And we never took a picture of it until today. Jack took a picture of it.
It's quite cleverly done,
Yeah.
looking at it.
It's actually a rather nice work of art.
Mm.
But yes,
Yeah.
Magoo, that's mine.
Is that a porn site? Says Wagyu. We know where Wagyu's mind is.
that one.
Every time is.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why he comes here so
Photo
often.
P, a porn site.
My son's seen my huge silver top.
It's because this glass is a little last all night. We should use these at home.
Oh, I see. It's the auditioning. Oh, I see. Right, I've got to go and have a quick pee.
Logic template.
It's more information than we need.
or staying,
If I take a picture of it, can we go to find it on your website?
Yeah.
Oh, that looks weird.
Oh dear. Are you enjoying my wife butchering on in the background, by the way?
Yeah. No, can't quite hear what she's saying.
You lucky, lucky bastard.
And you normally hear.
What?
Wow!
I can't hear you because I've got my earbuds in. Shall I just take them off and just have this going?
But this, you know what, I just realised something. If you do make my width, you have to worry about.
The temperature in here is not going to be staying on the bed much.
Is it making me wait though?
It's a cheap hotel. Off-white is its thing. Come to France, they said. Sample the off-white bed linen.
We should get a pick, because they make great dessert glasses for like little individual cheesecake.
Are you not entertained?
round for dinner.
Ah, dear.
I'll go back to my art world, sorry. Brushes, I need to put them
So who's bought the Microwave One plugin?
So what? Sorry, Breakaway One.
Microwave One.
Microwave
Waldorf
One.
released the Microwave One.
Yeah, it's expensive, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's 119 on offer at the moment.
Nah, not for me.
Well, I say 119. It's 99 you and me in old Imperial money.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not interested in synth, synth plugins really. If I'm honest,
No.
I mean the last synth plugin I bought was the Moog,
Lucas said, oh,
the Moog bass thing,
Bob.
What, sorry?
the Moog bass thing, whatever it's called,
Oh,
on an iPad.
Oh,
But I haven't touched it since I bought it.
I don't know.
You know, I'm much more interested in sort of either mixing, mastering plugins and effects plugins and stuff like that, which I use an awful lot more.
so like
Then-
Isotope and
Yeah,
all
I'm
that
a big
stuff.
isotope user.
Yeah,
Although I haven't got 10, I'm still on 9.
yeah.
Um,
I'm a big Waves user.
I used to be a big Waves user, and then I had that. There was all that crap about having to rebuy all your plugins again. I used to love the was it
I think they went
the,
back
the
on
one
that, though.
series, the one knob, one.
Yeah.
I used to love all those. They were very simple, really easy to use, sounded great.
I've been Waves off exactly for that reason when they started asking to pay for it again.
Yeah,
That and the fact that it would never load in Reason because Reason didn't like the wrapper that it came with. So I just
yeah,
cut my losses.
yeah.
Okay,
Paul-
I mean Arturia's effects are the ones I always go to. Like
yeah,
first
me
time.
too. Yeah, yeah. And Paul Arthur was asking about have I got Eventide? No, I haven't.
I think my two big ones are Waves and the Slate Digital stuff.
I've got a couple of Slate plugins that were free, I think. It's,
The I mean, I've got the subscriptions, but it's how I can afford to,
Yeah.
use them. But if I use them as much as I do, I think it's, more than worth it. Plus, it's like everything that they've ever done. Same thing with Waves. I like the Lustrous Plates plugin. I like the Verb Suite Classics. Their virtual mix rack is really cool, although a little bit slow to load. I do at one point want to compare that with IK's Mixbox because they're kind of the
That's good.
same. Yeah, I like the Mixbox.
Mixbox is very good
Yeah.
because it's
I
like
found-
Reason in a way. You just drop in the bits and they just work.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I have that. Well, I got that when I got the Total Studio Max 3.5 or whatever the heck it was on sale. But I find myself using a lot of the T-Rack stuff quite a bit too. I really like
that's good.
I really like their distressor emulation. I use that to parallel compress this stuff all the time, and it's just really, really nice sounding stuff.
I bought the Arturia V collection and haven't really used it that much. I mean, I know that what'll happen is I'll have a project I'm doing. I think, I want a Juno 6 or something, or a Juno 4 or whatever, and I'll use it then. Really, but those plug-in synths are not my go-to. Apart from live on the iPad using GeoShred. I use GeoShred all the time with an instrument, and that's my go-to. There's other things as well, but because I don't necessarily want to take a laptop with me. I know that you could argue with iPad's a small laptop, isn't it? Really, but
These
It
days.
is, but it's probably a little bit more easier to set
it
up.
is. Yeah, it is. It's much more.
I've just gone away from it because what happens if it crashes? And it's I used to use VB3 for my organs before I got the Roland VR760, and I keep thinking what happens if this crashes? I mean, luckily it hadn't, but it's still a lot of stuff to set up because I got to set up this iPad, I got to set up a hub, and then I've got to run the hub into the XR18. I got to MIDI up my Keylab 61, and I used to just do that into the XR18. So
Yeah.
not only could I mix all my hardware stuff on the XR18, but I could also use it as a MIDI hub and an audio hub for the iPad, which really makes that a handy thing. But I do want to get back into using GeoSynth, which is
Yeah, it's
basically
great. I think
the
it's
counterpart to the
Yeah.
counterpart to GeoShred.
No, I like it a lot.
Ken, have you seen what Dom's been posting in the chat?
No.
He might have a spare V Collection 10.
Oh.
Just thought, he might be
Ooh.
aware.
Could be interesting.
I thought about it. I don't see anything in 10 that
Well, I've still got, like I said, we've still got 9.
I've got 9.
Yeah.
The last upgrade or so, the additional bits have just been a little bit. Meh.
Yeah.
It's like, who wants another fucking 303?
I don't. I never
I've
used
got,
it.
I've got a Behringer 303 somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, yeah, I just didn't see the point. I mean, yeah, all right. So if you've got V Collection and you don't have Roland, then fine, okay,
Yeah.
maybe there's a
Yeah.
reason there. But no, I'm hoping that the next batch of stuff they do for V Collection will be a bit more exciting.
Because it's still a couple of £100, although just my upgrade price is, I think, £200.
Is it? Yeah.
For which it's just not worth it, really.
Yeah, no.
I'd rather spend it on a hardware synth.
And as nice as the augmented stuff is, I never use it.
No, I haven't
never
really. I
seen
probably will at
myself-
some point.
I've never seen the need for it with,
Yeah.
I only found out the other day when flicking through Astro that it only supports is it the augmented strings, the augmented voices, and one other, but it doesn't support augmented brass.
Huh.
That was weird.
Is it on V Collection 9? So I thought that was...
It might be, yeah, it might be that Posh probably, yeah, because I think it's the stuff that's on V Collection, and Brass and Yankee probably isn't in 10,
Yeah.
so that's probably why it's not on there. But yeah, it's I like it. Yankee is really good fun, very good.
How do you turn that off?
Astrolab is really, it's slowly winning me over. It's not like I didn't like it. It's just that I thought, as a controller, it's like my main controller at my desk.
Yeah.
I thought it's probably a bit too much, but now actually the fact that I can just turn it on without having to fire anything else up and just play anything from that V, well, yeah, most of the stuff from the V Collection,
Right.
is actually a real bonus. And it's such a nice keyboard to play. It's actually, physically, it's a lovely thing to play. So my KX88 might get retired to the rack, But Mr. Brooks isn't having it.
He hasn't got a
They
spare.
had one at Three Wave in New Jersey. I think they were about to do a big Arturia event, or they just did one when I went down there. So they had that. They had the PB12, a couple other things.
You know what? I wish I could fit my PB12 on my keyboard shelf underneath my desk and still get my knees under it, but I can't because it's so deep.
It's so
that I have to drop the shelf down, and therefore it's whacking into my shin. Take it off, then. Sorry. Take it off. No, you haven't. Sleep under me.
I don't remember the last plugins I bought. I think it was the FX collection. I think that was the last thing I bought.
What I want Arturia to do is make the effects collection be able to be imported into the audio view, so that you can just drop the plugins into the audio interface,
Yeah.
or even just the software. Yeah, there must be a way. Must be.
Yeah, that would be nice.
And then I won't have to worry about firing up Logic and feeding everything through that.
And I think the other added benefit is, if a singer wants onboard reverb, just do it from the audio fuse and not have to worry about firing up any plugins when you're tracking.
Exactly. Yeah. But for all of that, Arturia needs to sort out MIDI controls, don't they?
Yeah.
Which is fucking awful.
I think I have only ever used it once, and that was I think right after I got my Keylab 61.
So I can't tell you why I've recently been using it. Not until next week, anyway. But fucking hell, it's terrible. It's so slow.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
When you plug it in and you say, right, connect to this instrument, like the Matrix Brute, for example, you say, right, connect to the instrument. You have to sit there for like 10 minutes. And then it doesn't always connect. Really,
Yeah, I can do without that
they
sort of
need
crap.
to bin it off. Bin it off. And don't get told such.
I still have to figure out what's going on with this Rolly.
Seriously,
Everything
sell
works.
that. Sell all your rolling stuff.
No, it works fine apart from the scaling of any gliding you do on it is not comparable with what you're actually doing on the controller. And it only seems to do this under, well, Sonoma. It seemed to be okay, but fine under Ventura. Fine on the PC as well.
Yeah.
Just Sonoma.
Huh.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that Sonoma is the reason. But, It just seems a little strange. Yeah, nowhere near the range.
I
Weird.
tell you, the new G4 stuff. There's some good stuff there. Good stuff.
Oh, look who's here.
Look who's here.
Guten Tag.
Canadian
Bonjour.
Jeebus.
Bonjour.
How's that music job going? Did you get it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, good.
Oh, you want to laugh? Yeah.
Go on.
So, they said, yeah, do whatever you want. We don't want, we don't want to give you. So I did. And they went, well, we want something more traditional.
Welcome to Ty's world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just did just regular bullshit, hold music. And they said, yeah, that's great. Perfect.
Oh, mate.
Oh, well. Can't be creative. Still nice thing.
Yeah. Well, a few quid in the bank, innit?
Yeah. That pays for my next trip to China, so, it's great.
Right, so that's... I've definitely come to the conclusion I've got too much stuff.
You and me
yeah.
both.
Yeah, I came to that conclusion myself like 10 years ago, and I kept buying stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to sell the X key.
Mm.
That controller thing, which is crap. Oh no, it's not. It's brilliant. I want people to buy it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant up
It's
until the day it's sold.
till you unbox it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
And
it.
it's downhill from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just see it's the best thing I ever had. I just don't have enough room for it. Yeah.
Well, half of me because it's literally sat under here on top of a printer. Half of me thinks I should keep it because at some point they'll get the software right, and they will get the software right, but it might be a couple of years.
Or they'll just drop it and not support it anymore.
Exactly. There is that possibility.
Yeah, that happens quite a lot.
But I mean, they're selling it as a cheap instrument, and it ain't. I mean, I know it's only £300 or whatever, but save up your pennies and buy buy a small instrument. Would be better for 900. It's not in the same class.
Oh, James has bought himself another Reface CS. So now you officially have a CS15. So you just buy another 14 of them, you'll have an 80.
There you go.
Hey.
That's a cheap way of getting an 80.
Speaking of 80, it's Jean-Michel Jarre's birthday today.
Is it really?
Yeah. He's getting close. I mean, he's what, 75? Something like that.
Is he?
Yeah, he's
Good God, really?
74, 75. Yeah.
He's looking good for it. I'll give him that.
Oh, yeah. And Justin has a very strange looking keyboard.
Yeah.
Just white keys.
The keys are
It's
a
the
little bit bigger.
Hittiphonium.
Oh, excuse me.
Well.
Oh, I got the room mics cranked up too. So, like, if I really hit these things, you'll hear the room. Like, you'll really hear the room.
Oh, I really want a bar of chocolate now.
Yeah.
So, since I got the Summit, I'm starting to realize that the D50 doesn't get along well with the other kids.
Well, you know what they say. Once you get a Summit, it's all downhill from there.
Boom, boom.
I amuse myself sometimes. Yeah, got the real deal in tonight,
Got
right?
the real one.
Yep.
You should do stand-up, Ken. Oh, no, you did that.
No, I did that. Why people want to stand on the stage and be abused by old people. I could go to a nursing home and have that.
Exactly.
Younger members got it, but the old people, Jesus Christ, there's one who didn't start throwing their pint glasses at me. Actually, there was one occasion when actually somebody did. Actually.
I mean, the classic I remember, it wasn't stand-up, it's when we were a band and this guy shouted, literally front row, front table, went, "Entertain me then!" He folded his arm. "Entertain me! Play something we know!"
Oh, wow.
Play something we know.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Do you do any Led Zeppelin? No. Well, can you learn something next set? No.
Oh, that's so
I would have said,
bad.
forget it. You can't afford it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's extra.
Yeah, Led Zeppelin, 10 grand. Freebird, 15 grand. Mustang Sally, 1 million.
Oh, mate. Oh, yeah. I found the power supply to the called Modwave.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had to tear the house apart to find that bloody thing. I don't know why it wasn't with it.
I found him a box my monologue.
Oh, yeah.
It's been sat in its little box for...
Yeah, but don't you hate gear that's got a specialist transformer with it? You know,
Yeah.
the specialist power supply rather than.
That doesn't come with a transformer. It comes with batteries.
Oh,
And luckily, it just takes a standard Korg 9-volt.
yeah. Well, although the Modwave is what 12 volt. I think
yeah.
about 800 milliamp or something like that. But it's got this weirdy connector.
Oh, it has.
And unless it has this particular connector, it won't go all the way in and all this.
I think the Op 6 has got the same.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's a booger, lad. I'll tell you. Aye. Who was Siri? Was that you sniffing my foot and bug it off? No, here we go. In here. But you're Nelly. You're not Siri. You put a different coat on, haven't you? It's Siri in her autumn wear. There you are. Oh, the husky puppy's here. You turn that bin out again. I'll remove your legs.
The evil one.
The evil one, yes. Yeah. Well, she came in here yesterday. She just came in, looked at me, went over to the cupboard door, crouched, had a piss, ran off. I didn't even have the chance to tell her off.
I'm not coming to your house until she's 20.
Oh, mate. We're going to move out. Just let her have it.
Yeah,
just let her have the place. Yeah, we'll come back in 20 years as well.
Yeah.
When she's old and tired and quiet and sits on the settee all day. I'll tell you what, she gives Noah such a hard time.
Oh, poor little Noah.
Mind you, he gives back. Just the
Good
thing
for
is,
him. Good for him.
It's given him kind of this sort of like, second wind, as it were.
Good.
He's very, very active now, but after a while, he's had enough. But she's not getting it, and you have to separate them.
Wow.
Little moo that she is. But she's adorable. She'll do something really naughty and then go. And you go.
She's got the moves then.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
She's got Fiona down. I tell you. Now I can rest on the elbow, and it only vaguely aches when I do that.
You're moving it around a lot more. You were on.
Yeah,
Yes,
I soaked it. Yeah, I soaked it in cold water after the show last night.
Yeah.
For
and now he can wank with it.
Yeah. Not that I did before anyway, because it's my left hand.
Well, do you know, if you sit on it long enough and make it go, no, it feels like somebody else is doing it.
What? If
Robbie
I
got
sat,
told off there.
if I sat on my dick long enough, I wouldn't know whether I was or not.
Honestly, is this what you want to talk about?
This is exactly what we talk about.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Correction. This is what Robbie talks about.
That's not true.
It's so true.
Yeah, it's the only thing he talks about.
Do you know? Jackie said I think we were weird friends, and so I just did a round table, and I explained who everyone was, and I was so fucking nice about you, Ian. So nice.
Oh, I apologise then, Rob.
And that
You see, this TikTok thing's going to my head now.
Yeah. Jesus, on the other hand,
Yeah. I'm now sitting at 5 million views this month.
oh, shut up!
And hang on. 1 million views in the last week.
Wow.
Ian's a TikTok legend.
Rick Beato is shaking in his boots.
He is. Yeah, he is.
Are those
you monetized
sarcastic
on TikTok?
views?
No, I don't know. Actually, they're not. The odd one, but generally, they're,
Yeah. 1 million views of people going.
Yeah.
There you go. Look.
I mean,
That
this
guy
will
that I
crack
have
you
on
up.
my T-shirt,
So-
that dog that goes suck on these notes. Yeah, he's my friend, and he's not weird.
What? Who?
Simon, Top
Yeah,
Dog Simon.
But the T-shirt's all.
What, the guy that repairs 8-bit games in the woods
No, he's a
Yeah,
legend.
and has a hamburger hanging on his wall?
I know, and he's insanely good looking.
Is he in the room there with you?
All of a sudden, Jackie's interest was piqued.
I tell you, I did a little test last week, and I inadvertently, while we were filming in Edinburgh, and we were doing this press launch thing, and people were telling me about the shows. This guy was going on and on, so I actually put the phone in my pocket, but left it running, left it on. So it's a pocket, pocket film. So I thought, I'm going to put it up and see how many views it gets. So I said what it was. I said, Edinburgh Fringe, press launch, in my pocket, 600,000 views. I'm thinking,
Fuck off.
What? And then somebody said, is this just your phone in your pocket? And then another guy went back. It does say what it is, and it is.
Christ almighty.
2.5 minutes of my phone in the pocket, and you can sort of muffle. You can hear the muffled this guy talking.
And how many views?
600,000.
600,000 views for your phone in your pocket, and one of my Polybrute demos has barely reached 30.
I know. And there's still no rhyme or reason, because I've got other ones which are literally got. I mean, I'm still getting
We're doing something wrong, Robbie.
There's another one that got 6,000, and I don't know why. And it's
because I think the highest viewed video that Robbie's got to date is the car crash of the what was it, the
not the
regen. Yeah.
No. I think you'll find that our highest viewed video is Steve Picaro thing.
It will be on YouTube. Yeah.
Mind you, the car crash of me unboxing the 55 is up there as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you seen the new Synclavier knob?
Well, hey.
Yeah.
Oh, she's off.
They've released a knob in the same design casing as the Regen, albeit smaller. They want 270 quid for it, for a solitary knob.
What do they think they are? A
I'm
teenage
often trying
engineering?
to ask them for a demo unit.
Well, Trump wants $5, so I mean, it works out.
I think I should do that, shouldn't I? Because Paul Arturo said my OnlyFans pocket series. I should ask Robert about OnlyFans, because I've never been on the site, so I don't know how it works. But he'll tell me, and I'll make some money. Just yeah.
Do you get money per views or on TikTok?
No, I don't. But I needed 1,000 followers to turn it into a business account, which I've just done.
Oh.
So from now on, I've got more to do. I've got to verify the account and all that, and give them all my credit card details and whatever.
Yeah.
Which I will do at some point, and then apparently then I can work with artists. It says, whatever that means.
Oh, okay.
So that'll be interesting.
I don't, because PSN's is going up slowly, but it's going up.
Yeah. Well, actually, my YouTube's going up slowly, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's only.
Well, it did go down once. Wasn't it? No, it wasn't PSN, was it? It was the pub. We had somebody leave the pub.
Really?
Yeah, but something very weird. About...
We had somebody leave PSN and the pub.
Oh, that's right. Yes, it was the PSN as well.
To express our political opinion on something.
It was. We thought that the writing was bad.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, we thought the writing was bad. Apparently, this guy reacted in the way that somebody who supported the rights would act, I suppose.
Well, I mean, the reality is you don't want people like that, do you?
Well, then housework done.
It's we're all adults here, so if you don't like what's well, apart from you, Rob. Oh no, but you've said nice things about me to Jackie, so
legally adults.
Really nice things. I mean, probably much to the detriment of Jeffrey.
Well,
I overdid him so much that all I had to say about Jeffrey was that he was Canadian Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, see,
that's
mind you, I hate to think what Robbie says about me to her.
Oh no.
Oh, mate, she knows you inside out.
That's what I feared.
I don't need to say anything about you.
Yeah. Oh dear, that's me done.
Sorry.
Go back to sleep, darling. Go back to sleep.
But it is hard to get subscribers on YouTube. I'll be honest with you. I mean, my channel is growing about 100 a month at most. Sometimes it's 50 a month. It's growing, but slowly.
Can't remember. Let's have a look.
What are we on now? We're about 4.1, aren't we?
4,250.
It took me a very long time to get to the 10,000.
Because when I joined, it was on. What was it? It was about 3, wasn't it? Something like that.
No, it was less than that.
Was it less than that? Yeah.
The hardest thing was getting the first because you needed 2,000 to get it monetized, and that getting to that point was really, really hard. You know.
Yeah.
I have 1 follower on YouTube, but I have no content at all.
Is that
which
me?
is pretty weird. So I should probably put some content. No, it's not you.
No,
it's I don't know who it is.
All right.
I've never met this person in my life.
Well, normally, what happens is you get an email saying who's started following you.
Yeah, normally.
So every month we get about 100 subscribers.
Do we really?
That's good. To be fair, that's good. I mean, Rand and I were having a conversation about there's a thing called shadow blocking where we think certain channels get suppressed. And Rance was saying that he thought that because his channel has grown very, very slowly, and I was saying to him that I always have to look for it, although I'm subscribed to it, but every time.
Yeah.
And I said I wonder if it was shadow blocked, and he thinks it may well be.
No, I believe that all day long. Sometimes I don't even get the notifications.
No,
I think I got a notification once. I did get it once. Funny enough, it was last week.
I didn't get a notification.
I have to type in Rance
I do.
For it to come up.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree with you.
I always get his notifications.
Do you?
It's fun.
I have 3 followers.
Well, you're golden bollocks, aren't you? That's what it is. Mr. YouTube.
Mr. You fuck off.
I got a whopping 171.
171?
So how do you see who subscribes? Because I have 3 now. I don't know.
You'll get an email.
Yeah, you get an email.
Oh no!
The only way you can notify them is
if you go
to I'm on my page.
Yeah.
If you go to your studio.
Oh yeah, that's probably sounds right.
Go in there and click on your subscribers, and it will list them.
Studio.
Yeah.
I'm in the top corner. You know, we've got the 3.
Yeah.
No, it should say it where you got your name, and you got my YouTube channel. You click on that, and you should get a little drop down, and in there is your YouTube studio.
Yeah, you'll see it. It's below Google account and all that sort of stuff.
And it shows you how long
YouTube studio.
Yeah, because like on this
picture.
On this show, for instance, like after this finishes, I can go and it takes a little while for it to update because it's 9.5 days long, and it takes a little while for it will go through. But and it will show the amount of people that came on, how long they stayed for, when they got
a load of stuff
offended and left, and stuff like that, and
how many are male and how many are female, which countries.
Yeah,
that's weird.
I'm big in.
There's loads of metadata on it.
Yeah, somebody in Russia, but I think it's blocked in Russia. So if I've got somebody in Russia watching it, they must be doing it through a VPN.
Okay, so wait a second.
Let's see. My most popular video is the
there
M8X. M8X all playing, no talking. And that looks like 6,687.
The one person who had subscribed that I don't know who it is left, but now I know these 3. So
my most popular video is it's 500,000, I think. I've had 3 viral videos, all unintentional. So
yeah, Robbie, there's a question for you.
No, sorry, I'm lying. 376,000, and that's a thing about Rob Chapman guitars.
What were the 3 Arturia plugins on last night's PSN?
They weren't plugins; they were sound packs.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember now.
Exploration Volume 2.
Yeah.
I need to buy
3
that.
packs for Pigments and Analog Lab.
Yeah.
$29.99 for all three if you get in quick.
Yeah, I need to buy that.
I think I'd have Pigments now if it was that. Cost that.
That thing that you showed these knob things that you click
Oh,
together,
yeah.
that's
Grid.
pretty cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
to
is, yeah.
program VSTs, I'm gonna buy 3 of them. So there you go.
Yeah, they're very affordable as well.
Yeah, no kidding.
Compared to what else is out there.
Yeah. Just don't know where I'm gonna put them. Jeez. I really
sell
have
something.
no room whatsoever.
No,
You can block.
it hasn't changed.
Andy, you can block people on YouTube because I
Yeah,
have.
you can. Yeah.
I've had a couple of people that were trolls and been.
Oh,
quite
yeah, I've blocked loads
obnoxious.
of people.
Yeah, and you can block them fairly straightforward. It's fairly straightforward.
Basically.
I wonder why people waste their time.
Or people want to get a rise out of you. I mean, when I did the Rob Chapman video, which I didn't expect it to go viral, I was getting hundreds of comments a day at its height. And half of them were fine. The other half were just people with no content on their channels, just wanting to get a rise out of me. And at that point, I used to reply to everybody. So I'd have an argument with somebody in the comments, you know. Nowadays, I don't bother with that. I just if
important.
somebody, I mean, we had some dick post a negative comment on one of the videos at Edinburgh, you know, and I'd just ignore it. And in fact, because Jane would get upset if I told her about it, because she'd take that sort of stuff to heart, you know, and I just don't tell her. And I don't delete it, it's still up there, but I just ignore it, you know. And you have to sort of get a thick skin to this stuff, because there are dickheads out there that just want to, no matter whatever you're doing, you know, they just want to wind you up, you know. So, and you can block people in chat. I think we once did we were gonna one at Edinburgh a couple of years ago. We were gonna go and do everything live. Literally, we'd go and see all the shows, and then we were going to do a live chat thing. And we did a pre-run, and we didn't have obviously anybody moderating it, which is really what we needed. And we got a couple of dickheads in there, and it really freaked Jane out to the extent she said, "I'm not doing that again," you know. And I was able to block one of them in the chat, you know. But yeah, people are out there. You know. No, Waggo, I didn't. There was so many shows that, I mean, the shows that we wanted to see was a 40-minute video when we came back, and that was only us touching on some of the stuff that we wanted to see. You know, there's I don't know how many thousands of shows there are, but you know. But there are too many.
But did you get to see Randy Feltface?
No, because he was only there for 3 nights, and we would have bought tickets, except that we had other shows to see that on those nights. There was we wouldn't. But there's no point going to review it, you know. He wouldn't have given us comp tickets, press tickets, because there's no point. But we just couldn't go anywhere, you know. But like I say, I've seen him before, and he's wonderful.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
I would much prefer if he was doing a full run, then I would go. There'd be preview shows. There'd be the first couple of nights. There'd be preview shows. I'd go to one of them, review it, and then people that don't know about Randy Feltface, I mean, the one person we always go and see is Trevor Locke, who he's on the free fringe, so it's it's cheap. All free. But he's absolutely hilarious. and it's comedy, but it's not stand up, and he does everybody is, and it's audience participation, but non-threatening, but it's just hilarious. And he did this thing on WhatsApp where, everybody was talking about everybody else in the show, and he's sort of, moderating it to some extent. But it was absolutely brilliant. It was really funny, And it's everybody anonymous. And again, there was somebody, it was obviously, there was two girls, and one of the girls picked on the other girl and was really quite rude about her, and he squashed the comments straight away, So you do get people, even people in something like that, where you get some dick that's wanting to wind up your mate or whatever, Elf Lyons, who's comedy. I mean, she's absolutely bonkers. She's sort of comedy and mime, and she did a whole show about horses, which is indescribable really. But we only went because Josh was at university with her, and he said, "Oh, my friend's taking a show." I mean, she's a big deal actually. She's on the BBC all the time apparently now. She was brilliant, sold out show, absolutely fantastic. But really weird. It's really strange. It won't appeal to everybody, but certainly the horsey woman that mimes sounds like a nightmare. It does sound like a nightmare, Waggle. I completely agree with you, but it was absolutely hilarious. And the way that she uses mime in comedy was just fantastic. She does do stand-up as well, so she'll tour with stand-up as well.
God, I put up some shit videos in my time.
You and me both. All mine are still up there.
Yeah, mine are all here.
Yeah, I don't
Show
think
me up.
Ian,
Yes, sir.
have you ever come across Kate Smurthwaite?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Is she,
I was going to ask you.
is she comedy?
That's a matter of opinion.
No.
She is. She bills herself as a feminist comedian.
Kate Smurthwaite, no.
I've come across Maureen. Does that count?
But she's now doing this thing where she's billing herself as a drag comic. She's doing this character, a male character, and it's really fucking tiresome.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I do remember years ago, and this was before we were reviewing, there was this comedy show, and it really just wasn't funny. And there was only about 8 of us in the audience, and every so often the comedian, the female comedian, she would go behind the screen and then put some, change costume and come back out again. And every time she did that, there was less people in the audience. And and I said to Jim, next time she goes that, I'm going. No, we can't. There's only 4 of us left. And like I said, there's only 8 to start off with. And so,
wow.
I mean, I said, look, I've had enough of this. I mean, I know it's only an hour, but we were 25 minutes in, and it really wasn't funny. And I paid my ticket, I paid the money, so I did feel that when we buy tickets, if you're not enjoying it, you've got the right to walk out.
Yeah,
I mean, it takes us a lot to walk out when we've got a press ticket, and we would then go back to the press office and tell them why we walked out. Hasn't happened at all this year, but yeah, and so there was 2 people left when we went, and it was really dire. And I feel for the woman to some extent that your comedy is so bad that everybody's walking out. You need to reevaluate what you think is funny.
I was going to say, surely that's a lesson to be learned.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
Every time I go off and come back on again, there are few people in the audience. What does that tell me?
I know. It's funny because we were talking, because we got to, over the years, we've got to know some of the other reviewers who write their reviews, and one of them was saying that she went to a show, and it was literally her and the woman, whatever the show was. And she said, "Well, do you want to come another night?" And when there's an audience, she said, "No, I'm here. Do your show, and I'll review it. I mean, I don't need the other audience." And she said it was really good. you know. But the only person there was a reviewer, and the reviewer gave her a good review, you know. And again, not everybody would do that.
I went to see John Cooper Clarke.
Oh yeah, I did, but he was with a band when I saw him years ago.
So JC was, I think, under the influence of something.
Yeah.
And he was, when he did his classics, the room erupted.
Like Bloody People, yeah.
Yeah, evidently Chicken Town and all of that stuff.
He lost himself.
But he lost it, and then he started sort of turning on the audience, like, what have I got to do to make you laugh, sort of thing. And I'm thinking, well, be funny,
but yeah, exactly.
You know, be entertaining. And it was a bit embarrassing because they almost like they wheeled him out. I mean, I know he's getting on a bit now, so maybe that had a part to play in it. But he's been a hero of mine for decades. And then got to see him live at the John Peel Centre, and it was disappointing. And as my wife has pointed out, the poet before him, whose name escapes me, is a Mancunian who did that Tony Wilson tribute. Oh shit, what's his name? Basically, he did his bit. He was brilliant. He's a proper Manx street poet type guy, and he did his set. And then in the interval, my wife goes up to buy one of his books or something, and he fucking tried it on, the scabby bastard. Oh, you look lovely in that dress, love. I saw you earlier, sort of.
Did you get a discount on the book?
Yeah.
No, we didn't get a discount on the book.
Oh, fuck that then.
Oh, he signed the book.
And put his phone number.
He's put his phone number in it, yeah.
What his fucking name was.
It was so funny. It's hilarious.
He did, you know that they did that Anthony Wilson tribute that came out as a song with all of the different people speaking bits from the poem. He wrote the poem and they set it to music, and it was a big Anthony Wilson tribute. Anthony, Saint Anthony, come to me. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant piece of poetry, and it's about a brilliant man. But it was written by this fucking chancer.
Charlatan.
I looked hot on that day.
Admittedly, yes, she did.
Right, I'm going to go and do an Ian because
I'm going to do an Ian as well because
it's time. It's film time.
Film time.
Yeah,
Film
I'm in the
time.
motherland, Jeffrey.
I'm sorry?
I'm in the motherland.
Oh, really? You're in France?
I'm in French France.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
my
he's
motherland
in the
is
French
Ireland,
part.
but, you know.
Yeah. Right, night lovers.
Say he's in
What's
Scotland.
what's the movie? What's the movie?
Oh, I don't know yet. I mean, we're going to have that debate right now while I'm making the tea, cup of tea. So
Could be anything
Alright.
then.
could be anything. Yeah,
Could
But
be
Enjoy.
It won't be
The
too violent.
Beekeeper or Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, actually, Ferris Bueller's Day Off is always a good laugh, isn't it? I quite like Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an
I don't know
emulator.
actually. Well,
There's
it
an
might
emulator.
be Despicable Me 2 because we've just watched Despicable Me 1 for the first time ever.
Oh, okay.
So it could be that.
You're on Despicable Me 4.
I know that's why. Because when we got to 4, Jane says we should probably have a look at these movies because they keep making them. I mean, I said, yeah, love, but they're not for us. But they're all right. Actually.
Oh, they work on
Yeah, they do actually work fine.
different levels simultaneously.
Howard the Duck says Waggo.
Yeah. it's
He's
like
just weird.
Howard the Duck. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Night, guys.
Okay.
See you later,
Bye,
Bat.
Ian.
Cheers. Bye. Bye.
If when Deadpool versus Wolverine comes out on video, watch it, Kent. Yeah, I mean, if you like the first two, this one is.
I think we're going to rent it soon. I believe it's
It's
available
really
for rent
good.
on the TV quite soon. So,
Yeah.
oh yeah. I remember when the leak of it came out on YouTube. I went, yeah, they got to make this. They got green light on it within 12 hours
Oh yeah,
of it
yeah,
being
yeah.
leaked, and he'd been trying to get him to green light it for like 3 years.
Yeah.
And well,
Right, I'm going to do an Ian as well.
all right, darling.
Bye, Robbie.
You're on. Take care.
Enjoy your holiday, young man.
Will
Yes.
do.
Bonsoir.
Take care.
See you later, fruit bat.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, just looking at my video. See you, Jackie. No, the highest viewing video I've got is the one of 32 minutes of me tuning a CS80 with 3,000 views.
Oh man.
I saw that.
I think mine was that. Like I said, the montage, all playing, no talking. I think it was around 6,600.
I got 150 views of my video of 2 flies having sex on a 3D printer.
I saw that too.
You didn't? What else have we got here? I got 471 views of 2 of my dogs playing with a thermal thermometer laser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 326 people watched me driving the Mustang around back roads.
Yeah, I've seen that.
What else we got? The Anaglyph project video, 646. There you go, that tells everything you need to know. What else we got here? 254 of a quick demo of Hans Zimmer's System 55. 229 views of Pippa doing her silent bark. You ever seen Pippa doing her silent bark?
No.
Oh, she was a lovely little thing, she was. Hang on, let me call this one up a minute. Let's see if we can do this. Let's turn on the sound. I can't remember how to do this again. I think, was it share screen or something?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, here we go. Share screen. There's Pippi. Right.
Oh.
Go on, do it again then. I love that. Because what used to happen was she used to bark. She's Jack Russell, right? And you go, wait, you can't bark like that at this time of night. So she'd go out in the garden in the dark, and you'd see her going at things like 2 foxes having a fight or something in the field. It's hilarious. Bless her little cottons. She lived to be 17.
Really?
Yeah. Most of my dogs live to be quite old, or not quite old. There's no average. So, although, no, wait a minute, no, they were quite average. But they all had, they were all brothers and sisters, and they all had sort of the same genetic failing between them. And they all died of one form or another of cancer, which was awful because it was literally one after the other, bang, 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 bang. But, yes. And then, of course, old Larry, who lived to be 20. Yes. Yeah, the downside of pet ownership.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a shitty payoff at the end. Yeah.
I had a Dalmatian, and I still miss him.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah. I mean, my old, his nickname was Lump. He used to go, Lump! And he'd come bounding in. Who was Max. And he was, we got him when he was 2. He was a rescue. Oh man, he was just a great dog. Just fantastic dog. Really was. But they all were. They're just for completely different reasons. You know, they're all special in their own little way.
Even Lily.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
at least she's
Lily-
cute, so that
She is
saves her.
cute. She's very, very cute. But currently, she
This
is.
comes at a price.
Yeah. You know, her middle name is Beelzebub. Seriously, she's
Yeah.
just keeper of the 9th level of hell. That one. She really is a terror, but she will mellow. She'll get older. I mean, she's still a baby. She's not even a teenager yet. We'll know she's a teenager when she's sitting in the corner, really quiet, with her phone going, whatever. Like that. And then we'll know. She's now a teenager. So at the moment, it's like, what can I eat? What can I put in my mouth next?
Yeah.
Can I chew this? You didn't want these shoes, did you? Ah, mate. She's a little moo.
Just don't ever name your dog Love. Because if you ever go out at 1 a.m. looking for that dog, cop comes up. What are you doing? I'm looking for Love.
Yeah, never call your dog Attack either.
Yeah, exactly.
When you're in the park trying to call the dog Attack, Attack. And then every dog in the park is going. Oh mate.
Oh, man.
Oh, actually, I know somebody who's called their dog Fenton after the famous video.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the video of Fenton the dog?
Oh no.
Yeah, it happened. I think it was on Richmond Park. This, bound to be able to find it. It was huge. It was bloody everywhere. Let's have a look.
Oh, Don, I can't play any wind instruments. Or I can't play any bowed, stringed instruments like violin or anything like that.
Well, you can play wind instruments when you eat beans, but that's it.
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Straight away.
I can break them.
Hang on.
I can't play them.
Let's call this up. Might be quite loud. Hang on a second. Let me turn that down a bit. Right, here we go. Edit to studio. Share screen. Ba-ba-ba. Yeah, this was viral for a while. Yep, here we go. It's a deer in Richmond Park.
What's he calling it?
Oh, Jesus Christ! Benton! Oh, Jesus Christ! Benton!
And then the geese are running by.
Oh, Christ!
And that just become a thing. It was just everywhere.
Oh, man.
How Fenton the dog.
That's
Yeah,
good.
so this guy called his dog Fenton after that incident
Oh, man.
because it's frowned on. You know, because it's I think it's the Queen's deer or the King's deer now, I suppose.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, the dog's just having a giggle, bless him. But yeah, poor old guy chasing after him. So I think it was on it was originally, it turned up on a site called B3TA, and used to have this newsletter come out every Friday, and it was just lots of comedy stuff, and it was mostly done by people who were in the media industry. So there'd be videos put together and little funnies and stuff like that, and weird objet d'art that has turned out. And it was some fantastic stuff in this thing. I don't think it's running anymore. I think it's probably gone now. And that's where that turned up. And of course, it went absolutely viral after that. Oh, Jesus Christ, Benton. Bless his little cons.
Yeah, it's funny because, yeah, all the deers are just relaxing, and then
Yeah. And then suddenly,
that's herd. Yeah.
yeah.
Let's
And of
get out
course,
the herd.
they'll run because there's this main road runs through the park, and the deer just zooming across the road. Yeah, it made the BBC News. Yeah.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. Well, once it'd gone really vinyl. Once it'd gone really viral. Yeah, once it'd gone vinyl, and then it was
went
released
platinum.
on Top of the Pops. Yeah.
Then
Once it
A-Track.
was number one. Now it's Fenton's new album.
Just went double aluminum.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, there was a lot of great sort of like little stories and stuff on the website every Friday, and it was every Friday it was just like, yay, come on, go to the B3TA, see what's going on. But you don't seem to see much in the way of viral videos now, or there's so many of them. It's
Yeah, they get diluted. And,
yeah, it gets
nothing
diluted
really.
down.
because at one point it was the goal to have your video go viral.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Fortunately, there's way too much content, I think, for that to even happen, unless it's like
Yeah, but
something
I think there's probably
no
more
one's ever
mobile
done
phones than
before.
there are people now, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but there's a lot of these. I notice there's a lot of these videos where they got these guys. They've got a metal detector and they're digging up some sort of like treasures and stuff like that. And you're just looking at the way the soil's compacted and go, "You buried that there,"
Yeah.
and then come back a week later and video you digging it up. Fuck off. There's no way, you know.
No.
So, I don't know. But there's a whole series of these videos about huskies and comparing them with normal dogs.
Mm.
So you've got like there's somebody's walking past the window, and then there's an Alsatian and a Labrador, and they're there at the window going, "Roar, roar, get away from my house," kind of thing. And the camera pans and to the two huskies, and they're laying on the settee, one's like this, going, this sort of thing. It's some real beauty. It's some very good ones. Yeah, we've still got a landline, actually, Chris. Would you believe? Still got a landline. Well, until it's taken away.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I call it landline, but it actually goes through the Virgin hub, but it's essentially still a landline phone.
Yeah. Voice over.
Landline number. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just rings off the wall all week.
What's weird about switching to VoIP, like from my work, they switched to Zoom. Now every call comes in from Zoom because we have toll-free lines and.
Oh, okay.
Now before that, any calls coming from outside Canada could not come in. Our number did not work from outside Canada. Numbers, I should say. But now they can because it's the internet protocol, and we get people. Now we realize that Google is giving our number for other companies, for one of our numbers. It just makes a mistake, and I get dozens of calls a day to my own private line from American companies saying, "Yeah, I'm looking for blah blah blah." No, not here. Fuck, that's annoying.
Yeah. No, I must admit, although I know our landline number, my mobile,
Oh, yeah.
no
I remember my
idea.
first phone number, like when I was a kid.
Yeah,
I remember that clearly.
yeah.
I still remember mine.
think I'm trying to remember what. 01393 0755. There you go. And you didn't have to do the 01 internally, obviously. So
Yeah.
it's just 393 0755.
Yeah.
And my nan's was 78 28621. Well, mind you, there were only 2 phones in my entire life for years anyway, so I would remember them, I suppose. But mobiles, no.
And apparently, I can't remember where I live because Justin will testify that you had to reship the same CD twice.
It's weird. The thing is, you don't have to remember numbers now.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, I talk to Ty every day. He'll either phone me or I will phone him. But I couldn't tell you what his number was.
Right, exactly.
I go to my calls, go to get face, click. All right, fruit bat. Right, stop and go and have a cup of coffee, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't have to know what the number is.
Yeah.
It's weird.
And it used to be that
Weird.
we had all those numbers memorized.
Yeah. Keep all the important ones in your head all times. Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing. I mean, when you think about it, I do keep a list of all the phone numbers on paper because you never know when your phone's gonna die and you can't back it up, whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Mind you, I must admit that this landline phone we got, it's the most annoying phone on the planet because what happens is it rings twice and then it'll go to answer machine. And if you go to settings, there's nowhere where you can increase the amount of rings it does before it goes to answer machine.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. I thought, why have they made a phone like that? The hell?
Yeah.
So it goes bring sort of thing, and you go to it, bring, and then it goes to answer machine. You go, oh, got to go to the answer machine because even while they're talking, you got go to the answer, and they go, boo, they're gone. You go, right, playing a fucking message, and 9 times out of 10, it's they've gone, oh, they're not there, fuck it, and hang up. So all you hear is,
yeah,
pain in the arse, really is. So, but the thing is, as big as a pain in the arse as it is, it's still taken us 3 years to get around thinking about getting a different phone. We go, yeah, we'll get around to it, but not yet, we'll get around to it. And we have 2 of them, and they're never nearby enough, ever. They're never close enough to get to them in the 2 ring time.
Oh well.
Still, it's going to be somebody with a problem. It's like the last thing you want first thing in the morning. You get up, you come down, you make a cup of coffee, you sit down on the settee, the phone rings, and it's somebody going, help me. I go, mate, it's surface mount, it's only about 6 months old. You go, take it back to the shop. I can't do anything with it.
Well, my Rev 2 Prophet 5 caught fire.
Yeah, but which Rev 2 Prophet 5?
Yeah.
Exactly.
The new one?
Yeah, right.
Because they ain't working on the new one. Yeah, but I've had that where people bought stuff to me and it's actually still under warranty.
Oh.
I go, dude, it's under warranty. Take it to them. They'll sort it out for you.
Yeah.
Rather than pay me money, get it done for free. What's the matter with you?
That's weird.
It happens. But, like I said a couple of weeks ago, where the guy said he wanted me to sort out his mini moog for him. And he turns up at the front door with a Model D. And as far as he's concerned, that is a mini moog.
That is a minimum.
Unfortunately, I had one sitting on top of a couple of flight cases in the hallway. And I went, no, that's a mini moog.
Yeah.
That's a Model D. It sounds like this, yes. But what's in there, I cannot help you with. And by the time I have done it, you might as well have bought a new one.
Exactly.
So, I don't know. else to put into this template.
Template for
Just to have a template set up to do
just start recording.
Writing something. Yeah,
Right.
anything, you know. So just have everything sort of like set up and have a relatively useful collection of instruments there.
Right.
And I've got 4 so far. And it's like,
Right.
so a couple of contacts, an equator. Obviously 2 audio tracks for the 80. Don't really know. Really, you could have 3 audio tracks for the 80s. You could have F, left, right, and centre. And the idea to get more, like for instance, what Vangelis would do when he's using the 480 XL reverb with its, 3.5 million year reverb tail on it. To stop it from getting too mushy, he would have left and right going into the 480 XL, and then the middle channel he'd have going in flat.
Right.
Yeah, and maybe just put a little bit of room reverb on it. So if you played anything quickly, you could actually hear it properly. It's right there. And then you had the environment tail, if you like, at the back, which you could bring backwards and forwards depending on how important it was. So I could add that, but it does mean running yet another XLR across the room. And it's dark and I'm tired and my elbow still hurts slightly, so no, not tonight. So I'll be quite happy with 2. So, I mean, it sounds right as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
There you go.
That sounds right.
Yeah, so it's still, you can hear what's going on, but there's this reverb tail going into the next galaxy kind of thing.
Right.
So it doesn't get too muggy.
Right.
So I could put a little bit of pre on it as well, but I'm not a massive fan of pre. Which is weird, really, when you think about it, but anyway.
Cress, no. I had some drum tracks I had to record earlier today. That's why this kit's all mic'd up and stuff.
I have a few templates that I created for on Reaper, and I have all my physical instruments, and then with the controllers, because now I have 3 with a D50 who's just leveled down now. So it's with them I put like Arturia, the V collection, on one, and another something, the IK multimedia, and because I will always go to VSTs along with the hardware stuff.
Oh God, yeah.
Probably shouldn't though, because
I don't know. I don't think they have to be separate. I know there are people who don't want to mix the 2 formats together, but I think they go great together.
Oh, they do, and that's the problem. They do. I end up with 48 tracks. That's my problem.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's like I say, I have somewhere. I think altogether I have somewhere in the region of about, I think it's 22 or 23 terabyte of, VSTs and sample libraries. I mean, it's a stupid amount, right?
It is.
And the weird thing is, that isn't all of it.
That's just what you have installed.
It's just what I have on that drive. There's still another 4 terabyte drive that's not even connected up at the moment. So, and it got to the point, because I never really kept a record if somebody says, "Right, so do you have this plug-in?" Go,
Probably.
maybe. But Ty's the same. When he showed me his contact, where you got the individual instruments in the rack view, right? Well, after you get to a certain amount, they get slightly smaller, and you get to a certain amount, and they get smaller again. And he has these tiny thin lines, which is the name of the instrument, and he can scroll for like 5 minutes.
It's just 2 pixels.
And it's just
high.
hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of libraries, and that's just the contact stuff.
Right.
Then there's the standalone stuff. Then there's the Vulcan stuff.
Right.
And it's like,
Whatever.
wow. But there again, he makes good money from these things. There's a return. So he if he spends, I think Vienna Orchestra is like £12,000,
Mm-hmm.
something in the reason.
I like the entire thing.
But it's made that back for him many times over,
New
yeah.
World. Yeah.
And so it's not. But Knobhead here is going, oh really? I should get that then. Who to date has made £0 ever with music, ever, and probably never will. But then I don't do it because of to make money, which took a lot of pressure off, I must admit, when I decided I'm not going to make any money out of this. Just buy
play.
the stuff and play. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, I ended up working so much to pay for the stuff I'd bought that I never had time to actually use it. I'm going, hang on a minute, there's a life balance that's a bit out here.
Right.
And I, trying to address that. Well, that's a constant battle to try and address that, because the phone keeps ringing, and it's like, oh, I have my Moog modular has blown up. Please help! Please help! So,
Yeah.
but I'll get there in the end. Because like I said to Fiona, I said, look, if I do less work, that means there'll be less money knocking about. And she goes, yeah, that's all right.
We can't have any less.
Yeah. So, and I said to her, like, when we settled down together properly, and I said, well, look, do you want to carry on working for British Airways? And she said, well, actually, it might be a question of whether British Airways want me to keep working for them. Because they're doing a lot of garnishing of salaries, shall we say. And it's all part of this trying to go more upmarket, but without the money to do it.
Right.
And they were trying to cut back on things and economise and stuff like that. And she goes, they talked about laying people off. I said, well, rather than wait for that, do you want to just pack it in now? And she went, to be honest with you, yeah. I went, all right, I'll do it then. And she goes, what are we going to do for money? I said, well, I'll earn the money. You sweep up the dog hair. Here you go. That's our roles in life sorted. I earn money, you sweep up the dog hair. So, and as it transpires, we've got a robot Hoover to sweep up the dog hair, and she just sits there and does nothing all day. So, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. She's certainly fine with it. And but when I said to her, I said, yeah, if I did less work, there would be less money knocking about. But at least then I get to actually get to appreciate, shall we say, the trappings that I have gone to so much trouble to get. She went, yeah, go for it. No problems there. I went, okay. So, you'll only be able to buy one chocolate orange every 2 weeks rather than every week. and less sugar in your coffee. Kind of thing, And because it's funny, you can get very blasé about, because the money that I earned originally when I was doing all this, let's face it, it's quite specialised
Yeah.
work. The money is good.
Oh, sure.
And when you end up having you're comfortable, you tend to get very blasé about what you're buying, and you pay sometimes through the nose for things, and you're not so worried about getting the value from what you've bought.
I know
It's about
exactly.
buying the
Yeah.
next thing.
Yeah.
And it was like that for a little while. And okay, admittedly, because I used to be, stupid broke for donkeys.
Right.
You go, yeah, like throwing it about like it's bloody, table wine. But I've done that now. And now I'm sort of like, let's back off all this and try and enjoy some of this stuff for a change. So, admittedly, it's getting difficult, when, the phone rings and somebody's screaming for, we got a gig at the O2 and I need this and it's got to be done. And, okay then, bring it in. And they Addison and Lee it to the door within about 20 minutes of the phone call with all the instructions of everything that's wrong with it, and they need it by 7 tonight, and they're willing to pay. Yeah. I go, okay. And it's great because, I'll do like 5-6 hours work on this thing, but the money I make is if I'd done a week.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's sort of like, okay. Because it's bands with a lot of money that pull that stunt anyway. And, or it'll be the record company or whatever. And you go, oh great, and the money goes in the bank. You go, I can take a week off now because of that. But you don't.
Oh, because the phone rings again.
Because there's the stuff that here, and there's people go, oh, I've been waiting for my lexicon for 3 weeks now. I really need it, and everything is urgent. Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
And of course, the nail in the arse is that everything is urgent. You get it done. You phone them up and say, right, it's done. Oh, we're just going to Cyprus for 2 weeks. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've got to find the money to pay for you. Pay for the work. Yeah. Can you wait until the end of the month? Wait a minute. 1 minute it was like, next minute it's like, can you hang on a few weeks? And then of course the next thing I know, I'm up to my fucking chin in flight cases, and
yeah,
I hate this job. But also love it, but hate it at the same time in equal measures.
Yeah, I feel the same about mine.
Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah. There's parts of it I absolutely love, and it's very different, but it's
Yeah, but it's always got. It doesn't matter how different the job is. There'll be elements that are always run parallel, regardless of what the job is.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, it's other people. Oi.
Yeah.
Yeah. I asked for this report yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes, you got it yesterday, and I got a confirmation that you'd opened the email.
Yeah.
So, suck on that bitch.
My for me, it's I work in insurance, and I process claims. I'm a claims manager.
Yeah.
And dealing with people who want, I've just sent you the document today. I want an answer before the night's over. No, you're gonna get it in 2 weeks because there's people before you.
Yeah.
And that's it. So dealing with people like that is really hard. But the worst part about my job, the part I love about my job is approving claims.
Yeah.
You ring someone up and go, yeah, I've approved your claim, and for your husband who passed away, and you're getting $200,000. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
That makes me happy. But the part I really hate is calling someone and say, I can't pay you. And because sometimes you just can't. You pay 98% of the claims, but there's that 2% that don't.
What sort of things fall into that category?
Well, okay. So with every policy, insurance policies in the world, there's a clause that's called a pre-existing condition.
Oh, okay.
And I've had a guy like that who, I mean, I felt so bad because one day he's diagnosed with cancer, and it's pancreatic cancer.
Ooh.
That's pretty much,
Yeah,
you
it's
know, I
good
mean,
night for Vienna. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And then the next day, he went out and bought himself a brand new Mercedes S-Class, paid $200,000 for it, put life insurance on the loan, which is something that we insure.
Yeah.
Put it, but then 3 months later, he passed away. So, you know, I had to tell, it's the day after. You know, if you would have bought it the day before, it would have been paid.
Yeah.
You know, and I was explaining that to the guy's wife, and she goes, "Yeah, I understand." But,
Yeah, but
that one, it was. I mean, I said, she goes, you know, he bought it as a life affirming gesture, like I'm going to enjoy this car and I'm going to survive.
Yeah.
So yeah, that one stuck with me for a long time. I'm still today. I mean, I think about that, and damn, you know. But and then on the other on other claims, because I mean, we do multiple. We're what we call a third party administrator, so we work with different companies.
Yeah.
And I've been doing this job since, almost 30 years now. 28. And I mean, I've become very good at spotting the crooks and the scams, and so
yeah, to which there are many.
There are, but they don't slip my fingers.
Yeah.
Because I spot it immediately when it's too clean, right? Yeah, when everything is just perfect, you go, ugh, no, I need to investigate you, because I've had one, two brothers who are from immigrants from another country. I'm not going to say which country, but so they start a business, and they have a $2 million life insurance on each other, which is a normal thing for businesses. Right. And then one guy goes back to their country for vacation, and he dies, apparently. And we get medical kind of medical reports and kind of death certificates in a language I can't read and speak, and so I and it just, like, you know, when the other guy calls every day and goes, "When are you going to pay me? Don't put pressure on me, because the more you push me, the more I'm going to push back." So just, you know, we're still investigating. And then what happened is we got the RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, involved, which is, you know, because it was a country that is iffy country.
Okay.
And they got actual death certificates from there, and they looked nothing like what we had. And so that was pretty funny. So we hired a private investigator, and he found the other guy, you know, living, and we have video proof. And
okay.
So denied the claim, and the brother was expulsed. So that was fun. That kind of people, like. Yeah, and it's not only, you know, immigrants, and let me make it clear. I mean, there's people who've been living here for longer than I have, and they're just as bad, right?
Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean.
The funniest one, I have to say that the funniest one was a doctor, because again, one of the products we had, well, it's a different company I worked for, but we doctors have malpractice insurance, but they also have personal insurance for disability, and
Yeah.
and I mean, and it pays all their bills, and it's like $25,000-$30,000 a month. That's what it costs to be a doctor, to have a clinic and pay your employees.
Wow.
Yeah, and so that's a bit of a long story, but you'll see in the end it's going to be pretty funny. So the guy, so yeah, I have this guy who claims bad back. He's a doctor, and he's all right, doctor of bad back. All right, okay, it happens. So I get medical reports from a separate doctor because he's got a doctor, and it doesn't improve, and it should get better what he has. So after 3 months, I do video surveillance on the guy, and also, well, we get to have an independent medical examination, what we call an IME. So we have our doctor. We hire a doctor to do, to give his expertise, and it's orthopedic surgeon at that point. And then the 2 days before the IME and the day of, we have an investigator filming the guy, and we see him take out the trash and playing basketball with his kid. So, all right, okay. And then the day of, he gets his walker into the trunk of the car, his neck brace, and and then he drives the car, and then we follow him, and we see him get out of the car at the doctor's office, takes out the walker, puts on the neck brace, and he walks like someone who can't walk. The guy's a doctor. He knows what to say. He knows what to do. He knows where it hurts and all of that. The report we get back says that no, this guy cannot work, and probably for life. Well, that's going to pay you $25,000 a month for life, especially with the video. So we said, no, we're going to cut you off. So it goes to litigation immediately. And he sues for $2 million and all of that. He gets our specialist to testify against us. And then so we have our lawyers and him and the doctor and his lawyer. And then we show the video. And and the guy's lawyer just looked at him. He goes, "You're on your own," and he left.
Good night.
Yeah.
You're not taking me down this shit, great.
Yeah, exactly. And then the guy just said, "Fuck you," and he left. So that was a funny one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Anyway, so those are the joys of my my job. It's great.
Yeah. No, I think the nearest thing I've ever had to anything like that is, the guy that came to the door saying he was somebody who he wasn't and took the guy's JP8.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. So what happened?
Well, 2 years later, it was up for sale on eBay.
Oh.
And I was going to go and contact the guy and said, I'm sure that's your JP8 that got nicked. And he contacted me. He goes, that's my JP8, isn't it? And I went, yeah, I was just going to tell you that. He goes, oh, well. He says, I can't buy it again, especially not at that price. I think the guy was trying to get 25k for it. I said, leave it with me. I got my friend Mick. He looks like Jason Statham, and he's 6'5", 6'6",
Right.
built like a brick shit house. And so I phone up and say, yeah, I'm interested in the JP8, blah, blah, can you tell me a little bit about it? And the guy gives me a lot of shit. Says, oh, he's had it since new and everything. I go, yeah, cool chef, dickhead. Because this bloke didn't even bother putting off the little telltale stickers that were on it and stuff like that. And You go, yeah, and I said, oh, you know, we'll give us your address. We want to come around and have a listen. Check it out. So he gave me his address, and it was this flat in, I think it was Camden or somewhere like that. Anyway, and so I gave the address to Mick, and he goes, "Leave it with me." And off he went. And he come back about 3 hours later, and he goes, "Here you go, here's the JD8." I said, "Nice one." I said, "Was there any trouble?" He said, "Oh no." He says, "I just walked in and I went up to him, got hold of his collar, pushed him up against the wall, looked down in it and went, 'I know where you nicked this from. You nicked this from my friend, and I'm not very happy.'" And the guys go, Take it. Like that. He goes. He just said, "Have a pleasant evening," and left. So I phoned up the guy. I go, "I got you a JP8 here. Do you want to come and collect it?" And he goes, "Yeah, when can I come?" I said, "Come as soon as you want." Yeah, all right. So when he come to the door, and I said to him, I said, "Did you bring your passport?" I want to see your passport, your driver's license, birth certificate, and that tattoo you've got on your arse. He went, "Oh, fuck off." I go, "Here you go. It's 2 years late. There's a storage fee." But he was like a dog with two teeth. He's going, "Oh, thank you. I said, "No, mate. Thank you. You could have made my life fucking hell."
Well, yeah, he could have sued.
He gave me
ass.
a Jupiter 8, and I lost his Jupiter 8.
Yeah, no shit.
And as apologetic as I was about the whole incident, he said, "Well, look, it's not really your fault," and everything like that, and left it at that.
Wow.
And yeah, and I must admit, for 2 years I'm going, man, it's not right. It's not right. So we got this blessing when the guy decided he's going to move it on, and we were ready for him.
Wow. Well, that's a good one.
Yeah, that one worked out. Mick was very clever though. But he made sure that he got the guy to confess that it was him that stole it, because it could be some poor random guy who actually owned this JB8.
Yeah.
You know, so we don't want to be stealing it off somebody else. And he did. He confessed. He said, "Yeah. I did it with my mate," and everything like that. So.
Oh man.
And apparently he knew the guy, but not know him. He knew him, and he'd overheard him talking about getting his JP8 repaired with me, and used that information. So it was a smart move. Oh look, it's the irrelevant event.
Well, to you too.
Hello, irrelevant event.
Hello.
Oh look, he's got elbows for sale, and I don't need one.
Oh no. That was a poor investment then.
Yeah, it's B stock, but it'll work.
I went out and bought 6 of them. All Canadian.
Are they? Oh.
Yeah.
They're good wanking.
Well, if I see a legless crab, I'll send them your way.
Good. That'll work.
Although
You'll need
crabs,
2 more though.
If you cut a crab's legs off, they will grow back.
If you pull off a spider's legs, you're a cruel bastard.
I tell you what, you can train a spider to come to you, but if you pull its legs off, it goes deaf.
Pardon? Hi. That's a very attractive look there, Justin.
Thank you.
How?
Tequila.
He's a rock drummer from the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can feel it coming in my hair tonight.
Oh.
Oh, me too.
He used to play at Fender Rhodes, but where he's going, he don't need Rhodes.
But he does need it. But he does need a Fender.
Oh man, how you doing, young man? What have been happening? Anything good?
Oh, Frozen.
Oh, Mr. Frozen.
Frozen.
Yeah, new template, and yet it's the same feckin' sounds. What gives?
That did a whole lot, didn't it?
Yep, it's nothing just bleeding changed. Yep, there he's gone.
And we made him.
Yep. It must be. The thing is, it tends to happen. You know, when you're sort of like in the middle of, like you might be telling a story or something, and it freezes just as your face is in this very, very embarrassing sort of kind of look. I go, no, leave it up there. Leave it up there.
Again, Ty's internet must be like contagious or something.
And that summit sounds pretty good. Want to hear
Yeah.
it a little bit?
Yeah, please.
Oh, you probably still have.
Too loud?
No, is you in your StreamYard settings? Do you have background noise cancellation turned on?
Echo cancellation.
I believe so.
Yeah, echo cancellation. Thank you, Justin. I couldn't think of the name of it.
Yeah, turn that off.
Oh, okay. Turn that off.
And then if you have. That's
And
why
we
it
have
was on.
Andy standing by a waterfall.
What was that you're saying about embarrassing faces?
I thought it was me because at the moment I pushed that, it just went.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna
that
be.
bad?
Yeah, the second he pushed that, it was like, oh, you got a loud air conditioner.
The AC is kind of loud on the train. Yeah. Sorry. Is it too annoying?
No, it's better.
Better.
Not stereo or anything. Do you have the stereo? Yeah. Do you have the stereo setting checked?
I did. Oh, wait a minute.
Ooh.
No. Oh,
That's
but
lovely.
okay. Echo cancellation.
Yep, you want that off.
Echo cancellation prevents me from having stereo.
Yeah, you want echo cancellation turned off
Off.
and stereo on.
Okay, well, that's what it was before.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Ooh. Oh dear.
And
Oh.
Are you actually pumping that into the computer or not?
Well, yeah, I have Reaper on. Just a second.
Oh. You have some nice weather out there, young man.
They always do.
I remember the sun. I remember seeing that a few weeks ago.
Well, this has got to be careful because I get sunburned here because the windows.
Oh, look at this.
Let the sun through and I can get
Nice.
burned while
Train.
traveling.
Train with bloody ceiling windows as well.
It's a special car. It's an observation car.
How about
Oh, I
this?
see.
San Luis Obispo.
Better,
yeah, it's
but not stereo.
yeah.
Oh, stereo.
Stereo.
Where are you stationed, Andy?
This is San Luis Obispo.
Huh?
San Luis Obispo.
Can barely hear you, buddy.
Hold on now. Is it better? The echo cancellation is probably killing my phone. Let's see.
Like a ground. Oh.
No, can barely hear you, babe.
Still?
Mind you, Mr. Longhurst didn't come back. I wonder if his router caught fire or something.
Maybe. Or it's connected through a 56K modem. You remember those?
Yes, I do. You're lucky if you get a video stream in colour. Which sounds at the same time you ask too much.
Any better?
Oh, God, no. You can barely hear you.
I'll rejoin.
Yeah, there's more background noise than voice there.
Then,
Yeah.
Poor fella.
sounded like someone. Okay, so
Sounded like he was in a server room or something.
No,
that going into your interface? Like whatever
Yeah,
you're
directly.
using?
Yeah, directly into the interface.
Weird.
I think you might want to go through a mixer and then into your interface.
Well, that's it. So I go through my mixer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the stereo output into the Motu.
Okay.
And the Motu to the computer.
Okay. Now, where's your mic going into? Straight into the Motu?
No, mic is going to the mixer again.
Okay.
Everything goes through the mixer before it goes to the Motu.
Okay, and then you're just using a stereo in to the Motu, and that's it?
Yep.
Then that's interesting.
Yeah.
So when you said it's not stereo, you just hear from one ear, or?
Oh no, it's just here.
It's really.
It's like that, but it's also breaking up. And
yeah, it's.
Let me try the DeepMind.
All right.
I know what happened. I grabbed the wrong mic.
That's better.
It's better. I'm still getting like the tiniest little bit of breakup.
Yeah.
But again, it's not stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it could go to iPhone mic or my headset mic, it went to the iPhone mic. That's why.
Because it sounded like you're standing 10 feet away from the phone.
Yeah. Oh well.
Sounded like you were in a server room or something.
I was doing you guys a favor.
Let's try this.
So not that guy again. That's fun. The docent guys who were on here talking about history as we rode the rails just got off. So we're in San Luis Obispo right now, and still got another 4 hours probably.
Oh wow! Are you going? What, you going home now? Or
Yeah, going home.
Going back.
It's basically a 9-hour drive on the train.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there are people going straight to Seattle from here.
Yeah.
Oof.
Which is even worse.
Yeah, no shit.
God.
That's why they have sleeper cars here.
Well, like I said last time you said it, I said, if you're on a train for more than 3 hours in this country, you end up in the sea.
Yeah.
Essentially, you just run out of land.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Whereas the continental United States can go on a bit.
Right, coast to coast is days.
Yeah.
Yeah, was
But like actually more like 2 weeks almost.
Well, especially since we don't have high-speed rail in this country, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah, we don't either.
To be honest with you, I mean, the Chinese and the Japanese put us to shame when it comes to fast trains.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Well, it's not that we can't have it. Nobody wants to pay for it.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Think about it. France have got it as well. I mean, they've got quite a nippy...
I mean, Japan got it first, and it's amazing still in Japan.
Yeah.
I remember walking down the train. They had a speedometer in the hallway. And you go, oh, shit, look how fast we're going.
Yeah, they got some real shifty bloody trains out there. I know that.
Yeah. And in China, they have maglev trains now.
Yeah.
And I'm going in next April, so I want to see how that.
But to be fair, that's made there anyway, so they may as well have it, right? So.
Well, yeah. Still not stereo.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's coming through on a mic,
Yeah.
and then breaking up.
Is your stereo enabled?
No.
Is it turned on in
No
stream?
speakers are in.
It's
working.
weird, man. Very strange.
This sound is not very.
I wonder if it's something in his StreamYard settings.
Well, if it's not the auto volume and it's not the echo cancellation, it's something with the interface.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure, and also, Jeffrey, make sure your automatic mic volume is off.
Yep, it is
Just
off.
Leave that set to 100, and then stereo
At-
audio is on.
At the top, you've got those two windows saying what your mic's plugged into and what your audio interface is.
Yeah, so it says Motu.
Is there other options there?
Yeah, there's a lot of. There's loopback Motu, and then 1-2 Motu C. So. There's two. There's a default. There's loopback Motu mix. And
Where's the setting that says less shitty?
Yeah, that would make life a lot easier if it just said, "Don't pick this; it's shite." Oh, okay, then I won't.
speaker is Motu, and mic is Motu. That's,
50,
so if I put
50
loopback, it's
bucks
gonna
for
fuck
strawberries. Jesus.
That's a little high.
I guess they don't eat a lot of strawberries in Japan.
You should see all the strawberry fields we buy.
Wow. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Is that your loopback one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
probably.
Yeah. It's weird because I'm coming back now from you clearer than your keyboard.
Yeah. I wonder if there's some phase cancellation happening if he's... Do you have your
You
keyboard
did something
panned?
there. You did something there that almost made it stereo.
I think it might be a Canadian thing.
Yeah, it's Canadian stereo.
Yeah.
That's what it
Have you
is.
tried playing it on the back of a horse?
You can only play Saga and a few other things that will sound right.
Yes, I got a wish.
Play some Loverboy, you know.
Yeah.
I used to.
I wish I had a cowbell.
Okay, well, fuck it.
Or play
don't-
this. Or play this.
Yeah, Tom Sawyer.
Yeah.
We used to play Tom Sawyer when I was doing covers, and the
Yeah.
drummer was singing the song because
Huh?
he sang like Geddy Lee.
That's insane.
Yeah, it is, and he got the drums perfect. I mean, yeah, he was pretty amazing.
Wow.
Anyway,
But it's like
I
that
mean-
drummer in Chic when he sings Let's Dance while playing
Yeah.
drums.
Yeah.
And he's got a good voice.
yeah.
Good, powerful voice.
That's so sad. I bought that TD-17 drum kit and I still haven't learned how to play it yet.
Yeah, well.
Should be a little bit of stereo happening over
See, you come in glorious stereo.
there. Yeah.
See, I can't understand why it's dropping out.
Yeah.
I don't understand the dropping out part of that.
What keyboard is that?
Dropping out, you mean? So you hear it?
It
and then-
you hear it, but it breaks up.
Yeah. Even when we're
And
not
so they
doing
go,
it.
so it's sort of like you play a note and it's like sort of
It's acting like the cancellation is
all over the
making
place,
it.
sort of thing. Yeah. And it sounds like you've got that, echo cancellation turned on, even though you haven't.
Yeah.
Weird stuff.
Jeff, what keyboard is that?
Summit.
Summit.
Oh, that's the Summit.
Did you hear anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hear it,
And
but
it
it's
was
sort of
the
like.
same
I don't
I'm
know.
a shitty keyboard player. That's just me.
Well, that never stopped a lot of people. Come on.
Hey, yeah, I know. Dude, come on.
Yeah.
Didn't stop me.
If there's one thing you're not.
Yeah.
Okay, Justin, you got to play the drum opening for Red Rain.
Oh gosh, I haven't heard that track in a while.
It almost sounded like it there, the little rides and stuff.
Masters of Puppets.
Something like that.
Sounds nice. I can't remember if that's exactly it, but it sounded great anyway. So
Let's see. Let's try Phil Collins without the room mics.
Nice.
Room mics on full
Death
blast.
to the camera.
That was interesting.
That's with the room mics.
My Logitech camera, twice this week, I've had a blue screen of death, and each time it's linked back to that camera. Not this one, that one. And it's just caused my system to reset and do all sorts of weirdness. So I'm up on my little RX 100 at the moment. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, I think they did. I seem to remember something along those lines of GeForce having something to do with the Summit. Somewhere down the road.
Yeah. Bit odd. Because I was going to use this camera to show you this beastie. I was going to bring it across here and plug it in, but I can't be arsed now. So I'll do that another time.
I see.
Yeah, I think it was the mention of Canada.
There was a mention of Canada, yes.
Not
Was there?
Canada.
Who did that?
And
Surely not Canada. Can't that would be possible.
This is all my fault.
yeah.
Good. How's your back, Justin?
Getting better. Like, as long as I, move it around, like, walk around and stretch it in the morning, or if I wake up, like, in the middle of the night, I need to immediately stretch it and move it before I go back to sleep, because it's usually, now it's really bad in the morning until I start moving and start stretching it out. I mean, now it's fine.
Yeah, it's a pain having a bad back. I did a trip back from Scotland. I did a trip back from Scotland with no suspension for 250 miles on some very potted roads, and I've got arthritis in my spine. At the moment, I don't quite know how I'm sleeping, if at all. It's a forker.
Have you tried the rollbacks, platinum?
Yeah, I'm doing those every day,
No, I
like
was asking
often.
Justin.
Oh, sorry.
I'm asking both.
Oh, what is it?
Rollbacks, platinum.
Rollbacks?
Yeah, rollbacks is set.
Okay.
Yeah, that is that's
I'll have to check
that's
it
a
out.
really good, because I have a bad back, and
Yeah.
I mean I always keep it in stock.
Yeah.
I was going to say your front isn't so good either. So,
Oh, I've got that.
but I'm bummed. Yeah.
Who needs Robbie? We get the real thing here.
Yeah. Well, it all sounded a bit flat when I was listening earlier. You were all being very serious. No one mentioned cock once.
Oh, I think Robbie did several times.
Was Robbie here?
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
I thought he was supposed to be in Italy, or has he already arrived?
And he's in France.
French France.
Well, French France. Is there a well, there is a Polynesian France.
Well, there's Swiss France, and there's Canadian France, and there's Louisianan
No, it's
France.
French. Not
You want to
France.
French me? You want to give me French?
No.
What's wrong with you? You madman.
Yes,
How are you, Jeff?
I'm doing well.
The thing
Well, I know
is,
that.
we really don't
Except-
know.
Except that when I play keyboards now, it sounds like shit. But I can't play for you guys, so show my lack of talent.
Welcome to the club, Jeff. At last, a comrade.
Yes, we want to hear lack of talent in true stereo, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Clear and crystal.
Try different
But
channel
so
on
wh-
Mixer, says Jake.
When I tried, no, because I tried different channel on Mixer. Well, yeah, the thing is, I tried the DeepMind 12, and it did the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, basically.
but the voice is okay.
How about you got the echo cancellation turned off,
Yeah.
and you have the stereo turned on.
Yeah.
Come out of the stream, close the browser, open the browser, go back, and come in again.
Yeah, so close Chrome. If you're using Chrome, which you should be, close it completely. Just close it completely. Wait a couple of secs for the cache to clear and everything. Come back in and see if that fixes it.
Okay. Well,
It has done in the past, put it that way.
It worked for me last night.
Okay. All right. Well.
Sometimes they get a little bit gooey around the edges.
Yeah. I can even restart the computer altogether.
Oh,
See what
hang
it
on.
does.
Easy, Tiger.
And repaint the room.
Yeah, repaint the room. Change your underwear.
Well, I'm not wearing any. Anyway, I'll see you soon.
Commando. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Don't know about that second one.
No.
I think I'll keep it on 1.
Yes.
And here we is again.
Go on, give us a shout. Give us a sound.
It's not
Breaking
that
up.
Then. It's not that then.
Oh well.
Does it be great if the whole time that was just the way the patch goes?
Oh God, yeah.
No, it's not.
Something somewhere is getting in
Patch
the way
called
of
Shite Stream.
no, something's getting in the way virtually of your streamed audio.
Yeah.
So it's either StreamYard, which you seem to think it's not, because you've.
Well, the
Are
microphone
you
is
are
the
you
same
sure you?
route.
Oh, hang on. So the microphone, is it coming direct into StreamYard?
No, the microphone goes through the mixer as the same with the synths, and the output of the mixer goes right into Motu and right into the computer.
Just check, just out of interest, the input audio for StreamYard. Just check what device you're using.
Oh, Motu.
Did you take the interface out of hoser mode?
Yeah, it's yeah. Hoser mode is off. Yeah.
Motu or Molson?
Molson. Yeah.
Try, just
right.
for the heck of it, this may not fix it, but try muting your mic and then playing the synth.
Good idea. Try that.
Oh. Okay.
Nope, same thing.
Sounds better though.
I don't know. You haven't accidentally left a make this sound like shit plugin, effects plugin running, have you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Mike's gone now, yeah. This is what normally happens.
Yeah, it's still doing it.
I was going to say, you don't have a Rogue System 55 in the background, do you?
Jeff, you can still hear us. Is your mic still muted?
Yeah, I just turned down the volume on the mic completely.
Right, turn it down again and speak. Just carry on speaking, because I was still hearing you.
That's what I did before. You
Yeah,
can
but
still hear?
I just want to check. Just speak whilst you turn the mic down. Okay, so it's not the camera. Sorry, just wanted to check. Yeah, boost it back up.
Yeah, because that's what kind of what it sounds like as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like the camera mic's picking it
That's
up.
what I thought.
Maybe it's just bandwidth.
That could be. What quality are you streaming at?
But the voice and the picture's coming through fine.
Yeah.
I have and I have like 10 gig or 10 megabytes upstream, so it's working.
I
fine.
blame Tim Horton.
Sorry, Tim Horton. Yes.
Yeah.
Is it a quality filter that's just filtering out anything you play that sounds awful?
Yeah, that's it. I'm a shit player.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah,
Oh.
I've got that on. Look.
That's an Eventide plugin, isn't it?
Oh well, you know.
That's very odd.
It is very odd. And I was looking at that.
Have you got echo cancellation switched on?
No.
Okay.
It's off.
Let me just check the settings.
But I mean,
we went down this road.
Everything should be. I mean, everything goes through the same two channels to the motor.
So you haven't got reduced mic background noise on.
No. So let me tell you.
Have you got a automatically adjust mic volume?
Reduce mic background noise is on.
Get rid of it.
Turn it off.
Get rid of it. Fuck off.
Get rid of it.
Okay, let's try again.
Then switch on stereo audio.
It is stereo.
Okay, try it now. Without reduced mic background noise on.
There it is.
Oh, hello.
Really?
Yeah. That's perfect.
Huh.
Unfortunately, we could hear what you were playing.
Anybody got an RMI handy?
Yeah.
But in a French accent.
There we go.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Too many fajitas. Oh.
Now it's working.
Gonna be so out of time.
Sounds like Tron Legacy.
Yeah, as soon as you go anywhere near rhythm. Oh my god.
I don't know. I could never get Jam Taba to work.
I was getting there. I really need to spend more time with it, but I think it's doable. I've watched other people do it perfectly okay.
I just wish it had video too, so you'd see each other.
Yeah, that would help. Come on, in this summit of yours, young man. Let's hear this. Let's hear this thing in action. Okay.
Wow.
I know.
Okay, turn the background noise thing back on again.
It's like the intro to Shine On You Crazy Diamond.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like 80s Tangerine Dream.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
You got to love Novation.
Yeah.
That's a glorious sound.
I need to update it because the guy didn't update the software.
Oh, the firmware,
So
yeah.
it's at 2.27 now. So.
Curiously, I've got a Novation Supernova 2 Pro, the fully expanded, which I helped dev the software for. And when it went up to software version 2, which everyone jumped onto, I was still working at the time with software version 1.7 something, 7.1 or 7.2, because there was a load of other features in there to do with envelopes, menu diving, which didn't make it into version 2 because it just started getting too complex for a lot of people. So they dropped all this stuff out, and I said, when I got my machine, I had to take it into them for something, and when I took it into them, I said, whatever you do, don't upgrade it to version 2. And it's in my permanent notes at Novation that if ever I take it in, never upgrade it to version 2, because mine does things that the version 2 doesn't.
Nice.
Yeah. But they're good synths. I love them.
You see, they have this patch here. It's called Tyrell Brass. And
Oh, yeah.
really not. It's really not.
No, come on.
Do you know it's not?
Sounds good, but
It's
Not
not
bad.
bad.
They
Not
meant
bad at
Susan
all.
Tyrell.
Yeah.
it doesn't have that growl.
Yeah, it's more Tyrell Cosmetics.
What you miss on those things is the sine wave coming out just in the background, very low down as well.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
That sine wave, that's what I've had to program in this beastie, the M8X, is just put the sine wave in, bypassing the filter altogether. It's but that's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's not. I mean, it's useful.
Have you got subs on that?
Got me on it now.
Have you got sub oscillators on? You know, have you got a sub oscillator sub?
Yes, there's. Actually,
Of course, they're linked, aren't they?
you're talking about LFOs? No.
No. So the VCOs, you'll get the waveform that comes out and whatever else. But on some synths, they have a sub oscillator in the VCO, so you can just dial in an amount of 1 octave below or 2 octaves below.
There might be one in the upgraded software. It's not, but
That would just give it that little bit of extra.
yeah. Because the ring modulator doesn't do much on this, sadly.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew it. Knew it. Fucking bastard. Never mind. It's there.
I've got. So you want to sum it?
Ken,
Hello.
you see my name?
Hang on a sec. There's a montage in front
Oh,
of you.
thanks, Wagyu.
Bang isn't. Vangel isn't.
Vangel isn't.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, there we go.
Like that diode compressor on it. And all that. Alright, smart ass. Yeah.
See, this should be doing
Yeah.
FM and ring, but it's, pardon my French. My ring should be going about now.
It's that time of day.
Let's have a look what's going on. LFO.
Do you need a divorce first before the ring goes?
Well, there is that.
That was shite.
Yeah, it was.
Needed more cowbell.
Yeah, much more cowbell. Hang on, while you rehearse, I'm going to get you another coffee.
I need coffee. Or a Kleenex, it's one or the other. I don't know, I'm not quite sure which.
Yeah.
How's your cock, Justin? Or do you not keep chickens?
I'm too chicken to keep them.
Well done, that man.
Yeah, that prison I just put on camera, that's where Suge Knight is staying.
Huh?
Whereabouts are you?
North of San Luis Obispo.
Where?
California.
California.
Yeah, Amtrak train heading home.
Do you know I've never got a train in America?
This is my first one. Yeah.
Are you enjoying it?
It's excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun to travel by train.
Yeah.
Slow but fun.
They also had historians on here talking about all kinds of stuff as we drove around. So it's pretty cool.
Oh, really?
The Park Service did a thing. Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Thing is, it's cheaper to travel by train in the US than it is in the UK. In the UK, it's the most expensive form of transport.
It's still pretty expensive, though. I was shocked how much the tickets were, but it is fun. And it's slow. I mean, this is a 9-hour trip.
Yeah, but you can read and put your feet up and, masturbate a lot.
Well, you can do that anyway. You have two hands when you drive, right? So.
Oh, yeah.
You put it in auto drive and you're
unless you can, in which case you've only got one.
Or 1.5.
Yeah.
Hey, Ken, can you believe that was used for a wine commercial in the U.S.?
What? I want to go to
That song.
Florida. That's my favorite wine.
That Vangelis song was used for a wine commercial. Paul, it's Ernest and Julio Gallo.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Huh.
For many years. That's an ear disease. Many years. What it is? I'm just saying.
Their slogan is "We will sell no wine before it's time."
I need to get those. I need to get that whole thing.
A very stoic audience.
Yeah. Something like that, somewhere around there. I'll get to it one day. I'll do the other chords. There's another chord there somewhere. There's L. There's a T.
And there's a
chord
Q.
of T.
Yeah, the Q.
Q. I've yet to find Q.
There's an omnichord.
Oh, that's very good. That's very, very good.
No wonder it's taking him 9 hours to get there. The train stops every second. Oh, now it's moving. Okay.
Ah, there we go. That'll be. It's the lush verdantness of California that always amazes me. How green and verdant.
Well, this is very dry desert-like right here, but
no kidding. If you want green, you come here.
No, there's plenty of great green stuff here. I mean,
yeah.
The hills over there are pretty decent.
If I come there, Jeff, do I have to meet you?
Yes.
Oh, well, in which case I'm on my way. I'm packing my bag. Hang on a minute. Where's my bags? Oh, no, I've left them.
It'd be a shame if you come to, Montreal, because if you go to Vancouver, we won't meet. But
if I go to Canada, which I'm still thinking about, because my wife wants to, my wife had a very weird dream about Canada, so apparently we've got to go there at some point. But I do have pals in Vancouver, and I will just cover the whole of the southern border towns, the backwater towns like Montreal, and and then what? And then I want to head up north a ways and just experience the wilderness and get eaten by a bear, or my wife, one or the other, one leg at a time.
Depending who gets to you
so
first.
I can see my own train. See that? See the curve there? You can see my own train.
That's your own train. You bought the whole train. Wow, you're doing better than I thought, Andrew.
See that?
Wow.
He sold his sins, and
Yeah.
No, he just sold like one of the Eurorack cases.
Yeah.
In the current market, you sell a huge, great Eurorack thingy, and you get about $4.
But yeah, I mean, if you go to Vancouver, you'll be very far from me.
No, I know, but that's fine. I can fly across. I can get a flight from Vancouver to Montreal and on to Rio.
And then it will be more expensive than flying from England to here if you just fly Vancouver to Montreal.
No, I've got a friend that's a pilot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll just hold a gun to his head and say, we're going to... Oh.
Well, hopefully his arms don't get tired.
Well, yeah, there is that.
We don't have guns in Canada.
No.
No handguns.
No, and neither do we.
Yeah, I know.
Which is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
Because we're not nutters.
I can bring a guy some. If you guys want?
Yeah, come across the border with it. Yeah. See if you can
California.
make it.
When I was a teenager, my father was in the police, and I joined what was then the sort of
So did he
the British telecommunications thing. I learnt to be a telecoms engineer, but it's going back a million years. And both of these organisations, both my father's police force and the post office, had shooting teams. So I used to shoot for both of them at different times because I was quite a good, quite a reasonable marksman. The thing was, the police used to cheat. So everyone else...
They didn't write message in a bottle.
Different, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's very good. The sting was in the tower, and we go along to these competitions, and everyone else, all the other shooting clubs up and down the country, would have sort of ex-Second World War Enfield 303 rifles that were shitty as hell, but you kind of tried to balance them and do this stuff. The police, the Met Police, had Xavier 736 sniper rifles, hand-built in Switzerland. So we used to use these things, and of course, and one day I ended up shooting for both teams on the same day against each other, and still the Met won. So it was a very odd thing. But they were treated with such, guns are treated with such respect over here, unless Kent's got them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I call guns anything I want. I don't care.
You don't care, do you?
No.
Call them Judith.
I diss them in front of people.
Hermione.
Yep.
Diss you, Hermione.
I just got a call from Dusty Miller. He said, could you stop, please? Because the noise of Vangelis spinning in his grave is keeping him up.
Oh, right. Okay, I'll stop.
Oh dear me. So I missed it. What was wrong with the Summit's audio path in the end?
It was the adjustment in the settings.
Echo cancellation.
Yeah, echo cancellation.
What was the background noise?
Yeah, the background noise. Sorry.
It was a background noise. That's what I said it was. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, that's
not
what
echo cancel. It was background noise.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
it's all fine. Justin knew.
You'll hear me fart. That's that's it.
Nice. As long as it's continuous and not spread with little lumpy interruptions.
But for now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to bid you adieu because I need to go to the shops because I have nothing to eat for dinner.
Well, look, can I just say, fuck you and the moose you came into town on.
Yes.
I thought it was a diseased donkey.
No, it is a moose, but it's diseased.
Oh, is it a moose?
Yeah.
Oh,
But it's got manky feet.
Ah.
I had a donkey with 3 legs. I called it a wonky.
Okay, well, on that note.
Which is that note.
Yeah, on that note.
That one.
I might come back after dinner if you're still there. If not, well, catch
you. You might come on my what?
So do you normally pass out when you eat?
No. Sometimes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I might come back or never.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no, anyway. You get it? All right. Anyway, okay, guys. See you maybe later.
You're my favourite, Jeff.
No, I'm not. Bye-bye.
You're my favourite. I'll never change my mind about that. You're my absolute favourite.
Oh.
Ow. Okay. Bye.
Bye, Jeff, my favourite. Bye, Lumpkin. What a twat. I really fucking hate him. Oh, God, I hate him. So much.
He knew that was coming. He knew.
On those happy words, I will be following suit and going to get some dinner myself.
You're my favourite.
Ah, thank you. I knew you were going to say that, but thank you.
I love you so much.
Okay.
I really do.
Oh, thank you.
It was
You're welcome.
inevitable.
I'm not taking any of that back.
Okay.
Okay. Bye now. At least he's not Canadian. Oh,
pardon me.
Oh.
What a nurse.
Oh, you're in Hufflepuff with that last one. Hufflepuff.
There's no stitching that could survive that.
No. I was gonna come on here earlier, then I thought, why should I?
It's all right. We didn't warn you.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So it worked out in the end.
It all worked out perfect. It worked as planned. Why isn't this as loud? Oh, it's because it's not turned up here. That's why.
Oh, there you go.
No, it's just not very loud. Why not? What is going... Oh! Who knows?
There you go. I just think people pay 54,000 quid so they can just do that.
Yeah. But it's not just so they can do that, because even though this does some of that, it doesn't do all of that. I mean, I know this does more than that, but it doesn't do. And we were talking about this last night. It's an instrument.
Yeah, tools for the job thing. Yeah.
So yeah, and each instrument has its own strengths and the things it does best.
Yeah, because this has got some welly under it, isn't it? These MX8s. Nice.
You just have to watch the reverbs on them, because they can get a bit too washy. So you kind of have to.
Yeah.
But they're good. They're good beasties.
Yeah. So when you go into the Bahamas,
The Bahamias.
with all that money you've made on TikTok,
Yeah, Bahamias. Yeah.
Well, as soon as I can get a flight, really.
They've stopped them. They've stopped them to the Bahamias.
Yeah, but I put all my money in the Cayman Islands, so...
I put all mine in Brownsea Island. I don't know if that's the same. I don't know.
no, probably not.
I don't know.
Hello, lovers.
Hello, Pat.
How you doing, sweetheart?
I'm all right. We didn't watch the film in the end. We watched 2 episodes of West Wing.
No, okay.
What did we watch? We watched 2 films. First of all, we watched John Wick 2, which we shouldn't like, but it's just...
Yeah, I know.
It's fun.
I've watched 3/4 of it, then I think... They stopped. It just expired. It was like the last night you could watch it on something like Netflix or something like that. So I never got to see the end of it.
Oh.
But they're on the 4th one now, aren't they? Because that's
They are. We've watched all of them. Liz and I can't work out, or we couldn't work out, why we liked them, and then we kind of did this evening, and it's kind of because it's real. You go with me for a minute.
Yeah.
It's real in that it portrays a world where things don't go right, where nothing ever quite works out as you expect it to. There are consequences, and I quite like that as a tale. I like the idea of consequences being ongoing and multiplying. That I kind of like. The rest of it is nonsense, but it's still kind of fun.
It's escapism, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Yeah. No, Jane wouldn't watch them because they are too violent. She doesn't like violent films.
But then, as a counter to that, we watched Mary Poppins 2, which I fucking adore.
I think it was great.
It's a brilliant film.
I mean, I like what's her face anyway.
Emily Blunt.
Emily Blunt. I can watch her anything. You know.
Which rhymes with Semele.
Yeah.
Yeah. And no, it's a brilliant film. Absolutely brilliant. Why am I hearing an echo?
What?
I was hearing an echo then.
It's not me, is it? Hello?
No.
It's not me.
No.
No?
You had an echo on Friday night, you.
Well, apparently I didn't hear it at all.
Nor did I.
I could. It was only a very ever so slight echo.
Echo. All the Scottish people we met said, "Where's Ian gone? Why's he left?"
It's because it was Scotland.
Yeah.
I love Scotland. It's great, actually. I love Edinburgh. I mean, I could live in Edinburgh.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but because I know the city really well as well, because we've been literally going there from the early 80s, most years. There was a patch in the middle where the boys were small and we didn't go, and it's not always just at festival time as well. We've had weekends up there.
I used to go up to Edinburgh a lot and to Glasgow, and then also to Aviemore and Inverness way back in time, and I always liked it, but because I've got arthritis, because I've got osteoarthritis, I couldn't live there now. It's just the amount of moisture up there and the changing temperatures.
Yeah, it's cold, isn't it? Even in summer, it's I mean, we went to. We popped into a Lidl supermarket just to buy a few things, and it was a lovely, brilliant day actually for Edinburgh. It was a nice warm day. No, didn't bother with any coats, and it was like a monsoon when we came out. We were all stood in the entrance to this Lidl, and it was literally blowing a gale, and it had just come up like that. And you literally can have 5 seasons in one day in Scotland.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. We were up there we went up on Saturday, came back Tuesday, went up for a funeral. It was the most expensive 4 days I think I've ever spent, except if I've been doing something for business. It was just ridiculous. It cost us all. I think it's cost us all in all, because I'm a bit of a twat, north of 1,500 quid.
Wow.
Yeah. Which was kind of, what the? Yeah. Where the who? But, you do this stuff with family things, don't you? You just go, whatever it takes, we're going to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. The only city I didn't enjoy up in Edinburgh was Dundee. I thought Dundee was.
Don't think I've been to Dundee. No, I haven't.
I've only been there once, and it just didn't really. It didn't for me. It didn't have anything going for it. Really.
I loved Inverness.
I've never been to Inverness. I've been to. I was at I did a summer school at Stirling, which was fantastic. And then
how did you like the moss?
Lots of it.
Yeah.
And then I took Jane and the boys up a few years later, and we went up Wallace's Monument and all that sort of stuff, and just had a few days there. It was great.
I always stay outside of town because there's the hills surrounding it. And if you get up onto the hills, you will almost always guaranteed to see the Northern Lights, and it's an extraordinary. I remember the first time I ever saw Northern Lights was up there, and it was extraordinary.
When we could see the Northern Lights down here, the other week, did we look out the window? Did we?
Well, you say we could see them. Mostly they were dim enough that you actually had to have a long exposure camera to capture it, and then you're thinking, what the fuck have I done with the exposure on this? It's all wank. So we didn't. Very few people, I think, actually saw it with the naked eye. But a lot of people captured it on camera, as did I. But
yeah, there was lots of pictures in Frome Times. Frome Times is a good newspaper for free, so lots of pictures in there.
Racy.
The local, the local. Honestly, yeah. What Mildred's been doing with her kicks.
Fate ticket dropped. Litter problem. MP called. Yeah, I know.
My problem is I live near London, so all we can ever see in the sky is the moon and the pole star.
What, you've got a car? You've got a car in the sky?
What?
A pole star? Oh, never mind. Ian knows.
It's nearly midnight.
It's not even a proper car. Fuck off.
Kent's a one-armed man at the moment. He's got, He's got a dog from hell living in his house.
No, the light pollution here is stupid.
Yeah.
Fries tastier in the Times.
So's the drill pollution, from what I understand.
Yeah. What's that?
Hey, don't you know about Kent stabbing himself in the elbow with a 1 millimetre drill bit?
I do, yeah. Yeah, and it just sounded...
That was because of that stupid bloody husky.
Pesky kids.
Yeah.
Shakes fist at sky. Clouds.
I think it was round about, I think it was about 2ish this afternoon. There was some splashing going on, and Fiona goes, "Oh God, what's the puppy doing now?" I went, "I'll look," and I got up and went into the kitchen, and she is curled up in the water bowl, in a drinking bowl.
What? Why?
Don't know. It's just her head sticking out of the water. I go, what the? Why are you doing that? You stupid husky. Oh, mate.
Yeah.
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 Dogs, eh?
Yeah. Dogs. Can't live with them. Full stop.
Yeah, I can't live with them. I genuinely can't live with them. Although I'd love to have a cat. I mean, we were always cat people, to be fair, but
I've got two.
I'm allergic to them as well.
Don't you kidnap my cats?
Oh, I will.
Mr. Evans and Madge Evans, spinster of this parish. Those are their proper names.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah. That's fantastic. What are they? We used to have a...
They're cats. What the fuck are you want? They're cats. I said.
Cat?
They're soft. They're cats. We got them from the shelter. They were brother and sister. They came from Wales, so they speak like that. See, they got a bit of a Welsh accent. See, that's what they speak like. She speaks a bit more Cardiff. And I have one little coach. But Mr. Evans, he speaks like my father.
Can he sing?
Lando. No, he can't. Curiously, which is very worrying. But he has driven a steam train up and found a dragon. I don't know. Or is that? Am I thinking of something else?
No, but I'd love to have a cat. But I couldn't afford the cat bills, the vet bills now.
Well, if you get them young and you insure them from the beginning, then they're very reasonable and they stay the same kind of rate. And then all of a sudden they get to sort of 8, 9, 10 and suddenly they go through the fricking roof. Yeah. And at that point you're looking at them going, don't get ill or you're dead.
Yeah. Like everything, it's the way that conglomerates have taken over the vet business. You know.
Yeah. It used to be, once upon a time, that you could do the barter thing for almost anything. I used to have a dentist I went to that would do my teeth. Curiously, as opposed to polishing my shoes, he would do my teeth, and I'd do things. I'd do either audio or sound or video or something for him, something give him a lift or whatever, and he'd do it, and the same with pretty much everything, always found a way to exchange one thing for another. It's almost impossible to do that with those kinds of services now.
No. I mean, I've been to the dentist for the first time before the pandemic, so 3 years, because I lost my national health dentist in Pocklington. They literally just closed, and there was nowhere else to go. And they did open up a private one, but we were about to leave, so there was no point. We did that. I paid £100 and had a checkup. And they said there was going to be
£100 for a checkup.
For £100 for a checkup, and they said, they then said, "Oh well, you'll need." I thought it was £800. Jane says that they said that I needed £1,000 worth of work, right? And I just they weren't very clear about exactly what the work was, right?
Yeah.
So and then Jane went, and I said, "I'm really not happy about this." They wanted you to sign up to their thing. I said, "Look, we're going anyway." I said, "Look, we'll get to Frome, and then we'll find a dentist in Frome, and we'll go through the whole process again," which is exactly what we did do. So my dentist is literally just down the road. It cost £50 for a checkup, He very sensibly, I mean, he gave me a good check. He said, he's been pretty good, Nick. He said, considering you haven't been for 3 or 4 years, he said, you've got one tooth that's, there's half a tooth there, really. I'm going to have to reconstruct it. I'm not happy about the one next to it. It's sort of, the filling's leaking. He says, I think you should have those done. There's 2 broken at the back, but the 2 at the back aren't causing you any problems. And they're not, and he said, I think we should leave them. Just do the work we have to do. And that struck me as really sensible. Cost 400 quid to have those 2 fill-ins. He was great, and Jane's booked in to go and see him next week.
Last time I went to the dentist, I said, just for a checkup, because I occasionally need quite a bit of things. I got bridges and all sorts. And the last time I went, I said, is there anything, how is it? Is it good or bad? He said, well, if you had a blue one, you'd have a full snooker set. So I thought, okay, yeah, maybe. But they keep on trying to get me to have, implants.
Oh, right.
And every time I say, do I need them? They say, well, no, but then you could. I said, but do I need them? Well, no, but those teeth will eventually go. I said, I'm 60 million years old. How long before they go? Well, you've probably only got another 10 years on them. So, what? Why?
Deal with them when you need to.
I'll eat soup then.
Yeah.
How much for the implants? £2,000 each.
Oh.
Yeah, we could do your whole mouth for 16,000. Who? Yeah. Or you can sign up for this dental plan.
Oh, the dental plan thing.
And you won't pay anything for them, except that we've got to do all the work first so that it's stabilised, and that's going to cost you thousands.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you go and fuck little spiders? Yeah.
So, I mean, like I say, I don't go back for 6 months, so that's fine. They said you might want to have a hygienist appointment. I'm thinking, no, I'll.
Actually, best investment I ever made was going to a hygienist, and I go to them every time I go and have a checkup. So about once every year, to be honest. I should go every 6 months, but always have a hygienist thing. And she's got me brushing my teeth brilliantly. I didn't realise, it's the gum thing more than anything else, because your gums recede.
Yeah.
And now my gums don't bleed anymore.
Mine has stopped bleeding. And actually using, because he said one of the things he said when I went for the checkup, he said, "What sort of toothbrush do you use?" I said, "Well, actually, I used to use just a manual one. I said, I'm using an electric toothbrush now." He says, "That's brilliant." He says, "Do you use the little sticks or brushes?" I said, "I use brushes." He says, "Yeah, that's the best thing to do." So
Yeah.
So I've got Jane using them and all now.
Yeah, they're a good thing.
Yeah.
They're a good thing. Here we are on a Saturday night talking about teeth.
Yeah, exactly.
Go on, pop yours out, Kent.
No, I've got none left to pop out.
Okay. It's very dark in your studio.
It's because it's late in the night. You see, it's midnight.
Studio.
Dark times.
Is it?
No teeth, Wookie. No teeth and I eat steak. Your gums become hard. Well, yeah.
Should I turn this light out so I'm dark as well? Is that a cool and trendy thing to do?
I can do the same.
Okay.
My grandfather, who died a long, long time ago, he was a train driver, and he had 3 teeth in his head. Yeah. And as a young man, he went to a dentist, and he had a really terrible experience, and he says, "I'm never going back again." And he never went back, and he literally, when he had a rotten tooth, he'd pull it out himself with a pair of pliers.
Yeah.
And it was amazing, really. Never went to the dentist.
I remember my mother and father both ended up with false teeth.
Yeah, both my
dentures.
Too, yeah.
And I remember my mother going in to have all her teeth pulled out and then getting dentures, and how uncomfortable it was for her for years afterwards. And I was just fascinated by and that whole thing with a glass by the bed.
Yes, yeah,
with
and the Steradent tablet. Yeah.
And I was just looking at it, I thought, there is no way I'm ever going to do that.
No.
Yeah. No.
I mean, my teeth are quite crooked, but my mother never took me to the dentist as a kid, which is her, thank you, mother, for that. There are other things which we won't go into, but it was when I was 18. I think I was 18. I went to the dentist on my own, and I had 24 fillings over a period of, and at that point, as an 18-year-old, you could still get it free.
Yeah, that's right. I remember.
I think it was 21 where you started to pay, and there was so much work that it took quite a long time.
Is that year there was a shortage of mercury in the world?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it's all in my teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was free, and that was important because dental hygiene also ties into lots of other stuff.
Yeah. I mean, and he was a great dentist. I mean, some people called him he was a butcher. This guy.
How did we how did we end up with dentists costing us something? Because that was part of the national health, and everyone was still paying, national insurance. What the fuck happened?
I think it's really bad because kids. I mean, parents with kids have to now pay if they're going private because nobody can really get an NHS dentist. I mean, luckily, my two boys in London, they would like to move dentists closer to where they live or work, and they daren't because they can't get an NHS dentist anywhere else. And luckily, they've both still got NHS dentists. But, I mean, a young family, you've got a couple of kids, what the hell? It must be horrible because, we've got to have a whole generation of kids back to dentures, aren't we? Because
we are.
Yeah,
we are. The brilliant thing about the NHS, which was an unforeseen thing, was how much money it saved. It cost a lot, but how much money it saved longer term through productivity, healthier people, all that kind of thing. It was such a brilliant idea, and that's all being bloody carved away by a certain government that's no longer in power, and it's just driving me nuts that all of those things have been sold off, and it's all.
Well, it did start though, because
it started under Labour.
It started under Labour. It started under Tony Blair's Labour, because that's obviously when I was still working for the University of York Health Sciences Department, but we were based at York District Hospital. So we were right at the front line to some extent, and all of the stuff that was going on, started under Labour and just continued under the Tories,
But I wasn't convinced that all the pals of Labour owned the companies that the money ended up in the pockets of from the privatisation, from the bills, etc. Whereas I know absolutely with the Tories, it's all ended up in pals and companies, that are owned by pals or their families or one thing or another. Hello, you put your light on now.
Yeah.
Oh,
too dark.
There we go.
What was that?
See you later, John. There we go.
There you go.
It's too dark.
I woke up this morning. I woke up this afternoon.
But I normally do.
I woke up a lot lately.
Yeah, I woke up this morning, for which I'm very grateful.
Yeah. I wake up every morning.
That was unexpected.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I woke up at 5 and must have shit the bed. Going back to sleep anyway, bugger it. Doesn't matter, covered in shit already.
Yeah, Wookie's saying there isn't a department in his local hospital that isn't private.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I tell you, I mean, I've had one meeting with a doctor since I've been here, only because, and it was under the false pretenses it was because I've got a ganglion, which I knew I wasn't going to be able to do anything about, but I actually needed to see a doctor because when it was transferred from Pocklington, the medications that I take for asthma and things like that were not transferred because it's almost like bits of different bit of the NHS, and So I had to literally see a doctor to sort of turn around and say, I need you to actually add these to my profile so that I can get repeat prescriptions. You know.
Yeah.
But to get that meeting, I went through, I think it was 15 web pages of questions in terms of triaging. You know, and Jane needs to see a doctor, you know, because she's got diabetes. And, you know, she's going to have to go through the same process. You know, so they don't make it easy.
No, they don't. They don't. I remember the start of that when my father died. My mum and dad lived in London, and we moved my mum up here to literally just about 50 yards around the corner from here. We found us some sheltered housing, and then we bought this house so we could be near her. And she was having more and more complex needs. She had arthritis like me, and you know, wobbly hands and cataracts, and she was getting weaker and weaker, so she needed lots of help, and it was just all falling over. And I remember this was back in 2006, and I remember I rang up, we got her into my docs. I rang up my doctor, social services, the district nurse, there was a bunch of different people I had to ring, the local council, all sorts of people, and I said, look, let's have a meeting at her sheltered housing with all of us there so that we can agree a plan. And they all said yes, and they all turned up. We agreed a plan, and it was all sorted. From then on, it was sorted, and up until then, it had been driving me fucking nuts, you know, 3-4 o'clock in the morning, having to get up and go and see my mum and all that stuff, which, you know, I was very blessed to have the opportunity to do that, but there comes a point where you're just so tired. You're trying to do everything else, and it really helped. You couldn't do that now.
No,
you wouldn't be able to tie all those departments together. So the ability for the individual to have an effect on all of these systems has disappeared. There is no. It's either systemic or it's not.
Yeah,
you're either in the system or you're not, and then you have to abide by its rules.
I mean, there was a time when, you know, to get continuity with a GP, to get continuity of care, you'd be allocated a GP, and you'd see that GP, and that person would really get to know you over years because you'd literally see the same person. Now that hasn't for a long time, but I would always pick the same GP, who was brilliant in Pocklington, to be fair. So I knew I would have to. The waiting times were getting longer and longer. So if I was going to need to see her, you know, knowing full well it used to be, first of all it was a couple of weeks, then it was 3 weeks, then it was a month, and then it was 6 weeks. You know, and I would do that to get that continuity. You know, but that for everybody else, for most people, that's gone, and you really need that continuity because you'll see somebody that you've never seen before. They can look at your profile on your NHS app, but they don't know you.
No, they don't. They don't. I mean, theoretically, AI should be able to bring all these records together and give a complete profile of who you are. But I've looked at my records and they're so incomplete.
Yeah, mine too. Yeah.
Funny thing, half God, half beast. I can't remember your first name. I'm sorry, matey.
Biscuit. Mr. Biscuit.
Mr. Biscuit. If I ring the doc, the receptionist asks why. I say why, and I say isn't that between us and my doc, between me and my doc, and I get told I'm being aggressive, and if I carry on, she'll hang up. To be honest, Mr. Biscuit, it's because you're half God, half beast. You know, you should either be going to the church or the vets. You know, that's just. I just want to throw it out there. You know, I think maybe you're being unreasonable here. Maybe go and see your vicar. You know, in Yorkshire Dales with Mr. Herriot, and you'll probably get seen. You know, yeah, that's what it is. Have you got bovine tuberculosis? Sorry, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yes, and in fact, my nephew is just about to finish his doctor's training. He's either going to be a GP or he's going to go to Australia.
He could be a GP in Australia.
He could be a GP in Australia, because and he's out there now at the moment with his wife and their young baby, to see about whether they actually want to move out there. things are so bad in the NHS for all staff, really.
I know lots of people that are doing exactly that, and they go and they're being recruited to South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. It's just Germany even. It's just mad that they can't get paid here what they need, and it's not just the pay; it's the whole conditions thing.
It's the staff thing, isn't it? As well,
the
understaffing. I mean, I'm still in contact with some of my ex-students, and they tell me.
I thought you were about to say convicts, sir, but
they tell me that and these are students that have obviously they were, I've been out of the Department of Health Sciences for 10 years nearly. So, these people have been qualified nurses for at least 10 or 12 years, and they're saying it's so much worse now than when they qualified.
Well, I've got someone in Santa Rosa in California, a friend in someone I know who's a health professional, a nursing assistant, that kind of thing, and their pay has dropped down to the point where essentially what used to be a professional fee for a professional job and professional hours, with lots of experts surrounding them, it's now become one person looking after 1 billion people. And they get paid, essentially what you'd get if you worked in Best Buy or one of those places, stacking shelves. It's the same everywhere, and I think for most people in these industries, in public service things, or anywhere, even in our industries, it's about you know what, you'll put up with poor pay if you feel that you're valued and you're all going through the same thing together. And no one in the NHS feels like they are. No one.
No.
Yeah.
It's really sad.
It is.
I don't know what the solution is, really. And I mean, government's tinkering with it. Every new government that comes in doesn't help. There needs to be a long-term plan, because you won't fix it overnight. You need a 5 and 10-year plan, but whoever needs to stick at it. No self-abuse here.
Man is in, and we've just had this whole debate about dentists. It's all right. We're talking about UK ones, not the US. It's a different system in the US. And you play synthesizers. I'd put up with an expensive private dentist over here if he played synths, because I could do a deal with him.
Because I tell you what, if there was a synthesizer in the corner of the operating
surgery.
The surgery. Yeah.
There we go.
Then it would be so much better.
Yeah, it would.
I tell you what was missing from my dentist was a nice picture on the ceiling when your head's back. When my old dentist used to have that music that I've read the radio playing, which this dentist did have. But there'd be a nice picture of, some green fields or something like that.
Or the orthodontist's breasts.
Oh, the what?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Let's not go there, gentlemen.
No, let's not. What's missing at my dentist is a machine that doesn't suck all the money out of all of your bank accounts and all your credit cards.
Yeah.
But, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, God. I've seen what Bert said. Previous dentist from nice pictures of all of the rotten teeth and stuff.
Manny plays hardware jams for some of his patients. I'd come and see you. I'd have you as my dentist in a heartbeat, Manny.
Well, what would we talk about? It wouldn't be teeth, would it?
And we'd be swapping stories about FM, and then we'd be sitting in front of them, and he'd be showing me all this shit, and I'd be showing him some other stuff, and then he'd tell me how wrong I am, and he'd be right, because he's the dentist. Am I right? Yes. Yes. That's what would happen. Is it safe? Yeah.
Is it safe? Oh yeah, is it safe? I've only ever seen that film once. It still stayed with me.
Yeah. Some appointments are more synth talk than treatment. Good. Some of my appointments are places where I'd like to punch people in the teeth. I know that. There we go. Ian, I love how how balanced your view is about gender politics and misogyny, etc. It's something I've always admired about you.
Oh, thank you.
It's a good thing. We need more of it.
Yeah. What brought that up? What brought
it up was I had
you.
No, I had because we were talking, and then orthodontist breasts came up, and you said, no, let's not go there, gents. And I tend to be much the same. I had a reminder from Facebook that 10 years ago today, I posted a post saying about F1, saying, why the fuck are we in 2014 still parading women as if they're objects of sexual desire around racetracks? What is all that about? Why do we do that? It's just nonsense. Let's stop it. No.
Yeah. You don't stop it. No, it's not there for you. They're earning money doing that.
Great. Make them presenters. Make them pit crew. Make them change the tyres. Make them team bosses. Don't make them fucking dolly birds just sitting there with their tits out.
Nobody's making them do it.
But that was then.
Nobody's making them do it.
It has changed.
You've got to look at it from everybody's point of view. There are women who make good money from doing this.
Well, that's the argument for things like, the show that we went to about how women are treated in the acting profession or the media. But then we find out that actress had funded her Edinburgh show by doing OnlyFans.
Yeah.
What's OnlyFans?
It's a porn thing, isn't it? I've never seen it. It is some sort of
non-affiliated porn.
I'm such a twonk, aren't I?
Yeah.
I'm so
I call it OnlyFans.
naive.
Only F1 fans.
Yeah. I called it. I said this was Only Friends, which is a version of OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I mean that because Jen and I had a conversation about it.
Sorry, AC ahead. You're right. They don't do it anymore. For which I'm really pleased.
Does it still do it? Because you used to see that on boxing matches. I mean, I don't watch boxing, but does it still happen with the girl walking around with the...
I don't know. But I noticed they did it at Las Vegas last year. But today, for instance, at the Dutch Grand Prix, through all the practices and the qualifying, it was 3 female panellists running the whole thing or leading it, presenters, which I thought was great. It worked really well. You don't need to be a particular gender to be able to present this stuff. No. With a good view.
And let's face it, we want more women more women in music anyway.
Yep.
But we need, and especially where as far as synthesizers are concerned, we don't have a lot of women representatives in places like this.
That's because they're too sensible to get messed up with meddle with synthesizers. They're not stupid. Synthesizers? Do you think I'm sad? I'd rather have handbags. Not that I'm being stereotypical.
Definitely don't go there.
No. My wife has more handbags and shoes than anyone I know, and she's very sensible, but still shoes. And she says, "You have synths, I have shoes." Yeah, fair enough.
I've got too many coats. My family tell me.
Is your jacket your coat?
Yeah.
Is that jacket my coat?
Yeah. And actually, I'm going to get wet. Because it's absolutely signing down outside now, and it's only a short walk to the back door. But I haven't brought a hat.
Have you got? You've got a separate room.
Yeah, this is outside. This is outside. Yeah, this is a cabin in the woods.
Cabin in the woods. Woods.
It's in the garden. Got a cabin in the garden. Actually, which we bought the house because it had a room that could. It was a studio before. The other guy had it. He was a musician. But actually, both Jen and I are in agreement that had we not bought this house, I would have had to have a room in the house. And neither of us actually want that. Because Jen likes the fact that I'm outside, I'm out of the house. that I go somewhere else.
I've been thinking for a long while, because I've got my own studios down the road. I've got 2,000 square foot of studios and whatever, audio, blah, blah, blah. But I'm getting to the point now where I think I'm going to give them up, because I'm not getting enough business coming through them. I'm getting lots of business through, doing all the stuff I do, but it's mostly project managing and editing. It's all stuff I can do remotely. So I'm carrying the studios for a long, and I'm reluctant to give them up, but I think I'm about to pull the trigger on that, because it's a huge amount of money I have to find each month.
Because that just eats into whatever profit as a business you make.
Yeah, and the money I have, as well. The stuff I can reinvest into other things. And I've got other things. My passions lie elsewhere at the moment, rather than just running a studio, which is a service business. Yeah. So it's an odd one.
We have an office. It sounds grand, doesn't it? I have a hot desk office. It's literally a 20-minute walk from here, 5 minutes on a push bike. But it's our business address, and it's a mailing address. So any mail goes to there, and I go and work in there. Actually, I go and work in there when probably once or twice a week. And I'm usually only there for a couple of hours, if that. And I have meetings there, so it's somewhere to go for a meeting. And actually, that is dirt cheap. It's ridiculously cheap.
Mine's dirt cheap. You would not believe how much. I've spent £100,000 on kitting the place out over the years. Not equipment. This is just the infrastructure, the voice booths, the LED lighting, the rooms within rooms, all of that kind of stuff, decor. I spent about £100,000 doing it, but it's still costing. It's still the rent on it is about a quarter of what you would get anywhere else around here, and that's already cheap. Yeah. So I'm kind of reluctant to let it go, but I think it's getting to that time.
If it's not, I'm going to say if you're not getting the benefits of having the place,
it's become more vanity now. There comes a point where I've got studios. Not even a studio, studios. I've got an audio, so I've got a recording studio, I've got a voice booth, I've got a video studio, I've got post-production, don't you know, in kitchens and clad areas, and all that shit in the storeroom. And there just comes a point where you go, but no one's using it. Not enough people are using it. If no one's
using it, can you rent areas out?
It needs to go as a whole. I could keep the office separate, and but then the other bits are set up to do a specific thing. Right. So that it would have to be someone that wants them as they are. And I think what I'm looking for at the moment is to try and find someone that will take it. I was going to set it up so that it was a place where I could do mentoring and or maybe do funded, bring people through and teach them everything about media and production, the whole thing. I really want to do that, and I still want to, but the environment at the moment for funded learning for youngsters or people with disabilities or neurodiverse or older people, even anyone, there's just no funding there at the moment. People are struggling really badly. So, and previously I've done it so that I paid for it. The profits from my business was paying to do that, and I just can't quite justify that at the moment. I just can't. Not without taking a really big hit, and we've already taken a big one. The last couple of years have been tough. I mean, we're still doing a lot of turnover in other areas, but the studio's not, and I can't really, it's sucking up an awful lot of that profit, a lot. So
So I mean, it's not that expensive to put a cabin in the garden, because we looked at it at other properties. I mean, if you've got 10 grand in it, then
I know I could do it, but I'm not sure where I would do it, or I'm still thinking about it. I'm still thinking about what to do next.
But certainly, I mean, this, like I say, it was built in 2019. Was this?
Your cabin?
I would have had it slightly different. I would have had another window. I'd have had a bigger window. Or at least I've got a window, whereas in my converted garage in Poppington, I had no windows. I had a sky panel to make it look like I had a window. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you could always. The thing is, you've got it there. You can always expand the window at some point. You can always put another window in or do whatever. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's small. I mean, granted, I have got too much stuff in here, really. You know.
That's the problem. You see, I've got this place here, and I've got things all over here. You know, I've got. Hang on a moment. I've got keyboards in the corner, at the back there. I've got keyboards. You know, I've got stuff down the back. I've got all sorts of shit here, and it's just getting a bit tight, and it's not really set. This was a library. This was actually a dining room and a library, and we've now got the library's now upstairs as well because we like reading.
I like the fact you've got, and so do I. I mean, literally, we haven't got a library, and I'm glad you've got a library because it's nice, and it's nice to meet.
We've got two. We've got two frigging libraries. When our son left home, when Liz's son left home, we put books. We need more room.
I actually have changed my attitude to books of late. I mean, I still read. I've always read. I mean, literally from the age. My parents didn't really read very much at all, but I don't know where I got the book from, but from a very early age I've always read books. I've always had at least one book on, and I've never, probably from the age of about 4, I've always read. So growing up I went through all the Enid Blyton books and all that sort of stuff as a kid. I used to couldn't wait till my mother came home on a Saturday and another book for me to read, a kid's book.
Yeah.
So I never stopped that, but I don't keep books now. Jane keeps books, so our front room is full of books.
We've moved to. I've moved to Kindle as well, but I still read books because I like books. Matt Evans has just commented that I have 9 square feet, or 9 foot square space in my bedroom. I use for my gear. I do the same thing, mate. I would, and to a certain extent, this is. I mean, it's slightly more than 9 square feet. But it's chewed a whole room up in the house that we could otherwise use. So, and yes, I've got so yeah. I don't mean to pop that down your throat, Matt, because we each of us deal with what we can, and we each of us have to do what we do.
Yeah.
And when you're doing the kind of stuff we're doing, you do it because you can't envisage not doing it, and that's why you have 9 square foot in your bedroom to do it in, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this at the moment he's only living here because I'm learning some songs for this. Just when I go and see about when I want to play with this blues band. I'm still a bit like that about that because it's not really my thing. But I actually think it'd be quite nice to just play with some people.
It would. Well, we should get together, Matt. Where does Matt live?
Matt lives in Devon.
So that's not a million miles away from you and me. We should get together at some point.
An hour and 40 minutes from me.
We should get together. Sometime we really should. Yeah, and just have a. If I keep the studio on, we could do it at the studio.
We could, although it's a bit of a trek for Matt because you're what, about an hour away from me?
Yeah, about that.
About that. So it would be sort of 2.5 hours for Matt. So that's a bit of a trek.
So maybe we go down to Matt.
Although he could come and stay with me for a bit if he wanted to. I've got a spare room. Stay overnight with me. Could do that. Anyway, I mean, this room will probably change over time. I think, but at the moment it's working. Although none of it's wired up for MIDI.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. All of my stuff in the studio is, but not here. I think I've got MIDI going into and out of the computer from this, and that's it.
Yeah.
Nothing else is at the moment, and I've got all my MIDI things at the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've got racks which I could put under here, but I've all of this is on a dining table which came from HMS something. I can't remember what it's called now. It was a customs, an HM Customs and Excise cutter that was built in the 1950s, and this is the dining table from it.
A nice piece of wood.
beautiful piece of wood, beautiful legs, and it has these sides which either raise up just above, so they come up, they sit level with the table, but when you want them to, you can lock them up so that your plates, if you're in choppy seas, the plates don't fall off. It's a brilliant table, but it's totally unsuited to all of this. You know, it's too nice for all of this.
I mean, my desk here, I've actually got two desks. So there's one that way and one this way. I can show you. So I've got a desk here, and I've got obviously a desk, over there.
Yeah.
I bought them 30 years ago from MFI were closing down in York, and I went in and it was their display desk. Yeah, so it's two desks, and it's actually got a third round meeting thing that goes on the end. And I've still got that. That's in the garage. Now, I don't know why I even bothered keeping that, because I'm never going to use it again. You know. And I was quite pleased to get it in here, actually, because I didn't think I was going to get it in. You know.
Well, yeah. All these bits and pieces you buy. I bought last year or the year before for the studios, year before, I think, I bought two really big, deep, luxurious leather sofas and a huge leather armchair and a circular table, meeting table, and a bunch of other things, and it cost me about 110 quid for all of it delivered.
Wow.
To the studio, and they have to walk up 2 flights of stairs. There's no, so they had to deliver it, and I gave them both, gave them a tenner each for delivering this stuff. But you just end up with all this stuff. So I've got a really, really swish studio with all this lovely places for everyone to sit, and but no one ever goes there. Well, they would if I advertise it, but I'm so busy with all this other work.
Yeah.
It needs someone to take it on, really, and just do things with it. I was thinking of doing live streaming from it, nothing but live streaming, and just getting a bunch of clients and just say, come in and use us to do your live streaming. But then it's another service thing, and I'm kind of sick to death of that. Yeah. My passions lie elsewhere.
Well, yeah, so do I. I'm sort of sick of doing retail to some extent. I mean, I'm doing less and less of it. But then I get a message tonight. We sold some bits and pieces early this week. Guy said, and we usually use Yodel, but we've had to use Every for the last few orders. So it's tracked. So the order arrives. Apparently it arrives. The guy says, it sends me a message at 6 o'clock saying it's not arrived. It says it's arrived, but it's not arrived. I'm thinking, well, I'm not dealing with it till Monday morning. But, that's the last thing I want to do when the order's not worth that much for me to worry about it on a weekend,
Yeah, there comes a point, doesn't there?
Yeah.
You're either cut out for these things or not.
I mean, and I've done retail off and on for forever. I started in retail before doing other things, And actually, the thing with online retail is, the thing that's really beneficial for working retail is meeting people. If you like people, you like meeting people, then working in retail, working in a shop is great. There was nothing nicer than actually selling somebody a guitar or a keyboard or whatever it was, when we had the music shop. But that's not the same online.
No. No, it's not.
At least I quite like to close the sale, because there's an art to closing the sale. Especially when you've got a customer that can't quite make their mind up.
Yeah. I remember back in the 80s and 90s, people from music shops, your favourite salesman or the people that you spent money with, would just come and visit you in the studio and bring something under their arm and say, try that out, and they'd run away, say, if you don't want it, let me have it back in 2 weeks. And they knew you'd always keep the bugger.
Yeah.
So
well, you become friends. I mean, some customers would come in and so I put the kettle on and we'll have a natter, and I never liked the hard sell. It was always, and Jane liked that. Actually, Jane was really good at sort of the small talk element of it,
Yeah,
She,
small
she would
talk.
talk. She would talk to people that I would think, oh my god, that guy's in again. You know, he's the drum ball. Or
There comes a point with small talk where my brain just switches off. It just
Yeah.
goes, I've had enough,
yeah. Exactly.
and I can't think of anything, nor do I want to think of anything. And I'll just walk away. I'll walk away to see, So parties or social occasions, I'm fine at first, as long as I'm, being ebullient or whatever. Then all of a sudden my brain just goes, no, it's enough.
Yeah.
And I'll say, right, I'm going back to my hotel now. And people sort of go, what? Was it something we said? No. Bye.
I'm done. I mean, I like to party, but I have been at parties, and especially if you get stuck with somebody who actually, it's a one-way thing, and all they're doing is telling you about them.
And about how much they've got.
Yeah, and that's okay for a while, but then you think, actually, this conversation's become really boring very quickly.
Bit like this one, really. Can you? I mean, the poor buggers in the poor listeners here, listening to us bang on about stuff. Although it's stimulated a very interesting series of conversations about books, and Kindles.
I've never got into reading things on screens. I don't like Kindles.
The only reason I use it is I always read before. When I go to bed, I always read. I've always read.
I always read before I go to bed.
Can't go to bed without a book. And if I go to bed, I usually go to bed later than Liz, who gets up earlier than me. So I have to have a light on, which I know disturbs her. So I got a Kindle, so I could have it.
Oh, you don't have to have light on. You can just have.
And you can turn the screen black on, white on black, so you get white text. So you get almost no glow from it. So I can do that for ages. But generally, I prefer just reaching out, grabbing a book, and going, "Oh, there's a feel."
I'm certainly going to be buying less books and using the library more because the library here is pretty good.
Oh, libraries! I like libraries.
Well, actually, I mean, me too. Actually, and actually, the library here is really good because when we first moved and we didn't have the internet, I could go down and use the computers, and it's fast internet. And it was free, Your library card was how you logged in, and the staff there were absolutely brilliant. They're like
Well, that's a bit like music. I prefer finding music and or videos, films, whatever. I prefer those on, like this. I've got shelves and shelves and shelves of Blu-rays and God knows what else. And I've got streaming, but there is something about choosing a film or choosing a disc from a CD or, if you happen to be into vinyl or tape or whatever, DATs. There's something about that which is more considered.
There is, and I sort of miss that. I mean, interesting enough, I'm selling some. I've gone through my record collection, my vinyl record collection, about 300 albums, and I've picked out ones. I'm thinking, I'm not really going to listen to this again. Like I've just literally today sold a load of Earth, Wind and Fire albums. For somehow I had 5 of them, right? So I said to Jane, "Am I really going to listen to this?" She went, "Not really. Well, not really." I said, "Well, I'll keep the greatest hits." Because that's the only ones I'm really that interested in, if I'm honest, So I flogged them all. Got 20 quid for 4 albums. They're in okay condition. They're not in great condition because if I'd have bought them new, they would be new because I used to record. I used to play it once to listen through, and then record it second time onto a Nakamichi cassette deck. That's what I used to do.
Yeah.
Years ago in the 80s. So I've got lots of vinyl, which is pristine, and I've actually started playing it now. Some of that stuff, and I've gone through the records I want to keep, and the rest. I mean, some I've given to the kids. I've said, interestingly, the records the boys want are the Elvis Presley greatest hits, and the Elvis Presley Christmas album. The Elvis Presley Christmas album is as cheesy as you can imagine. It's great on Christmas Day, but it is really cheesy.
Somewhere here I've got Jerry Lee Lewis London Sessions, a double album, which is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
You're right, Kent, you're being very quiet.
No, I went down a different rabbit hole.
Did you?
Yeah, didn't I? Poor bloody hell.
What was all that?
Well, when you're talking about women parading at F1.
Oh, right.
And all that. And they just sent me down a road. I was just thinking about the whole subject. And it's weird because as a society we're obsessing currently anyway, we're obsessing about this thing about the objectification of women and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And yet, in the countries where once a girl becomes 12, she then is forced into a marriage to some middle-aged man, and nobody's doing a fucking thing about that.
No.
So so what we're doing as a society now, we're talking about having women parading, but like I said, they're earning money doing that. If they can't do that anymore, they have to go and do something else, and it could probably be a lot worse than what they're doing.
Exactly.
So you're actually taking food off their table, etc., etc. But the thing is, when we're sort of like focused on that, and then we go, oh well, that's because that's shrouded in tradition and religion. We'll leave that alone. Fuck them. Those girls over there, bollocks to them. There's nothing we can do about that because there's this sort of like moral wall we have to cross. It's like it's like the whole thing is like a man dying of a heart attack, and we're just making sure his toenails are clipped nicely. It's sort of like it's nothing compared to what else is going on. It should be that should be focused on, and fuck anybody's religion, bollocks to it. I don't care what your religion is. If you're doing that to girls, it's not a very good religion. So fuck you. Or women have to be constantly covered up if they go out, whether they want to be or not. Because of tradition, because of religion, because of real males in power, proper.
There's a whole host of these things, from female circumcision to women not being allowed to drive cars in certain countries, and there's so much that as a whole, as a world society, we're I mean.
There's the thing, isn't there, though, that and I get it from a lot of people, or not a lot of people. Some people talk about woke culture and cancel culture, and I get that, because it's very easy to go so far down this thing that anything that anyone says is an insult and is terrible and they're awful people, and it stops discussion. And I think the whole thing with all of these things is it fair? Is it reasonable? Is it reasonable to exclude someone because of the colour of their skin, what their gender is, or what their there's certain things which become much more difficult, but which I still think there's some relatively some common sense finds answers to. When you say common sense, some thinking through logically, like the trans issues, which become really, it's kind of, if someone wants to identify something, fine, be it. Biologically, they may or may not be. Whatever that is, that's a medical thing. That's a medical thing. It's got nothing to do with how they perceive themselves and what they want to be seen as, and how they wish to act and be treated. And there's sensible answers to most of these things, but just jumping down someone's throat, it's very easy to fall into the trap of just being right on about all of this stuff. On the other hand, why would you discriminate against someone if it doesn't materially affect anything else about the world? What someone's gender, skin, colour, race, whatever is, what their socio-economic thing is, if it doesn't materially affect anything else, why would they be excluded from something? That's kind of where I'm at with it. Apart from Kent, he should be excluded from anything to do with drill bits.
I'm excluded from most things, full stop.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, it is.
But no, it's true. I mean, or it'll come down to one or two things, or both of them, which is money, power, or both of them. When they say, "Oh, America's very racist," black people are constantly being arrested and for this,
absolutely,
that, and the other,
Matt. By the way, go on,
and put in prison and all the rest of it, and they go, "Yeah, but that's money." it's not necessarily racism. A lot of that is actually money driven, because the industries that are done within prisons is actually quite a large part of the American economy, and you've got to keep people in the prisons working. So and the black dude is going to be the guy to pick on, because he traditionally has less power.
Traditionally have less representation.
Yes, everything.
Yeah. So it's not always about where a cop is racist or something like that.
Over here, it used to be the peasant landlord thing. It used to be the serf thing.
It was exactly
exactly the same kind of thing.
It wasn't 120 years ago. We were sending kids up chimneys and down coal mines.
Did we stop that?
We did stop it in the end.
Darling,
in the end,
get Roger out of the chimney. No, he's still up there since October last. Throw him up a sausage roll.
But they would only send boys down. As far as children were concerned, boys went down the mines. The girls didn't. And they could stay on the surface. But their lives were no better, just different.
No,
there was slavery.
It was.
Yeah, exactly.
It was modern slavery, yeah.
So I mean, and where you've got transgenders and I don't know, in the last couple of years there seems to be so many different types now, and sort of like pronouns and stuff like that. And
I have problems with the pronoun thing, but I mean that's not. Anybody can call themselves what they want, but I struggle with calling somebody they. But that's just I think
but that's I mean the biggest problem with that is because we speak English, and that doesn't work in a sentence, and it's but I mean but if people want to identify as one thing or as another, fine, it's like it's like the whole Life of Brian thing. I want to be known as Loretta. I want the right to have babies, and the usual response of, well, you haven't got a uterus, where's the fetus going to gestate, and all this sort of, don't you oppress me. And that was like 40 years ago, and now that's now. So what was satirical is now commonplace.
The funny thing about pronouns, because I had this conversation with someone not so long ago where they identified as they were trans, and they had fluid identity, so they changed what they were depending on any number of their own personal preference at that time. And I just said, just tell me what your name is today. Is it Roger, or is it is it Alison? What is it? And they tell me, and I say, right, I'll just call you that from now. For today, I'll call you Alison or Roger. Yeah. And if I get it wrong, just tell me. And I won't know, and I can't read your mind, so you have to tell me. No. And then I don't have to get into Mr., Miss, she, he, them, it, they. I don't have to get into that. I can just call you by your name.
Yeah, well, all of that's fine. If people want to identify as different things, fine.
Absolutely.
It's cool.
I want to identify as thin and young and pretty.
We're all individuals,
But we're starting to see. You're starting to see where problems do arise from it. Like, look at the Olympics. Suddenly, you've got a problem there, right? And you go, oh no, that's oppressing them and all the rest of it, because they used to be a man, now they identify as a woman, and now they're going to compete with other women in a sport that relies on particularly speed or strength or something like that, where traditionally a man can have more strength and speed available than a woman can. And there's new areas that have to be addressed.
All of these things just are soft targets. So the other problem with all of this is that it's made a series of soft targets that's very easy for people to latch onto and then push forward to the public, the public at large, who may not be as informed maybe as some others, and it gives them a soft target because it's they're other than you. It's the tribal thing. They're not they're other than you. You're going to be forced to put up with calling Brian, Mary, and them from now on. Otherwise, you'll go to it's taking power away from people. That's the perception.
Where Man with Beard, Where Man with Beard saying hopefully that was a one-off, I really, really don't think it was. It will be a one-off. I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. And at some point they'll be doing testosterone level checks on athletes to determine whether they can or cannot participate in a particular sport,
regardless of their gender.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't watch. I sort of boycott the Olympics because I think as an organisation there's a lot of corruption. And nothing against the athletes. I'm slightly more interested in the Paralympics, but I won't watch a lot of it. If I'm
it was interesting because you know when they're talking about that woman, that Chinese woman diver really looks like a man.
She had more testosterone than.
Yeah, I mean, she looked like a guy from the front and the back, and the side. She just looked like a bloke, right?
So?
Right, but the thing is, and they're going, yeah, but is that a man or is that a woman? Do you remember the Russian shot putters in the 70s?
Yeah.
The Russian women, right? They had beards, for Christ's sake.
But that's one area. That's one sport. The diving, it's one sport where, regardless of your gender, you can either fall off a board prettily, well and land without a splash, or you can't, and you can put a number of turns. It doesn't really matter what your gender is. So I was perplexed by that. Anyone raising that and saying, but she looks like a bloke. So she's diving off a board. It doesn't matter. They're diving off a board.
But somehow, and I don't know why this is. I really don't know why. But whatever the reasons are, but in my head, I feel it's more unfair if it's a guy competing in a woman's sport.
Well, it depends what the sport is, but
it doesn't matter what the sport is.
And I get it.
If you're a woman and you've been training for 4 years to do an event for the Olympics, right? And you push, and you're trying to build your core strength and everything else.
Sorry, and just to be clear, was she or was she not a woman?
No, she's always been a woman.
She was a woman.
Right, she's a woman doing a female sport. Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if she's got more testosterone, does it?
No, but if a guy who was a guy 3 weeks ago and then goes, right, I identify as a woman and then enters that sport.
But that hasn't been found to have happened, has it?
That we don't know.
No, but that's happened in prison, hasn't it? Because there was a male prisoner who then identified as a woman.
Oh yeah, he was the guy that was a rapist and
female prison.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah,
he was a rapist and an abuser, but he still wanted to go to. He decided to call himself whatever, and as is his.
And this is where,
but
for want of a better word, this is where wokeness gets in the way and clouds everything, and you can't make a sensible decision on anything because of the wokeness of you can't exclude that person or you can't exclude that person.
And I hate that phrase.
Regardless of facts. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Regardless of facts and reality.
And it becomes a soft target which you can then push to all those people that are looking for a reason to say, life isn't fair, I'm being discriminated against.
Yeah.
I'm being discriminated against.
Yeah.
In fact, we haven't got enough people that want to do the jobs caring for people over here. Of course, we're reliant on bloody people coming from abroad to do it who want to and are willing to.
Yeah.
Or they were before Brexit.
Well,
if I decided tomorrow morning, I wake up and I decide that I'm going to identify as a millionaire, and I'm going to go out and I'm just going to purchase stuff on HP and then not pay for it because I'm not really a millionaire.
And then when you go to court for not paying, you say, but I identify as a millionaire.
Yeah. Guess what? I'll still go to fucking prison for it, won't I? Yeah. So if it's going to work for one thing, it's got to work for everything. But it can't work for everything. So theoretically, it doesn't work for anything at all. And everything has to be worked out, but over time. But in the meantime, people are getting swept under the carpet.
Half God, half beast says, in order to progress, we need to communicate, and that seems to be under attack. I don't think it's under. Well, no, I'm not sure. I don't think it's under attack. I think it's been taken Well, no, so maybe it is under attack, actually, because it's been taken over by people who are really clever at manipulating what we see.
No, it's worse than that, Andrew. We're being told that it's been taken away. It hasn't been taken away.
No, the message is being fed to us. I mean, so it's the same.
It hasn't been taken away from us. We're being told that your camera's not happy.
It's not.
Maybe it identifies as a cheese board.
Dave's made an interesting point. Thank God that synths don't have gender. Yes, they do, David.
I've always called big analog vintage synthesizers girls. They're hers. Yeah. They're she's.
Some people do, don't they? Some people name their car like a male.
But that's because I have a lot of affection for them.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't. I mean, mine are all known as "Hey, you bastard." when I can't.
Except Prophet 5 Rove 2's. She's a bitch. She's a.
No, I've never assigned genders to any of my synths. They're all that thing there. Yeah. My synth.
Yeah, we do it with cars.
You do it with cars.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
I do it with cars.
I don't think I've ever done. No, my motorbikes I've never been.
Well, the reason I refer to
them actually.
Well, look, like the Mustang, I refer to that as a her. I spend loads and loads of money on it, and all it does is give me grief.
Yeah.
There you go.
Though I do tend to name everything in and around the house. We've got a pond that's called Nigel. The decking out the front is Mrs. Betty Goose Creature. We've got the fish in the pond, Susan, and we've got another fish called Tim, the God of Waterfalls. And at the bottom of the pond, furgling away, is Keith from Accounts, or Keith from Cost Accounting. We've got Hepzibah the Frog. They're all. We've got Ada.
I'm surprised you remember them all.
Well, it's difficult. And then
you identify as mental.
Yeah. I identify as a complete spaz.
Worse than that, right? Actually, this is true, Ian. Andrew's a real bastard. He's actually made his cat have to speak Welsh. Poor little cow.
I didn't make him have to speak Welsh. This is what he says. See, is what he does when he's in the room. He talks to me. Where's my food, father? What's going on? Why are you my father? You haven't got any fur anywhere. What's wrong with you?
I'm
not going to that bloody Methodist chapel. We go to that Methodist chapel. What's wrong with you?
She's actually one of the Peaky Blinders.
Bloody hell.
She's more Cardiff, like that, see. I want to go Nando's.
Oh, dear.
Want a coach.
But the thing is, when you say about, sort of like, people can be who they want to be and all the rest of it, it's great. But when you want to be somebody that's literally not a good thing to be, then what?
Oh, Steve the Bastard, our Fisher, Brunelleschi and Floyd. Yeah. See, Steve understands. Thank you, Steve. Well done, mate. You get it. Yeah. Yeah.
This poor little fish going, how do I spell my name?
I won't tell you about Mrs. Moronsky, Mr. Bigelow and Mr. Pettigrew. I won't tell you about those three.
You lie, you just told us.
Because they don't even exist.
That's worse.
I know, but they're here. We talk about them all the time. Mrs. Moronsky sits on the front door here, keeping a check on people coming in and out. Mr. Bigelow, we think, is a man of mystery, and he spends an awful lot of time in Monte Carlo gambling. And Mr. Pettigrew has a checklist for everything. He does Excel spreadsheets for everything.
Well, like I say, like you said about the girls that hold up the round number and walk around and everything like that.
Oh, we're back to that now.
Yeah, no, it's not going away. It's really digging at me. But at the end of the day, right?
Do they still do it?
Well, the thing is, whether they do or not, if they're going right, if I was able to just put on a lycra catsuit and wander around holding up a number over my head, 4 or 5 times, and I'm getting paid £200 a night for doing it. Cool. But if they're not doing it anymore, how's she earning her money now? How are the girls at Formula One earning their money?
So,
now?
I mean, the girls at Formula One would they'd be models, wouldn't they? So in effect, it's a modelling job.
Yeah.
That they're holding.
And it promotes them. They're on television, being seen by millions.
Mm.
You go, oh yeah, no, it's very, very sexist. You stop them doing that. But has anybody asked them?
Has anyone the issue there? The big issue there is society.
Do you see what I mean?
It's
No,
about
do you see what I mean?
Sort of. Except that the reason they're there doing that, or they were there doing that primarily, was because they were girls doing exactly what you said, earning a living because that was the only way. Why is that the only way they could earn a living? Because of the whole patriarchal thing they were tied up in. They were brought up to believe that. They were channeled into that. And so those were the careers and the things that they did. They were all soft careers that only they could do. It was a way of earning some money, but it wasn't very much, right? So
yeah, but that's like saying you're not. It's like saying you don't fly a plane because you're not a pilot.
No. It's saying you flying a plane used to be, being a pilot was only ever a male thing for a very long time, commercial thing. Now that's not the case, which is great because there's absolutely no reason women can't do that.
Do any tabloids still have page 3 type?
I've no idea. I don't.
No, it's long gone.
Good. I mean, it's just But that's the glamour model thing.
But a lot of those women that used to do page 3 now have OnlyFans sites.
Yeah, I guess.
Because they've got to get money from somewhere, and they got their money from showing off their tits.
Yeah. Which is exactly what this girl did on this show. I mean, her argument was that she wouldn't have been able to fund. She earned more money and was able to pay her rent and eat by having an OnlyFans site, and was able to fund, I'm assuming predominantly by men, to do a show in Edinburgh about how bad the sort of having to do sex scenes as an actor is for women, along with a whole load of other things.
Yeah.
Hopefully, these are all steps to move us forward, because we seem to have moved forward a long way in the last 40, 50 years anyway. Well, we haven't moved enough, but it's
I'm not so sure we've moved that far. I mean, we
need to move further.
No, we haven't.
I think we're slightly more tolerant.
We haven't moved.
If we see a man in a dress walking down the street, we are more tolerant now about what individual people want to do and how they want to dress. Things like that.
Well, unless they're wearing a colour that really doesn't go with their lipstick. I mean, all their shoes.
Whereas, let's face it, in the 80s, that person would have been beaten up. I'm not saying.
Well, it depends. It would still happen today. It depends on where they walk.
But it depends where they are. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. But the thing is, you're saying about we haven't moved. Well, we can't move forward. All we're doing is placating. We're dusting, and it's doing nothing. Because we haven't focused on the core.
I'm not as pessimistic as you, Ken. I think we have moved forward. We've not moved forward enough. And those, as people in the chat have said, the conversations, we need to keep the conversations going. We need to make these conversations happen all the time. And societal change, which is what this is, isn't going to happen overnight anywhere. It's going to take generations to finally work its way through.
Yeah, but it's only going to ever be pockets of it.
I don't think that. Most young people I meet now I meet very few young men who are as misogynist as
Andy, I'll stop you there, because
will you?
What's happening in schools?
Go on.
With young boys asking girls to send them naked pictures is a massive problem. So you have got a whole generation of young men, who have been, watching people like Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's true. That's true.
So that has to have got worse.
I guess I'm talking. Go on.
I had a conversation with. We were watching something on TV, and somebody a woman on the TV said that she'd been sexually abused. Now, and that could be just somebody touching her up in that sense, but it had happened to her on average at least three times a year. right? And I said to Jane, has that ever happened to you? You know, she said yes. And I suspect there's no woman out there who says that she has never been sexually abused, because it happens all the time. And it will be somebody like grabbing the breasts or grabbing the bottom or whatever. It's not. We're not talking about rape, you know. But so women get sexually abused all the time.
Yeah,
they do. They do.
You know.
I think you're right about young people, teens and that, because there's been this. We've now. That generation of people that have been exposed to the online thing, where sex, the only way to find out, or their perception of sex is that it's a series of different moves and things have to happen in a particular way, and it's kind of anal. What the fuck? When did that become a big thing? But it did. However, most of the young people I'm talking about, being someone that's in his 60s now, is sort of 20s, 30s, most of whom, when I meet them in the workplace, are polite, among the first to sort of not go ooh, if something sexist is said, but they actually sort of back away and go, no, you can't say that. I've been really surprised at how prevalent it is in all the workplaces I'm in. I'm not, to be fair, dealing with a lot of teenagers.
One of my biggest regrets is when I worked in the builders merchants and I was a stock controller in my early 20s. There was a young office girl there. And she was 17, I think. And my boss sexually abused her in front of me and other men in the place. He grabbed her tits. And I took her to one side, and I didn't do anything about it, apart from I did say to her, I said, what Peter did to you isn't right, And she brushed it off. But it stayed with me, and I should have done something more about it.
Yeah.
But now you would, and listen. When we all carry guilt about things. I can tell you something I've done which is so fucking horrible. It's just ridiculous. I was born. My father was a policeman, and we were very working class, and I was brought up to be racist. That I wasn't brought up to be racist. I was just brought up in a racist environment, so I inherited that. And when I got into my 20s, that all dropped away. But I remember when I was 16 years old, I was living on the North Circular Road, and a car stopped one day, and it had a Muslim family in it who were looking for the Muslim cemetery, which I think I knew where it was, and I deliberately sent them the wrong way. They were going to a funeral, right? And I thought at the time, I think I was 15 or 16, something like that. I sent them the wrong way, and I thought it was a hilarious thing to do, because that's the kind of, that was, aren't we clever? Yeah. I wake up sometimes. I wake up in the middle of the night sometimes thinking about that, replaying it, and wishing I could change that, But here's the thing: the journey since then, that stays with me, and so I've never done that, and I try to influence others to be much more understanding about these things. So we can feel guilty about this stuff, about sexual harassment, as you said, when you were in your 20s. Now you wouldn't allow it to happen.
No, I wouldn't.
So, and that's progress.
It is progress, yeah. I mean, and also we learn more as we get older.
Yeah, we do.
Extent. Yeah,
and hopefully we're influenced by the right people. And
It's interesting you say that the racism melted away in your 20s.
No. Sorry. So let me be clear about this. I became less obviously. I didn't express racism or racist views. It's still there in my head now because I was brought up with that. And I think lots of people have that thing going on still. But I will not have it. I will not have it. I won't have sexist or racist jokes made around.
The point I was trying to make is that where people say, "Oh, I'm racist because I was brought up in a racist household," right? Yeah. And long after they've left that household, and I think deep down that if you're racist. You go, oh, I'm racist because I was brought up in a racist environment and I'm still racist now. You should, by that point, know one way or the other. You either think it's not right or you're happy thinking like that. And that's down to the individual, not the way they were brought up. They've made that decision.
Yeah. Once you understand things and you learn a bit more, you start making choices. But those things are still, it's a bit like, hello, here we go, my camera's going again. It's a bit like sexism. and misogyny and all, attitudes towards women. It's the same thing. Sorry, my camera's gone. Yeah. It's the same thing. It's something which, if you were brought up with it, you go and get informed, but sometimes you get caught out. You get caught out by things sometimes. I'm trying to think, there was something which happened, I don't know, a few years back, where I expressed a view that was just, it came out of my mouth, and Liz was with me, and she looked at me and she went, "What the fuck?" And I carried on with it for about 10 seconds more, trying to justify it, and then I realised what the fuck I was saying, and I'm looking at, and I kind of stopped, and I went, do you still really think that shit? That's not what you think. And I kind of had to slap myself. It was a really odd moment that still, after all these years, stuff from your past, from your upbringing, can suddenly intrude in your thinking. And when you catch yourself, it's funny, that's the beauty of growing up and knowledge and learning, and that's the beauty of it. But yeah, it's still sometimes, I think, for an awful lot of people, catches you out. But you go and get the knowledge, and you make the choice. You make those choices.
It's funny that all the racism that I've seen has been done to friends of mine. I mean, my first business partner was an Asian guy. Well, actually, it happened before that. Actually, when I was at school, another Asian lad was my best friend at school, at secondary school. And he would be racially abused on a daily basis, and because I was his mate, so was I. And the worst thing I think I ever saw was when I went. So my first partner was Asian, Lionel, and we were looking for some offices, and so I go around these offices, and the woman who's renting out the office is happy for me to take the offices. I said, well, can I pop back this afternoon with my partner, because it's a joint decision, And she went, oh yeah. The minute Lionel walked in the room, it was clear that she was a racist, because she didn't want to rent. She didn't want to rent the room to him, rent the office to him. And I was absolutely furious. I said, I'm glad we're not taking that. And he was. I mean, I was more annoyed for him, because he didn't take that approach. Bless him. His approach was, it happens all the time, Ian. I said, but it shouldn't happen all the time,
Well, Donald Trump and his dad did it to tenants all the time.
Yeah. And it's easy to stir up, because we are essentially, as a species, we're tribal. It's my family, my street, this side of my town, this side of town, that county, that country. We're tribal. We're tribal. We identify. We like to be a part of a group. That's what we do. So I think Man with Beard says, I think racism will never be eradicated. Well, I think tribalism of any sort won't be eradicated, because we all want to be part of a group, right? So it will never be fully eradicated, but you still, it doesn't stop you having, wanting to try, and that's what we all have to do, because we don't. Well, it
happens at so many different levels.
Yeah,
my mum used to get racially abused at work. She's fucking Irish.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the hate for the Irish during the 60s. Yeah. Wow.
What was it?
And the 70s,
no black,
it was worse in the 70s.
No black, no Irish.
The trouble.
The Irish immigrants here would feel like crap.
Yeah. And that was passed on to me. I carried that to school. Admittedly, by the time I was leaving school, it wasn't so bad. It sort of like had cooled down a bit. But it was definitely there.
Still, at least none of us are Welsh or American. Isn't that right, Andrew? Isn't that right, Andy?
And you see,
what do you say, so?
Do you know what? It doesn't,
because Joyce comes from Wales. And then
so do I.
Ireland.
Yeah.
So my father was Welsh, so I'm half Welsh, so I'm allowed to say that.
It doesn't really matter. There's no hierarchy with racism, it appears. It doesn't matter who you are. There's going to be somebody somewhere that doesn't like you because of where you were born, or how you speak, or how you look, or what gender you are. It's
also,
everywhere on everything.
I mean, everybody down here thinks I'm from Durham.
Oh God.
Oh dear. Can we cut him off?
Yeah.
Can we? And he's from Frome. Ooh.
Oh, Frome. Oh dear.
Oh. Oh, dodge.
There you go. No, yeah,
Everybody's excited down here. What's that all about?
You ain't been from round these parts, my lover. Here, you.
No, everybody's lovely here.
Lovely.
Apart from the dickheads that keep driving too fast up and down the roads. We've got a few. I mean, you've got that everywhere, but we've got.
Well, that used to be me when I was young.
Well,
everywhere
actually,
fast.
To be fair, I heard this kid on his little 125 bike today, and I thought, yeah, that was me when I was 15.
Yes, joy and exuberance of youth, and yes, it's annoying for everyone else, but
just get your exhaust sorted out, pal.
I'll make it louder.
Yeah,
that's what you want. My favourite motorcycle story. Well, it's not a story. I saw this. When I was living on the North Circular Road, whilst I was still being a racist fuck, I remember stopping at a set of traffic lights to cross. I was on the pavement, and a vicar turned up, dog collar and everything else, and he turned up. Clearly, he'd just bought this Yamaha RD400. It's a two-stroke bike, which were quite quick, and he got to he was at the traffic lights. And he was sort of there, sort of revving it, going. You can see he was a bit nervous about it. And the traffic lights went to green, and he gave it full beans, dropped the clutch, and it popped the wheel up in the front air. And we just heard him hurtling down the road, Doppler-like, going, "Oh heavens!" as he zoomed off down the road. Yeah. My favourite thing, my favourite motorbike story.
I think I'm going to go to bed because it's
I am as well. I'm tired.
1:15.
Being this virtuous and good looking.
Takes a lot of beauty sleep.
I don't think there's enough years
when
left
you're getting
for
up
beauty sleep.
Wednesday?
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't get up early on a Sunday morning. So I'll be up by. I'll be up by
That's
1.
No such thing as Sunday morning.
Be out of bed
Never
by
seen
1.
one.
Well done,
Right.
Steve. Farfie's a bravo. Yeah. Right.
Good grief.
I'm going to head off to bed as well, I think.
All right, dears.
All right, chums.
Good night, Kenty Poos. Good night, Andy.
All right, guys. See you later.
All right, take care.
Cheers.
Enjoy the brown fields. Bye.
Nice countryside.
Bye. The verdant Californian countryside. Bye.
See ya.